555. The man and the woman had met each other in their hometown and in a foreign land. It was the same now, but they had switched places. After all, the North Continent was considered half her hometown as the founder of the Qingliang sect. It was the most important thing for the people at the foot of the mountain to return to their roots. The cultivators on the mountain who had pure hearts and few desires paid more attention to this matter. Xiaoyang turned to the official disciple of the sect behind him and said, "Li Zhou, go back to the mountain first." Although Li Zhou was a little dispirited, he immediately put away his messy thoughts and respectfully accepted the order and left. Xiaoyang smiled and said, "Walk around." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Yes, we should have a good chat. Being sloppy is not the way a sect master should do things." Xiaoyang turned and walked into the alley, giving way to the middle of the road. He intentionally or unintentionally leaned towards one side of the wall, and Qin Pingon walked on the other side. Xiaoyang asked, "How did you guess that Gao Qing and I were secretly plotting against you in the Ghost Domain Valley?" Qin Pingon said, "It was just some vague coincidences. I thought that Sect Master He's Dao skills were higher and that you were more scheming, so I quickly ran away." Xiaoyang said, "I had no problems cultivating on my own mountain, but my cultivation level almost dropped. How many sect masters who had just ascended to the Jade Unyielding Realm in the vast world would end up like this?" Qin Ping, and recalled what he had seen and heard when he was buying oranges. He smiled and said, "If an apology can make Lord He and I mind our own business from now on, then I was wrong." Xiaoyang did not comment and changed the topic. He said, "You probably wouldn't have said such things in the past." Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "In the past, as long as I could live well, I would have kowtowed and begged for mercy." Xiaoyang said, "For example, if you could, you would have begged the mountain-moving ape not to severely injure Lu Xianyang with one punch?" Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Of course. If that old beast felt that kowtowing was not sincere, I would have kowtowed to him until a flower bloomed." Xiaoyang asked, "And after kowtowing?" Qin Pingon did not hide anything. "What else could I do? Living a plain and ordinary life. If that happens and I get a chance to settle old scores, then that's a different story altogether. The wine on the mountain will always be more fragrant the longer it is kept." Xiaoyang asked again, "Tao?" While walking, Qin Pingon gently tossed the orange in his hand and slowly said, "If you don't have the ability, then drink to make up for it." What else could he do? Complaining about the heavens and others, yelling and complaining that the heavens are blind, will the heavens really care about me? Xiaoyang was about to ask again. If it had been like this in the past, then what about now? Her master Lu Chen had once led her through an even more complicated river of time, allowing her to witness the future versions of Qin Pingon. Only the Qin Pingon before him wasn't one of the many Qin Pingans. There's no need to reminisce. Qin Pingon held the orange in his hand and turned around with a smile. "Sect Master He, give me a straightforward answer. In the future, can you walk your own path and I'll walk mine?" Xiaoyang pointed at the sky and smiled. "Why don't you ask my master? If my master really wants to issue a decree as his last disciple, I don't dare to disobey." Qin Pingon smiled. "Then I have to be more capable. I just don't know how much wine I have to drink before that." Since the other party wasn't sincere, it was hard to talk. Xiaoyang didn't care about what Qin Pingon was thinking. The only thing she cared about was how Qin Pingon would walk in the future and whether he would become a huge trouble for her on the Great Dao. She thought back to the time when they first met by the river, that youth in straw shoes who carried a bamboo basket with a bunch of snake gallstones on his back. Not only was there a huge gap in their statuses, he looked up at them standing on the stone cliff, but the youth's spirit at that time was in the mud. Unexpectedly, after all these years, there was still a huge gap in their cultivation levels, but his spirit was much higher. Xiaoyang said softly, "Qin Pingon, do you know your temperament? Every time you walk a little higher, the more cautious you are, the more stable your steps are. As long as your enemies see a clue, they will be even more determined to kill you." "What? Is this my fault?" Qin Pingon smiled. "Then I have to speak my conscience to Sect Master He. Do you think that if I don't gradually climb higher, no one can casually stretch out a finger and crush me to death? I think there are many people who either feel that the losses outweigh the gains, or that their cultivation is useless. When I think of this, my good mood after meeting Sect Master He in a foreign land becomes even better." Xiaoyang said seemingly casually, You think that they are wrong first, then have you thought of a possibility that you did not do anything wrong but you are wrong? Qin Ping'an's expression was still calm. I don't need to trouble sect master He to explain this kind of nonsense in the streets and alleys. For so many years in the vicinity of my hometown's mud bottle alley, it's not just my peers who say it casually for fun, there are also some bastards who say it on purpose. It's disgusting. Many older neighbors, many kind-hearted people sometimes look at me in the eyes and they're actually saying the same thing. Xiaoyang was silent for a long time. At the end of the alley, Xiaoyang stopped. So you already knew the truth. Qin Ping'an said, What are you talking about, sect master He? I don't quite understand. Xiaoyang smiled. It's enough that you know in your heart. Qin Ping'an asked, Enough? Xiaoyang smiled. Not quite enough. Xiaoyang seemed to have inexplicably figured out a knot in his heart. He turned around and faced Qin Ping'an. I will wait for you at the peak of Xianxia. Apart from that, you and I will go our separate ways. This reunion at Jidu Estuary was both a coincidence and an inevitability. What Xiaoyang wanted to do, he could usually do it. If he was not convinced of her deep fate, then he would obediently endure it. Qin Ping'an got a better answer than he expected, so he smiled and said, Then I won't see you off, sect master He. Xiaoyang smiled. I didn't say that I would leave immediately. As a sect master, I have to worry about everything. It's rare for me to go out. Now that I have met someone I can't let go of, shouldn't I cherish it? Qin Ping'an said 2 names. Zhou Xian Li Zhou. Xiaoyang smiled sweetly and said, One can control his hands and the other can control his mouth. They won't distract you. Qin Ping'an was silent. Xiaoyang pretended to be surprised. Why? Is it my fault? Qin Ping'an really wanted to kill her with one punch. Xiaoyang said considerately, If you are not capable enough, you can make up for it with alcohol. Do you have any good wine? I have some of the best immortal wine in the North Continent. I will give them all to you. Qin Ping'an smiled and said, It's a pity to kill Sect Master He with one punch. Sect Master He, don't be angry at me for talking nonsense. Even if he could kill her with one punch, he would need 2. Xiaoyang actually smiled and put a hand to his mouth. He shook his head and said, Don't be angry. It's a good thing that you and I are treating each other with sincerity. Qin Ping'an walked out of the alley. Xiaoyang, who had cast the camouflage spell again, walked with him. There was a distance between them, so they were not walking side by side. Qin Ping'an looked ahead. The streets were bustling with people and carriages. He asked, When are you leaving? Xiaoyang said, Probably later than you think. Qin Ping'an asked, Xiaoyang, have you always been this kind of person? Xiaoyang smiled and said, Aren't you the same? It's just that I knew myself from the beginning. You Qin Ping'an found out later, so it's not easy. The two walked out of the city and walked along Dadu to the West Sea of the North Continent. Qin Ping'an climbed to a high platform by the sea and suddenly said, Xiaoyang, the dermic Dao that you have been searching for is like Ning Yao in my heart. Can you understand this? Xiaoyang nodded and said, Of course I can. It's not difficult. But the problem is that I don't want to accept this outcome. Qin Ping'an looked into the distance and did not speak. Xiaoyang hesitated and squatted at the side. He asked, Since it's on the way, why don't you go to the academy to take a look? She had actually just left the academy not long ago. Qin Ping'an's lips twitched. He clenched his fists and placed them on his knees. His sleeves drooped naturally. If Lu Chen died because of you, would you go to the Bekokekyung building and the Dao paths of the 3 lineages to take a look? Xiaoyang was silent for a long time. She said slowly, Qin Ping'an, actually, it's only today that I feel that becoming your Dao partner is not an obstacle for me. Turns out that this is the best marriage in the world. Qin Ping'an took down the bamboo box and took out the blade strengthening gourd. He sat cross-legged and slowly drank the wine. He said without reason, the Dao should not be so small. Xiaoyang did not know why she changed her mind. She stood up and left the place in advance. Before she left, she turned and said to Qin Ping'an, who was leaning against the bamboo box, Love between a man and a woman is ultimately a small matter. Qin Ping'an said indifferently, Regarding this matter, not even the Dao ancestor can make the decision, let alone your master Lu Chen. Xiaoyang could not help but laugh and traveled with the wind. At the end of last winter, After Yuan Lingdian left the Dragon Palace cave, he traveled with the wind to the north. He suddenly descended to the top of a green mountain that was rarely visited by people. It was not a celestial mountain but a secluded place with ordinary spiritual qi. There Yuan Lingdian saw his master and a woman playing chess. Both of them refined the mountain root as black chess pieces and condensed the water fortune as white chess pieces. Yuan Lingdian bowed to both of them and stood beside the fire dragon immortal. He did not look at the situation of the chess game, afraid that it would disturb his Dao heart. There was no real zither, chess, calligraphy, or painting at the foot of the mountain because they were all lingering on the word, art. Even among the 100 schools of thought on the mountain, the 9 schools were still divided into upper, middle and lower levels. Those who played zither, chess, calligraphy and painting were fine. After all, they had received the judgment of the sages and were related to merit. Other than that, the school of calligraphy was the least popular. Those who played chess looked down on those who painted, and those who painted looked down on those who wrote. Those who wrote could only use the great merit of the sages to create the characters. The fire dragon immortal picked up a chess piece and gently placed it on the crisscross chessboard. He asked, "You only gave an imitation sword of the sword Hatred Mountain?" Yuan Lingdian nodded. "I didn't do much." Yuan Lingdian knew his master's intention. In his early years he was a pure martial artist and even entered the far travel state when he was at the strongest golden body state. However, with his master's guidance he gave up the gift and accumulated some martial fate for the North Continent. In the end, with great determination he gave up on martial arts and focused on Dao. The process was bumpy and he entered the upper 5 states of the nascent soul state. Yuan Lingdian knew that his master wanted him to give him some pointers on the opponent's fist technique. However, Yuan Lingdian was not very interested. Moreover, he did not think that his pointers would be useful. On the Earth Peak, unless the Fire Dragon Immortal said that the disciples should do what they wanted, there was no problem for the disciples to do what they wanted. The Fire Dragon Immortal did not say anything. He had clearly lost the game, but he suddenly smiled and said, "It is a little difficult to seek life in the midst of death." Li Lu said, "The chessboard is so small. If you want to do that, you are seeking death." Li Lu casually broke the mountain root and water luck and returned it to heaven and earth. The Fire Dragon Immortal also put away the Dao Will chessboard. The Fire Dragon Immortal then asked, "What was written in the letter from the Lion Peak that you intercepted?" Li Lu did not answer his question. She said, "Just like what you said, the letter was sent by Li Yuan." He did not ask the Southern Mist Water Temple for help, nor did he not write a letter. He sent the token directly to the Lion Peak. The Fire Dragon Immortal smiled and said, "Therefore, since you have chosen this path, you have a long way to go. Others do not only have one lifetime, but you, Li Lu, have accumulated so much in your lifetime. You definitely know the most and are the most right. Very good. You lost the game, but outside of the game you have helped me regain my dignity." Li Lu did not care about winning or losing the game. It was the same inside and outside the game. She had experienced too much. She did not even care much about this life of hers. To him it was more like a journey of mountains and rivers. Since Li Lu was born with knowledge, of course she knew more. Not only about the affairs of the world but also about people's hearts. Most of the statues in the Taoist temples in the world were gilded. Old Yang asked the remaining felons to do the opposite. They should first wrap a layer of people's hearts. Even if it was just for show, they should have a good experience of the real human world. However, Li Lu also had something that she really cared about. For example, the earth-shattering battle of the Great Way in the early years had begun again. Sometimes Li Lu also wanted to end the prelude so that that person would lose completely in this life. The Fire Dragon Immortal's chess game with the Water Dragon sect this time, aside from Qin Pingon, had some intentions. Xin Lin's success came naturally when the conditions were right. He wanted to correct Li Yuan by saying a few words for Sun Jia, the leader of the Water Dragon sect. But in fact, the Fire Dragon Immortal helped the 3 parties to get through their respective difficulties. He also hoped to say some words to Li Lu through some of Li Yuan's actions after he was enlightened. After all, when it came to being a person, even if Li Lu had lived for thousands of years, she was still a junior. It was a pity that Li Yuan did not listen. Hence, the Fire Dragon Immortal did not want to interfere too much. Yuan Lingdian was a little emotional. In fact, his master had already sensed the abnormality of the martial arts fate in the ancient battlefield in the Golden Armor continent. Actually, to Qin Pingon, if he obtained the martial arts fate and won the chess game, then Qin Pingan and the girl of the same age in the Central Plains would be the two sides of a very subtle chess game. Because of the addition of Zhou Xian, who did not intend to do anything, the situation became even more complicated. If Zhou Xian had not gone to the battlefield ruins, the girl who had reached the 6th level of the martial way with the world's strongest state of the 5th level, Xianxia, might have already broken through the realm. However, she would not have been able to obtain the word strongest. That was because Qin Pingan, who was in the North Continent, had a more stable realm and a stronger fist intent. However, after Zhou Xian appeared, Xianxia was full of fighting spirit. Driven by her competitive nature, she, who was talented, forcefully increased the height of her martial arts bottleneck. She was determined to punch Zhou Xian, who was at the 7th level of the martial way, even if it was only one punch that touched her body. Only then would she be willing to break through the realm. On the other hand, compared to the girl, Qin Pingan's martial arts bottleneck was initially higher. Of course, he had to force himself to break through the realm slowly. One delay, one slow. This formed a chess game that both parties were playing from afar, but neither of them knew about it. Fire Dragon Immortal only knew that Xianxia was in the ancient ruins of the Golden Armor continent where the statue of a god had collapsed. He heard that Zhou Xian had gone there. Hence, he deduced the situation one by one. Fire Dragon Immortal smiled and said, if Xianxia wholeheartedly did not think about the word strongest, it would be a grand scene that was not tacky. For other pure martial artists, it might be a bad thing that would cause their heart to fall. However, for her, it would be seeking life in the midst of death, and her fist intent would gain great freedom. This must be what Zhou Xian wanted to see, which was why she did not leave the ruins and took the initiative to feed Xianxia punches. Although Zhou Xian was only at the Golden Body realm, to the proud Xianxia she was the best grindstone in the world. Otherwise, when faced with the full force of a mountain pinnacle realm cultivator, it would definitely not have such an effect. Yuan Lingdian nodded and said, Xianxia's real bottleneck was not in her fist but in her heart. Then Yuan Lingdian smiled and said, actually, as long as Qin Pingan's luck is good and he continues to delay and not break through the realm before Xianxia, he will still be the strongest at the 6th level. Then he will still receive a gift of martial arts fate. From what I see, it is a little uncertain. After Venerable Fiery Dragon made the final decision, he turned around and looked at this disciple. I asked you to send the money to Darling Water Island because I wanted you to personally tell Qin Pingan this fact. Martial artists talk in their own language, which is more meaningful than an old venerable talking to a 3rd-level cultivator and arguing about the principles of fists. I originally wanted to see if Qin Pingan would have a sliver of luck in his heart and show signs of taking the initiative to slow down for the sake of martial arts fate, or to seek life in death in a way that is different from Xianxia's but similar to the Great Tao. Now Qin Pingan has practiced to death, but it is not because he is lazy. He has fought many battles to the death with others and it is close to no mistakes. He can clearly comfort himself with the fact that there is no limit to one's strength. But why did he have to break through the alley wall with his fists and create a path for his own heart? Yuan Lingdian smiled bitterly and felt a little guilty. I have delayed you, master. Should I return to the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven now? Venerable Fiery Dragon smiled. Forget it. Let nature take its course. Do you think it will definitely be a good thing after you said this? Qin Pingan will definitely be able to fight for the strongest position? Do you think there will be no repercussions when he tries his best to walk on the path of the heart? If a person refuses to accept his fate and thinks that pursuing the extreme is the best, he will die on the path of cultivation. Fight for the strongest 6, fight for the 7th after 6, and then the 8th will be mine. If the 8th is mine, who will fight for the 9th with me? Does he deserve to die? Is it because of the Great Tao competition? Along the way he just gritted his teeth in anger. When did martial arts become so low? Li Lu shook his head. The logic is too extreme. Venerable Fiery Dragon also shook his head. A pure person should be beaten to death as soon as possible. Yuan Lingdian did not have any doubts about this logic. Zhou Xian did a good job. On the path of martial arts she did not stop others from climbing higher. If there was a chance she would even help others, just like how she helped Xianxia temper his realm. This was also one of the reasons why Zhou Xian was unrivaled in the Central Plains. It was not only because her master was Valkyrie Pei Bei, who protected Zhou Xian from being accidentally killed by the cultivators of the upper 5 realms. Thus you kept thinking about it and closed your door to reflect on what you did wrong? When you understand it, it is the time to break through the realm. Yuan Lingdian nodded and admitted, indeed. Have you ever thought of a possibility that you are thinking about mistakes when you are not wrong? Are you going around in circles on the wrong path? Fire Dragon Immortal sighed, silly child. In the world, when a master imparts Tao to his disciple, can he only help his disciple to take the shortcut? Can't he set up many obstacles on the path, making it hard for his disciple to walk in the right direction? So that his disciple's Tao heart can be firmer? For the first time ever, Spirit Yuan Palace had an aggrieved look on his face. Master, your Tao is so profound and your knowledge is so vast. I don't want to question you in the slightest. Fire Dragon Immortal pointed at the disciple and said angrily, go and ask that young man from Darling Island if he has that idea at such a young age. Even his most respected Mr. Qi Jingchun may not always be right. Ask him if he dares to think like that. Did he dare to diligently ponder over the sage's principles outside of the sage of literature's lineage? But was he not afraid of suppressing the earliest principles? Spirit Hall, if you think that all the principles in the world belong to the master and that the disciple can only learn most of them, then the disciple will pass it on to the grand disciple, and the grand disciple will pass it on to the grand disciple. Your Spirit Yuan Palace doesn't even dare to think about this. You've cultivated so hard for 600 years. Do you think you've only developed your strength and not your Tao heart? What? Master's crouching peak requires hard labor like moving mountains, carrying soil, chopping firewood and burning charcoal. How did your Spirit Yuan Hall become so muscular? Spirit Yuan Palace glanced at his master's fluttering sleeves and said carefully, Master, don't be angry. Let's talk this out. Li Lu said, Yuan Jishuan said he was unwilling, but he didn't say he didn't dare. Don't just try to reason with him and wrongly accuse Yuan Jishuan. Spirit Yuan Palace was so angry that he almost died. Li Lu, you're more of a hindrance than a help. He knew his master's temper better than anyone else. After all, Spirit Yuan Palace had suffered the most beatings among all the disciples. If Yuan Jishuan claimed to be number 2 in Crouching Peak, no one would dare to say they were number 1. Being unwilling is worse than not daring. Not daring, not daring. I've thought about it, but I haven't walked out yet. As expected, Immortal Fire Dragon was furious. He said coldly, go to the Peach Mountain Grotto and meditate for 10 years. Only come out when you've thought it through. Yuan Lingdian was silent for a moment before he sighed in his heart. 10 years was nothing. He could just take a nap, close his eyes and open them again and it would be over. But he was embarrassed. His master had left the mountain and returned. In the end, he was the only one who had to pack his belongings and be confined to the Peach Mountain Grotto. His senior brother Bai Yun and senior brother Peach Mountain would have to go to the grotto every few days and leisurely brew tea together. And I still have to ask him if he's thirsty? Spirit Yuan Palace suddenly had an idea and said softly, Master, I've made an appointment with the peak to go down the mountain together to help him fulfill his wish. Immortal Fire Dragon's face was no longer tense. He smiled and said kindly, even though it's my fault, I don't want to win or lose. With my senior brother's help, I won't hesitate. I admit that the world inside is not as big as the world outside, but in fact, my heart is not inferior to the will of heaven. This is the clear mind that a cultivator should have. Very good, very good. If so, Spirit Yuan Palace, you don't have to go to the Peach Mountain Grotto. Stay by the peak and protect my junior brother. Remember not to reveal your identity. You can only travel at the foot of the mountain. Spirit Yuan Palace bowed and said, don't worry, Master. Now it's White Cloud and Peach Mountain's turn to envy me. Spirit Yuan Palace was afraid that his master would take back his promise, so he turned into a rainbow and left. Li Lu said, Yuan Jishuan has thought it through. The day he returns from the mountain should be the day he meditates in seclusion. Immortal Fire Dragon nodded, so it doesn't matter if he goes to the Peach Mountain Grotto or not. Immortal Fire Dragon wanted to teach Yuan Jishuan the truth that Spirit Yuan Palace could accept and guide him patiently. Otherwise, Immortal Fire Dragon could only guide his disciple as a master. Imparting the truth to the Jade Uncut Realm at the peak of the Ascendant Realm was not impossible, but it would not be of much use and there would be many hidden dangers. The truth was not as simple as a few words. After listening to it, the listener would really open the door to their heart. Beyond the words of others, they would think more about it and finally achieve the great Tao. Li Lu smiled, Yuan Jishuan is very perceptive. If you don't deliberately suppress his mind, There is hope for him to enter the Ascendant realm earlier. Immortal Fire Dragon sighed. There is no other way. This kid is born to be too jumpy. I have to suppress him a little bit. Otherwise he will attract the wind while lying on the ground. This is a small matter. If Spirit Yuan Palace breaks through the realm too quickly, other than his own state of mind, the rest of the brothers will inevitably be affected. This is a big matter. Immortal Fire Dragon was already a mountain pressing on his heart. Adding Yuan Jishuan to the mix, anyone would feel uncomfortable. Moreover, there is no need to lie on the Earth Peak. Just for the addition of an Ascendant realm, Spirit Yuan Palace would be in a hurry to show his head. Otherwise, if there ever comes a day when I'm no longer at Crouching Earth Peak, with Spirit Yuan Hall's temperament, I'll take the initiative to shoulder the burden. If his cultivation heart isn't strong enough, the other disciples of the other lineages will have less of a reason. Those who speak and those who listen will subconsciously think so. This is human nature. A celestial mountain, a foul atmosphere, a decaying mansion, a deep pool of dead water, is a rule that falls on paper and is left to eat dust in the ancestral hall, not in the hearts of the cultivators. Li Lu said, the establishment of rules by any founding ancestor is very important. Immortal Fire Dragon nodded and said, of course, for example, Sword Immortal Bai Chong and the others, they all have their own foundation. Naturally, they will follow Bai Chong and the others' ideas to spread their branches, flowers and fruits. To be able to become a sect celestial, who doesn't have their own set of perfect rules. The key is to see who is better, to be able to hide wind and gather water. However, in the matter of the master guiding the way and the disciple walking, this poor Taoist's Earth Peak is worthy of this saying. Now this poor Taoist is lacking someone who can help the Earth Peak improve further. Li Lu smiled and said, Zhang Shan Feng. Immortal Fire Dragon said, I can only say that the mountain peak has the greatest hope, but I hope that Spirit Yuan Palace and the other senior brothers can also do it. However, this poor Taoist gives hope to the disciples inside and outside the Earth Peak. Everyone is different. It is not to say that the mountain peak has the highest hope, but it does not look down on others. Li Lu shook his head and said, it is easy for you to say. If it was an Earth Celestial Cultivator, Jade Unyielding Realm Sect Master, would he be willing to think so? Immortal Fire Dragon smiled and asked, since when did this poor Taoist force other mountain peaks to think so? Finally, Immortal Fire Dragon said in a deep voice, but you have to understand that if the cultivators in this poor Taoist position are not willing to think so, then the world will not be good. Li Lu smiled playfully. Not good. Immortal Fire Dragon said, in the small chess game between you and me, losing a few games to you, even if it is 1,000 games, is nothing. However, in the chess game of the world, if this poor Taoist is not bragging, you really cannot win. Li Lu smiled and said, we do not care. Immortal Fire Dragon said, what a coincidence, we do care. Li Lu was about to leave for the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven. The North Continent had already reached the official stage. Lion Peak, the Great Yuan Dynasty's Zhou Xian office, the Yang family and the Water Dragon sect were all pawns. In fact, most of the pawns were because of her unreasonable hands. In the end, only a few pawns were left on the chessboard according to the rules. She could only get one of the positions to help Lord Ling Yuan and Marquis Long Tinting. Originally, Xin Lin of the Southern Mist Water Temple and Shui Jing of the Jidu Middle Temple, Li Yuan, both of them had a chance to rise to the highly respected position of the water god. In fact, Li Yuan was more logical. However, it was Li Lu's business that she did not care. What was the point of thousands of years for a little Shui Jing? If it were not for Immortal Fire Dragon's willingness to chat with Li Yuan and say a few words at the beginning of the chess game, she would have smashed Li Yuan's golden body into pieces when she went to the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven, turning him into water and returning to the Jidu Middle Temple. If it was a new Shui Jing who was willing to protect the Water Dragon sect, the Water Dragon sect would only be more grateful. Immortal Fire Dragon suddenly said, Li Lu, let's start a new game. You surrender and lose half, how about that? Of course, Li Lu was not willing to play another game. Immortal Fire Dragon had deliberately waited here for the Spirit Yuan Palace and then played a game of chess with her because he had nothing to do. After all, the cultivation of a cultivator at the peak of the ascendant state was not based on the heart, let alone the absorption of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Taoist Fiery Dragon's words might seem like he was stepping on watermelon skins, but the meaning behind them was not only to guide his disciple to the Spirit Yuan Palace, but also to clarify things with Li Lu as a friend. He wanted to sort out the big and small of the earthly peak and help Li Lu see through people's hearts. However, this was the first time that Immortal Fire Dragon had directly pointed out the true relationship between them. Then there was Li Lu's return to the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven. Then there was the final result of Li Yuan obtaining a 3 feet of Sweet Rain Jade token and Xin Lin obtaining a future deity position of Lord Ling Yuan. Xin Lin could not believe it, and Li Yuan even beat his chest and stamped his feet. As for whether Li Yuan knew that he would have died, and that someone would have impersonated him, the water god. However, his life was saved by Immortal Fire Dragon, and the Hornless Dragon Jade token was obtained because of Qin Pingon. Li Yuan might still be in the dark and muddle-headed. If one were to say that it was bad, Li Yuan did not do much. It was as if he was lying down and enjoying life. He did a few small things and obtained a jade token to gather incense. If one were to say that it was good, he lost the deity position of Lord Ling Yuan, the future water god of the North Continent, because he had resigned himself to fate and did nothing for thousands of years. Venerable Fiery Dragon stayed at the peak of the mountain alone. He thought of some old things that had happened in the past, and it was quite annoying. Some of them were from the ground peak, some were from the North Continent, and some were from the entire vast world. When the old immortal thought of these, he felt sleepy. Previously, he had come from the ground peak with a stomp of his foot. Now he had returned to the peak of the ground peak with another stomp of his foot. Once he dozed off, it would snow on the ground peak and the little guys would have a snowball fight happily. Zhang Shanfeng squatted on the square, surrounded by a large circle of Taoist children. Most of them were new faces, but Zhang Shanfeng had always been familiar with children. At this moment, the young Taoist was telling them about how difficult it was to slay demons and devils at the foot of the mountain. The little guys listened with their ears pricked up, eyes widened and fists clenched. Each one was more immersed than the other and was anxious. Why was it that youngest uncle only talked about how powerful the demons were and how amazing his methods were? He didn't talk about how the peachwood sword flew around and how the demons were beheaded to their heart's content. Zhang Shanfeng stopped talking, raised his head and smiled. "Master, you're back?" The little Taoist children were all in high spirits and they bowed to the Grand Master. One of the bolder ones secretly tugged on the sleeve of Uncle Master's Taoist robe. Zhang Shanfeng looked around and everyone nodded vigorously, giving him a look. Zhang Shanfeng said, "Master, it's almost New Year at the foot of the mountain, and it's ridiculous that it doesn't snow in winter." Venerable Fiery Dragon walked to their side, and stretched out his hand to touch the head of a little Taoist child and smiled. "Then Grandmaster, try your best and take a nap? Asking the heavens for a heavy snow in your sleep?" The little Taoist children with childlike innocence all nodded in unison, like chickens pecking at grains. Once Grandmaster dozed off, it would snow on the mountain. This was an old rule passed down by word of mouth from the generation of the Earth Crouching Peaks Master and the older senior brothers. Venerable Fiery Dragon smiled at Zhang Shanfeng. "After senior brother Yuan returns, he will go down the mountain with you to fulfill his wish." Zhang Shanfeng was stunned. "I begged senior brother Bai Yun for this, and senior brother Bai Yun also agreed. It has nothing to do with senior brother Yuan." Venerable Fiery Dragon scolded jokingly, "This little bastard, he even lied to his own master." The little Taoist children's mouths were wide open. Grandmaster also scolded people? Venerable Fiery Dragon was a little helpless, and walked away to find a place to sleep. Zhang Shanfeng then started to help his master clean up the mess and said to the little guys earnestly, "Don't learn from your grandmaster and scold people." A little Taoist child crossed his arms in front of his chest and said angrily, "Grandmaster is the most senior on the mountain, what's wrong with scolding people?" Zhang Shanfeng twisted this guy's ear and gently pulled it up. The little Taoist child cried out and quickly stood on his heels and begged for mercy. "Little Uncle Master, please don't hit people, I know I'm wrong." After Zhang Shanfeng smiled and let go, the little Taoist child said angrily, "My master said that if you don't respect your elders, your butt will bloom. Little Uncle Master, be careful." Zhang Shanfeng squatted down and continued to tell the story at the foot of the mountain. The little Taoist nephew listened attentively and suddenly complained, "Little Uncle Master, are there no good demons and ghosts at the foot of the mountain? If that's the case, why did Grandmaster and the other Uncle Masters allow them to do bad things?" Zhang Shanfeng smiled. "About that, of course there's a reason. When my friend comes to our house as a guest, little Uncle Master will get him to tell you." There are many interesting mountain and river stories at his place. A little Taoist child shook his head vigorously and said, I think it's definitely not as good as Little Uncle Master's. Zhang Shanfeng waved his hand and said with a bright smile, Speak the truth blindly. When it snows, let's have a snowball fight together. Little Uncle Master will form an alliance with you. The little Taoist child immediately rejected, Don't even think about it. He heard from his senior brothers that every time they had a snowball fight, Little Uncle Master would be the one who was hit the most by the snowballs. Because he was the tallest and ran faster, he would not be angry even if he was hit. Zhang Shanfeng reached out to tug at the collar of his Taoist robe, and said in all seriousness, How dare you not respect Little Uncle Master? Aren't you afraid of your master spanking your butt? The little Taoist child frowned and said softly, Master left last year. Zhang Shanfeng was stunned for a moment and sighed. Then he pointed at the little Taoist child and said with a chuckle, Actually, he didn't leave. Don't you still remember Master? The little Taoist child lowered his head and with reddened eyes he grunted, When Master left, he said the same thing. He told me not to cry. He said that as long as I think about Master, Master has not left. I don't have to think about him often, and it's good to think about him occasionally. He also said that when I think of Master, I won't be so sad anymore. When I grow up, I can go down the mountain to slay demons. Little Uncle Master, why has it been so long? It's been more than a year and I'm still very sad. Zhang Shanfeng thought about it, but he still could not say any comforting words. When he was young, the days seemed to pass day by day and he counted his fingers. When he was older, every month passed and every year passed. If he became a cultivator on the mountain when his realm was high, 10 or 100 years seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. How many people around him could he remember? How many people could be considered as people around him? Zhang Shanfeng had once asked his master many questions, but most of the time Perfected Fiery Dragon only said that there was no answer to the question. The question itself was the answer, and many seemingly answers were the next question. Zhang Shanfeng did not feel that his master was perfunctory, so he was even more at a loss. Was his master's Dermic Tao powerful? Of course not. That was because his master's Dermic Tao was not on the mountain in the sky, but in the human world at the foot of the mountain. A little Taoist asked curiously, Little Uncle Master, what are you thinking about? Zhang Shanfeng was about to speak. A little guy said softly, He must be secretly thinking about the beautiful girl at the foot of the mountain. Another little Taoist boy said, You only know how to speak the truth. Zhang Shanfeng chuckled, Let's not talk about the previous story of slaying demons. Let's listen to the next time. Little Uncle Master will tell you a more exciting story first. Unexpectedly, a little Taoist immediately said to his companions, Don't be afraid, Little Uncle Master must be trying to scare us with a ghost story. Zhang Shanfeng looked at the group of clever little bastards. The circle of little Taoists around him seemed to be more difficult to serve than the little disciple nephews before he went down the mountain. Zhang Shanfeng had no choice but to take out his trump card and shouted, Master, why isn't it snowing yet? The old perfected one was dozing off at the edge of the cliff in the distance. He said with a smile, You have to eat first if you want to go to the toilet. All the little Taoist children looked at their little Uncle Master pitifully. They felt that their little Uncle Master's brain was not very bright. Zhang Shanfeng stood up. Forget it, I'll teach you how to punch. There were boos everywhere. All of them ran away. There was no snow, no story. There were no wild fruits on the mountain in winter. The masters did not make anyone's buttocks blossom, so little Uncle Master was useless. Zhang Shanfeng suddenly realized that a little guy had stopped in his tracks and did not leave. Zhang Shanfeng was already satisfied. He smiled and waved his hand. All right. Little Uncle Master will teach you fist techniques alone. The little Taoist child chuckled and snorted. He performed a series of punches and then ran off after saying, Little Uncle Master, have you learned it? Zhang Shanfeng scratched his head. This group of little disciple nephews were crafty. Little Uncle Master could not teach them. At dusk, in the market town at the foot of Lion Peak, a young outsider wearing a green robe and a bamboo box walked into a cloth shop that was doing quite well. A woman who was greeting customers turned her head and saw a visitor. She said with a smile, "Oh, this handsome young man, you're here to pick some silk for your wife. Do you want to make a nice dress?" Chin Pingon smiled in his hometown dialect. "Aunt Lu, my name is Chin Pingon. I live in Mud Bottle Alley." The woman was stunned. The Qin Pingon that my Huai boy often talks about? Qin Pingon nodded. He was carrying a few bags of gifts in his hands. They were all bought from the shops in the town. The woman quickly put down the business at hand and let a few well-off women from small towns choose their own fabrics. She brought a bench for Qin Pingon and said, sit quickly. Li Huai's father has gone up the mountain. I don't know when he will be back, but as long as there are no vixens on the mountain he will definitely be back before dark. But from what I see, even if there is a vixen she will not be interested in this blockhead, right? It was only because I was blinded by lard that I fell in love with that Li heir. The woman sat on the other end of the bench. She was familiar with Qin Pingon. Mud Bottle Alley, I know. It's quite close to the Iron Lock Well. It's a small alley with few people. There's a young widow at the end of the alley. She looks slightly worse than me. She's not far from Mud Bottle Alley. You should know the Witch Ma from Apricot Blossom Alley, right? That old hag, the older she gets, the more sinister her mouth becomes. Tiske, in my opinion she can even talk the dead back to life. Even the young widow of the Gu family in Mud Bottle Alley can't win against that old hag. Qin Pingon gently placed the gifts behind the counter. He had already removed the bamboo box and placed it by his feet. He slanted his walking stick and turned his body sideways. He quietly and patiently listened to the woman talk about her hometown. The woman suddenly slapped her thigh. Li Lu is heartless. Have you seen him before? I don't think he's ever liked her. Sighed Qin Pingon, you don't know, but our daughter rebelled and became a servant girl serving tea to the immortal on the mountain. She immediately forgot about her parents and ran out from time to time. She hasn't been home for a long time. In any case, if she really gets abducted by those glib-tongued people outside, I won't feel bad. I'll just take it that I've raised such a daughter for nothing. I just pity my Li Huai. He won't be able to count on his sister and brother-in-law. Qin Pingon smiled at the woman and said, Li Huai will have a bright future if he studies. I know Li Huai. He doesn't study fast, but he has stamina. Most importantly, this child has a good heart. He's like his uncle and aunt, they're all kind. This isn't something that can be learned from books. In addition, Miss Li has become an immortal on the mountain. She doesn't have to worry about food or clothing. At the very least, I believe that she will be able to find a good family in the future. It's not that I'm trying to be polite here, but Aunt Lu is really blessed. People like us who come from the streets, live our lives by looking ahead. Only then can we tell who's better and who's better. Today we'll buy some bottles and jars. Tomorrow we'll save up for a square table. Then we'll slowly add more things to our house. Every item is the same. Naturally, our lives will be prosperous. The woman beamed with joy. This young man looked handsome and knew how to talk. Furthermore, he wasn't saying flowery words. He was saying the truth that even she felt was reasonable. Moreover, he was able to protect Li Huai so attentively all the way. How bad could he be? Although from the way he dressed, this young man from his hometown didn't look like the kind of person who had become rich and powerful. As long as he was honest, he would treat Li Huai so well even when he wasn't his brother-in-law. In the future, when he became Li Huai's brother-in-law, wouldn't he be even more devoted to helping Li Huai? Why not bring Qin Pingon and my daughter together? As soon as the woman thought of this, she began to look at this young man from afar with the eyes of a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. Not bad, not bad. He cleaned himself up so well. At first glance, she could tell that he was a considerate young man. It was not that she felt sorry for the kid named Lin Shi from the academy. It was just that the woman always felt that the two of them were so far apart. The capital of the Great Sui Kingdom was such a lively place. How could there be a lack of beautiful girls? If Lin Shi changed his mind one day, would he want her daughter to become an old lady and not get married? Li Lu, this girl, took after her mother. It was true that she was good-looking, but the woman knew that a girl's good looks really didn't mean much. She accidentally found a heartless man. Originally, the prettier her face was, the more vexed she was. She was also arrogant and would only lead a miserable life. After 7 or 8 years, she reckoned that she wouldn't even dare to look at herself in the mirror. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him. It wasn't that she was fickle. Dong Shuijing, who often helped out at home in the early years, was of course honest and dutiful, but she had always felt that he was lacking something. As for Lin Shi, everyone said that he was a scholar, but she felt that he was out of her league. She had heard that this fellow's father worked in the manufacturing yamen, and his position wasn't small either. Moreover, for a family to be able to move to the capital, How could the threshold be low? If Li Lu really married him, how could such a silly girl who didn't understand the ways of the world not be bullied? In the future, if Li Huai went to visit, he would be looked down upon by the gatekeeper, right? Qin Pingon didn't know what this Aunt Lu was planning. Seeing that this elder smiled and didn't say anything, he was afraid that the atmosphere would become awkward, so he took the initiative to talk about family matters. Qin Pingon suddenly turned his head and looked away. He smiled and said, "Aunt, Uncle Li is back." The woman leaned over and looked outside the door. He really did come back. She smiled and said, "It's time to eat. Aunt will go and make some local dishes for you." The woman stood up and shouted in her usual loud voice, "Li Er." A man immediately jogged over. The woman grumbled, "Can't you see that Qin Pingon is at our house? He took so long to get home. When he goes out, it's like there's money on the ground." Li Er smiled and stepped over the threshold. "You're here." Qin Pingon had already stood up and called out, "Uncle Li." The woman saw that Li Er intended to sit in her seat and said angrily, "Go buy wine. Are you saving your private money to buy cosmetics for those vixens?" Li Er said gloomily, "I never have money in my pocket." The woman slammed the counter heavily. "Take the money from the drawer and quickly go buy 2 bottles of good wine. After you buy the wine, let Qin Pingon stay in the room prepared for Li Huai. Think about whether there are any items that are missing. When you buy the wine, buy them all at once." When she turned to look at Qin Pingon, the woman's face changed into a smile. "Qin Pingon, since you're here, make yourself at home. If you're too polite, Aunt will be angry." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "I won't be polite with Aunt. A plate of stir-fried meat with winter bamboo shoots is a must." The woman smiled and said, "Yes, of course." Li Er took the money and left the shop with Qin Pingon. They were all neighbors and villagers, and they were at the foot of Lion Peak. There was no need to worry that something would happen to the shop when no one was looking after it. The two of them walked on the gradually deserted street. Qin Pingon asked softly, "Uncle Li, do you know where Li Shixing of Fortune Street, Li Baoping's elder brother, is in the North Continent now?" Li Er said, "I know. This person brought a rather strange study companion with him to visit me. I'll tell you in detail later." Qin Pingon heaved a sigh of relief. Otherwise it would be difficult to find him. Li Er hesitated for a moment and looked around. Finally he looked somewhere and frowned. Then he threw a punch. In the entire street, only Qin Pingon vaguely sensed some signs. Even if someone was nearby and happened to stare at Li Er, they would not be able to see Li Er throw a punch. Then, in the distant sea of clouds, there was a dull explosion that could even be heard in the small town. After throwing a punch, Li Er did not explain anything. He only said, "Li Shixing asked me to tell you that before you look for him, I have to tell you something first. The peach talisman that he gave you back then was not something he did on the spur of the moment. Of course you did not accept it in the end. Then he drew a talisman for the bamboo building of Luapa Mountain. He cut off a lot of karma that was related to you. Therefore Li Shixing asked you not to be grateful. If you can't do it, you don't have to look for him." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "All right." Li Er went to a wine shop at the corner of the street. He took out money and bought 2 pots of the most expensive wine from the shopkeeper. He said, "It's all thanks to you." A young customer smiled and asked, "Li Er, your Li Lu did not go down the mountain? Could it be that Miss Li is used to staying in the Immortal's mansion on the mountain and looks down on the doghouse at the foot of the mountain?" Li Er ignored him. On the way back, Li Er nodded and said with a smile, "Your 6th realm is very sturdy." Qin Pingon was with Li Er and did not have too many reservations. He said, "At a place to the east of Jidu, I was taught 3 punches by Elder Gu Yu." Li Er grunted in acknowledgement but quickly said, 3 punches is still too little." Qin Pingon said, "It can't be helped." At that time, Elder Gu had to hurry to keep the appointment to fight Elder Jiyu of Ape Caw Mountain. Li Er did not join in the fun of the fight, because there was no need. Li Er said, "It's okay. I don't lack food on the table. I have punches too." Qin Pingon thought for a moment. "Let's talk after we're full." Li Er showed a rare serious expression. He turned and asked, "I need to know one thing first. What do you want? The word strongest?" Qin Pingon shook his head and said with a smile, "From the first day I started practicing, I never asked for that. Because of other people, I thought about being the strongest and martial fate. But in the end, I found that the two are not related to fighting." Li Er continued to look at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon continued, if I only rely on myself to practice, no matter if it's heart chi, strength or fist intent, I can ask for help once since I know Uncle Li. I don't care about martial fate, but I need to break through with a stronger fist intent. To put it simply, this golden body realm must be the golden body realm that is above the peak of my physique, Qin Pingon. I only want this. Li Er did not mention anything about practicing. Instead he grinned and said, if you don't eat your fill, your Aunt Lu won't agree. If she doesn't agree, I don't even dare to clear the table. Qin Pingon smiled lightly and said, that's great. Li Er patted Qin Pingon's shoulder and said, say this after you eat and drink and feed me punches. 556. Yuan Lai preferred reading and did not like practicing martial arts. It was not that he could not bear the hardships or pain, but he was not as obsessed with martial arts as his sister. He followed Master Lu Baixiang and came to Luopa Mountain again. He and his sister were still not able to record their names in the ancestral hall because the young mountain master was not at the top of the mountain. Yuan Lai did not think much of it, but his sister Yuan Bao was actually quite angry and felt that her master was neglected. Every day Yuan Lai, other than practicing martial arts with his sister, would read books whenever he had free time. Yuan Bao wasn't happy about this, so he went to look for Yuan Lai in private and told him that he and his sister had to cherish their fortune after finding such a master. Yuan Lai listened and wanted to say some of his own principles, but when he saw his sister's cold face and the wooden spear in her hand, Yuan Lai did not dare to speak. That wooden spear was the only thing left behind by their father, who was an escort. In Yuan Bao's eyes, it was the Yuan family's ancestral treasure and should have been passed down to Yuan Lai. But she felt that Yuan Lai was too soft and did not have the courage since he was young. He was not worthy of holding the wooden spear. Of course, Yuan Bao preferred the lively and strict real sect. It was once the base of a Jianghu evil sect in the Zhuang dynasty. Her master first gathered a group of bandits from the border. Later, many strange people with hidden names came intermittently. Some old people were full of scholarly aura. Even if they ate coarse food and drank inferior wine, they could still be carefree. Some young disciples in ordinary clothes would frown when they saw fish and meat, but they would hesitate for a long time before they were willing to eat. Some silent men would cry when they saw a saber. Yuan Lai liked Luopa Mountain because there was a girl called Xin Yuanji on Luopa Mountain. Like his sister Yuan Bao, she practiced martial arts diligently, but she was prettier and gentler than her sister. He knew that Xin Yuanji would walk up the steps of Luopa Mountain twice a day, so he would be on time. Early in the morning he would walk to the temple at the top of the mountain. After walking around he would sit on the steps and flip through a book. Today, under the moonlight, Yuan Lai was sitting at the top of the stairs reading a book. In about an hour, Mistson would be practicing her fist techniques all the way to the mountain peak. She would usually rest for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn before descending the mountain. Mistson would occasionally ask him what book he was reading. Yuan Lai would then tell her the book he had already prepared beforehand, including the title of the book, where he bought it from, and what the book talked about. Mistson was never bored. When she listened to him, she would look at him attentively. Yuan Lai didn't dare to look at Mistson's eyes for too long, but he couldn't help but look at her again. Mistson's eyes were like the bright moon. There was only one bright moon in the world. Anyone could see it when they raised their head, so it wasn't strange. The bright moonlight in Mistson's eyes could only be seen by him, Yuan Lai. Tonight, for some reason, there was an extra elder sister by Mistson's side. They practiced the rudimentary walking stance together and climbed the mountain together. Yuan Lai was a little embarrassed and couldn't sit still. He was worried that the outspoken elder sister would scold him in front of Mistson for not doing his job properly. If that happened, would Mistson still be willing to ask him what book he was reading? Yuan Bao and Xin Yuanji reached the mountain peak together and stopped practicing their walking stance. The two ladies, each with their own merits, were chatting and laughing. However, if they really wanted to argue, Xin Yuanji's beauty was obviously better. Yuan Bao and Xin Yuanji had sparred in private before. They both had their wins and losses. Both of them hadn't practiced for long, so they agreed that in the future, they would ascend to the legendary Golden Body Realm together. Yuan Lai sat not far away. He didn't know whether to read or leave. His face was slightly red, but he only dared to perk up his ears and listen to Mistson's clear and melodious words. He was satisfied. The two ladies sat side by side. Yuan Bao talked about his master's profound martial arts. His talent was astonishing, and there was nothing he didn't know about the four arts. Sun Yuanji talked about Elder Zhu's many good points. He was amiable, treated people kindly, and made a table full of delicious dishes. Yuan Lai looked down and saw three little girls. The one in the lead was the tallest. She was a very strange girl called Pei Qian. She was especially noisy. In front of his master and senior Zhou Lian, she never had any taboos in her words. She was extremely bold. Later on, when Yuan Lai asked his master, he found out that Pei Qian was the first disciple of the young mountain lord. Moreover, she left her hometown with his master and the other three. They walked a long way from Tongyi continent to Luopa mountain of Baoping continent. It was the little girl in pink who could always conjure up a handful of melon seeds. Luopa mountain had yet to have a proper ancestral hall building, but it already had its own genealogical record. The genealogical record stated that her name was Qin Rushu, but she also said that it was okay to call her Nuan Shu. She explained in detail that it was Nuan Shu, the warm law hidden urge, the deep valley harmony, the yellow oriole fluttering, the sudden migration fragrant tree. Her name was taken from the first two characters of this sentence. The other little girl in black who was carrying a mountain walking stick was naive. When they first met, she asked him if he had heard of the Mute Lake of North Continent. Did he know that there was a big water monster in the Mute Lake? When Sun Yuanji saw Pei Qian, she felt a little scared. Inget didn't want to bother with this little mountain top of Luopa mountain. Qin Rushu was all right, she was a very obedient child. As for the other two, Inget really didn't like them. He always felt that they were two children who had their heads clamped by the door. They always liked to do strange things. Luopa Mountain and Dragon Riding Alley didn't have many people, but there were actually 3 mountains. Chief Butler Zhu Lian, Dali North Mountain God Wei Pai and the gatekeeper Jing Dafeng were one. After spending some time with them, Inget felt that these 3 people were not simple. Pei Qian's group of children could barely be considered a small mountain top. The shopkeeper of Dragon Riding Alley's New Year shop, Shi Rou, seemed to be closer to the 3 people from Chaotu shop. As for Qin Lingjun, who liked to wear green, she was more of a loner. She didn't live in any of the mountains. Inget asked Sun Yuanji about the young mountain lord, but Sun Yuanji couldn't say anything. He only said that the young mountain lord wasn't a bad person. He didn't have the airs of a mountain lord and liked to be a shopkeeper who didn't do anything. He traveled outside all year round and only knew how to let old Mr. Zhu handle the big and small affairs. Pei Qian, Yuan Bao and Yuan Lai couldn't get along with each other. He took Qin Rushu and Zhou Mili to play outside the mountain god temple. If there were no outsiders like Yuan Bao and Sun Yuanji present, Song Yuzhong, who was ridiculed as the golden-headed mountain god by his colleagues, would also appear. He would listen to Pei Qian talk about the interesting stories he heard from Old Chef and Cloud-Splitting Mountain. Song Yuzhong would also talk about the trivial matters when he was still a supervisor of the dragon kiln. Pei Qian loved to listen to those trivial things. When they were a little far away from Inget and the others, Zhou Mili suddenly tiptoed and whispered in Pei Qian's ear, "I think that little girl called Inget is a little silly." Pei Qian glared and said, "As the right guardian of Luopa Mountain, how can you talk behind people's backs?" Zhou Mili was sick. Pei Qian laughed and said, "Silly or not, do I need you to tell me? We just need to know what we're doing." Zhou Mili beamed with joy. Pei Qian reached out and touched Zhou Mili's little head. He bent down slightly and said with kind eyes, "You eat so many rice grains every day, bowl after bowl, why don't you grow taller?" Zhou Mili stood on the tip of her toes and straightened her chest. Pei Qian gently pressed Zhou Mili and comforted her, "It's not about being tall." Zhou Mili smiled from ear to ear. Pei Qian extended his hands and held onto Zhou Mili's cheeks, and slapped the Mute Lake monster's mouth shut and reminded her, "Mili, you are now the right guardian of Luopa Mountain, from the mountain deity Song Master, to Jing Dafeng at the foot of the mountain, and the 2 big shops in Dragon Rider Alley. Everyone knows of your position. The higher your position, the more you need to reflect on yourself. You can't be cocky, you can't lose face for my master, can't you understand?" Qin Rushu looked to the north at the Huimeng Mountain, which also belonged to his own mountain, and was extremely huge and had already rented the back of the fish to the Book Lake Pearl Island. Qin Rushu said softly, "It seems like Mr. Zhu will be going out for a long time." Pei Qian nodded his head. "There are many places to go. I heard that the furthest is the old dragon city at the southernmost part of our Aquarius continent." Pei Qian took out a money bag from his sleeve. I told you before, the Aunt Gui who gave me the money bag is the old Dragon City's immortal senior. She looks especially good when she smiles. Zhou Mili asked, "Can I take a look?" Pei Qian handed it over. "You are not allowed to touch it, the things inside are all priceless treasures." Zhou Mili took the money bag. "It's so heavy." Pei Qian's mouth twitched and snorted. "This is called family property." Pei Qian jumped onto the railing of the mountain peak. Imitating his master, he slowly punched out, flowing like water. Every time he stopped, he would shake his sleeves and it would sound like thunder. With a slight stomp, the entire railing would be instantly filled with dust. It was a pity that the 3 people at the stone steps had already gone down the mountain. A group of people sat on the Ox Horn Mountain Immortal Family's ferry, leaving the old Dali territory, and heading towards the central region of the Aquarius continent. The current Aquarius continent was actually all surnamed Song. Lu Zhongruan put on a woman's face that Zhu Lian gave him. He sat in front of the dressing table, his fingers gently rubbing his temples. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. But thinking about this treasure hunt, he still felt uneasy. After all, the water hall and dragon boat, as the princess royal of the old country, it was easy for her to find them, but how to bring them back to Longquan County was a huge problem. But since Zhu Lian said that he had a plan, Lu Zhongruan would take it one step at a time. He believed that the Xianxia Island's accountant, since he was willing to hand over the power of Luopa Mountain to this person, he would not be a boastful person. Inside Lu Baixiang's house, Zhu Lian sat cross-legged. On the table was a pot of wine, a porcelain cup and a plate of soybeans, drinking slowly. Lu Baixiang sat opposite. He had no intention of drinking. In Cui Dongshan's reply letter, he mentioned Wei Xian, saying that this fellow had started out as a cultivator following the army, working under a military general named Chao Jun. He had accumulated quite a lot of military merits, and had been granted the title of martial scholar by the imperial court of Great Li. In the future he would be able to step down and become an official. The 4 people in the painting of Lotus Flower Blessed Land now had their own paths under their feet. Wei Xian joined the army. Sui Yu cultivated in the Yugui sect of Tongye continent and became a cultivator. Lu Baixiang established a sect in Jianghu. Only Zhu Lian stayed in Luopa Mountain. When Lu Baixiang received Zhu Lian's secret letter, he immediately prepared 3 treasures on the mountain and a box of immortal money, which were the money of several groups of survivors of the Zhuang dynasty. But later, when Qin Pingon sent a letter back to Luopa Mountain from the Dragon Palace, Zhu Lian not only confiscated Lu Baixiang's hard-earned wealth, but also gave Lu Baixiang 10 grains of grain rain money. But at the same time he told Lu Baixiang that it was fine for the sect he founded to recruit soldiers from all over the world, but it was best for them not to get involved in the revival of the country by those old and young survivors. What Great Li's cavalry was going to do next was definitely to deal with these fish that escaped the net and attempted to rise from the ashes. Qin Pingon's letter was just a suggestion. He did not ask Lu Baixiang to do it. When discussing the treasure hunt with Lu Zhongruan, Lu Baixiang was present, but it was Zhu Lian who was strategizing. Zhu Lian killed 3 birds with 1 stone. He helped Luopa Mountain determine whether Lu Zhongruan and Pearl Island were worthy of becoming long-term allies. Pearl Hairpin Island owed Luopa Mountain a lot of incense. Lu Zhongruan owed Qin Pingon, the young hillmaster, a debt. Of course, Luopa Mountain, Qin Pingon, and Zhu Lian would not covet these incense favors. If Lu Zhongruan and Pearl Island expressed their goodwill in the future, Luopa Mountain would find a way to return it elsewhere. He believed that Lu Zhongruan was still not very clear whether the direct disciple of Pearl Island could stay on the back of the fish to cultivate or not. It was all up to her. If he was blinded by profit and still insisted on taking risks after knowing that the treasure hunt was full of hidden dangers, then it would not be the current situation. Lu Baixiang asked with a smile. If Lu Zhongruan made the wrong choice, then you Zhu Lian would be drawing legs on a snake. Wouldn't you be asking for trouble? If you found out that Lu Zhongruan was not a suitable ally, then should Luopa Mountain take the Waterhall Dragon boat? If you don't take it, you'll lose the 5 elements account for nothing. If you take it, you'll have a deeper relationship with Lu Zhongruan and Pearl Island, and Luopa Mountain will have endless troubles in the future. Zhu Lian picked up a few golden fried soybeans and threw them into his mouth, crunching them. He said with a smile, "If? There's no if now." Lu Baixiang shook his head, obviously not approving of Zhu Lian's action. If he were to take charge of this matter, after Cui Dongshan's letter was sent to Luopa Mountain, the situation would be settled. Either the water hall or the dragon boat, one of them would be transported to Luopa Mountain. As for the other things, whether Lu Zhongruan and Pearl Island's cultivators were right or wrong in the future was actually a small matter. Because Lu Baixiang firmly believed that Luopa Mountain's rapid development would soon make Pearl Island's cultivators look up to the high mountain, and they wouldn't dare to make mistakes. Even if they made a big mistake that Pearl Island's cultivators thought was a big mistake, on Luopa Mountain's side, it would only be a small mistake that he, Lu Baixiang, could easily smooth over. Zhou Xian raised his cup and took a sip of wine, his face full of intoxication. He picked up a soybean, squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "Don't worry about your devil cult leader, don't worry about this small matter of soybeans for me." Lu Baixiang asked with a smile. Pei Qian took the initiative to go to the bamboo house to practice martial arts. Why didn't he tell Chen Pingon? Since he thought it was a big matter, why did he let Senior Cui destroy Pei Qian's heart like that? Was he really not afraid that Pei Qian's martial arts path would come to a dead end early? Zhou Xian put down the wine cup he raised halfway and said seriously, "When Cui Qing punched, was it just to temper the body of a martial artist? If the fist didn't land on Pei Qian's heart, what was the point?" Zhou Xian sneered. "Pei Qian is such a martial arts genius, who can't teach her? Can't teach her well? I Zhou Xian can teach her. You Lu Baixiang can teach her. I reckon even Xin Yuanji can teach her. In any case, as long as Pei Qian wants to practice martial arts, she can learn very quickly, so fast that even her master can't believe it. But if we're talking about who can teach the best in the world, you and I can't, even young master can't." Zhou Xian gently raised his arm and clenched his fist. When this punch lands, the girl's body and heartstrings will be beaten until only a trace of life is left. The rest will die and she will have no choice but to admit defeat. But just with this last breath, Pei Qian will still be able to stand up. If she loses, she will have to take another punch, which means she has won against herself. This logic even Pei Qian herself doesn't understand. It was my young master's every word and action that he taught her that firmly fell into her heart, blossoming and bearing fruit. It just so happens that Cui Qing understands and can do it. Can you Lu Baixiang do it? To put it bluntly, Pei Qian simply doesn't feel that you Lu Baixiang are qualified to teach her martial arts. Pei Qian only knows how to play dumb, smiling and asking, "Who are you? How high is your realm? Are there any 11th realm martial artists? If there are, why don't you go and punch open the sky? Why don't you play around with me, Pei Qian?" At the end of his speech, Zhou Xian laughed to himself and drank the wine in his cup in one gulp. Lu Baixiang smiled and nodded. She was an extremely intelligent and perceptive little girl. Zhou Xian laughed again. "Do you think she knows what realm Cui Qing is at?" Pei Qian knows nothing. She only knows one thing, and that is that her master's punches were made by that old man called Cui Qing, one punch after another. Then there are only two people in the world who can teach her martial arts. Other than her great master, only that old man on the second floor is qualified to teach her. No one else, no matter what realm they are at, is qualified to teach Pei Qian. Zhou Xian stretched out a finger and casually drew a circle on the table. In here, Pei Qian's words and actions are unrestrained. Lu Baixiang asked, "If one day Pei Qian's martial arts realm surpasses her master's, what will happen? Will she still be able to control her temperament?" Zhou Xian sneered. "My young master thought of this situation hundreds of years ago. Does he need an outsider like Lu Baixiang to worry about it? Do you think you're the one teaching those siblings fist techniques? So easy to worry about. Just throw a few fist techniques and let them practice. If you're in a good mood, just give them a few punches and that's it. Lu Baixiang, it's not that I look down on you, but if this continues, Yuan Bao and Yuan Lai are lucky enough to practice their fist techniques to death in the future. As their master, you should be burning incense." Lu Baixiang did not care. Zhou Xian shook his head. Poor two children, to have a master who has never seen martial arts as the only pursuit of his life. Master himself is not the least bit pure. How can his disciples' fist intent be pure? Lu Baixiang smiled and asked, "If there is a day when we really need these siblings to survive, can I trouble you to lend a hand and help?" Zhou Xian chuckled. "It's hard to say what will happen to Yuan Bao in the future. If Yuan Lai wants to break through the bottleneck, I really do have a plan." Lu Baixiang said, "Those 3 treasures on the mountain, I'll give them to you as a private gift. As for how you Zhou Xian deal with them, whether you give them to Luopa Mountain or keep them for yourself, I don't care." Zhou Xian sipped his wine. "It's a deal?" Lu Baixiang nodded. Only then did Zhou Xian give an answer. In the future in front of Yuan Lai, let Pei girl punch Sun Yuanji half to death, won't that do? Lu Baixiang laughed heartily. Zhou Xian pushed the plate of fried soybeans, which was not much left, to Lu Baixiang. Always taking money from my own family, my conscience is uneasy. Fortunately, cult leader Lu is righteous, giving me the opportunity to tear down the east wall to pay the west wall. Later on I'll take out one of the treasures and give it to Qin Lingjun. In this past year a handful of snow today is money, and a small summer tomorrow is money. Lu Baixiang remembered the little boy in blue who held his head high every day, laughed and said, wanting to save face to suffer. But Zhou Xian said, wanting to save face is a good thing. Lu Baixiang looked at this guy with a ruminating expression. Zhou Xian said righteously, it's mountain god Wei who's shameless, what does it have to do with me? Lu Baixiang smiled and reached out to pick up a fried soybean. Zhou Xian suddenly changed his words, that's not righteous. If we really want to argue, Brother Dafeng is still the thick-skinned one. Brother Wei and I are the thin-skinned ones. We're embarrassed every day. A white-clothed deity with golden earrings stood behind Zhou Xian with a charming smile. He reached out to press on Zhou Xian's shoulder, while his other hand gently reached towards the table. There was a landscape painting the size of a calligraphy copybook. On it was a hunched man sitting on a small stool at the mountain gate, basking in the sun and scratching his feet. He pointed his middle finger at Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian exclaimed and leaned forward on the table. He quickly raised the wine pot and said with a flattering smile, Brother Dafeng is also here. A day without seeing you feels like 3 years I've missed you. Come, let's take this opportunity to drink a pot of wine. Xing Dafeng continued to point his middle finger as if to say, scram. Zhou Xian pretended not to see and turned to complain to Wei Pai. Why didn't you use your powers and give Brother Dafeng a pot of wine? Wei Pai waved his sleeve and a pot of wine fell from Luopa Mountain onto Xing Dafeng's head. Xing Dafeng caught it with one hand. Zhou Xian held the painting in one hand and the wine pot in the other. He stood up and left, drinking as he walked and chatted with Xing Dafeng. The two brothers were separated by thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, but they each took a sip of wine. Lu Baixiang smiled and gestured for the mountain god to sit. Wei Pai did not leave, but he did not sit down either. He held on to the armrest and smiled. A close neighbor is better than a distant relative. I'm going to Mount Zhong to pay a visit to the new mountain lord. It's on the way. Lu Baixiang was puzzled. Isn't this against the rules? The righteous deities of the 5 mountains of the mortal dynasties would not meet easily. Wei Ba smiled and said, there are 3 night banquets. The borders of Lord Zhongyue's territory are connected to my north peak. No matter what, it is in accordance with the rules to attend one. Since the other party is busy, I will pay him a visit. Then there's the former Longquan Prefecture father and mother official Wu Yuan, who is now near the foot of Mount Zhongyu. I can go and catch up. There's also Moism's Mr. Su, who is now adjacent to Mount Zhongyu. I'm old friends with Mr. Su and we had a night banquet before. Mr. Su sent someone to give me a gift, so I should thank him in person. Lu Baixiang nodded. It made sense. As the great Li cavalrymen marched southward, they had wiped out countless vassals of the dynasty, banned thousands of temples of various sizes, and destroyed countless golden statues of deities. Wei Pai of Northern Yu was the only righteous deity to receive 100 gold essence copper coins from Dali's Ministry of Revenue. The other 4 new mountain lords of Aquarius continent did not receive such an honor. In their own house, Zhou Xian and Xing Dafeng were drinking wine. Even if the ferry was still in Northern Yu, this landscape painting created by Wei Pai could not be maintained for long. Zhou Xian asked, what's the matter? Xing Dafeng nodded and said, Old Master Cui suddenly wanted to bring Pei Qian to Lotus Root Blessed Land. I did not say no, but I did not agree immediately. I can only say that Wei Pai is not in Mount Zhongyu and even with the umbrella he cannot enter. Zhou Xian thought for a while and said, the later you agree the better. We must delay until young master returns to Luopa Mountain. If we get through this, old master will not be able to hold on any longer. Xing Dafeng scratched his head and said, must we meet Qin Pingon one last time? I feel that it will only increase the sorrow of separation. Old Master Cui purposely spoke at this time. He has his own intentions. Zhou Xian said helplessly, let's meet. Xing Dafeng asked, what about the money-losing goods? Zhou Xian shook his head, don't mention it. Zheng Dafeng sat on a small stool looking at the mountain gate not far away. Spring flowers bloomed, the sun was warm, drinking wine. It was a special feeling. What was the most moving thing on the mountain? Apricot flowers bloomed in February. Limping all the way to the peak, he looked at the small town in the east, the county city in the north. There were sparse lanterns accompanying the moon. Zheng Dafeng liked to live in this kind of dull life, day after day. And he also looked forward to Luopa Mountain in the future, when more people lived there. If there were more beautiful women, it would be even better. Zhou Xian smiled and said, "Keep an eye on the mountain." Zheng Dafeng raised his wine pot and pointed at the mountain gate, saying, "Isn't that right there? If a female fly sneaks up the mountain, I, Zheng Dafeng, am not doing my job." Lion Peak, inside the Immortal's cave. Qin Pingan's body was badly mutilated, and he lay on the small boat on the verge of death. Li Er returned to the ferry and said, "Your punches are almost fast enough, but in terms of strength, you are still not mature enough. I guess it's because you pursued the matter of one punch too much in the past." A fight between martial artists sounds straightforward, but it's actually not that simple. Don't always think that 2 or 3 punches can determine life and death. Once you enter a stalemate, you will be going downhill. How can you do that? Qin Pingan nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. In fact, after the first punch, Li Er had already noticed the flaw in Qin Pingan's fist intent. The second time he let Qin Pingan punch 100 times and he did not fight back. Then he only punched once and it was not too heavy. The only requirement was that he could hold on and not fall. After that, Qin Pingan's pure Xianxia could not fall. For the next 100 punches, the fist intent could not be reduced by too much. Li Er purposely showed some flaws. If Qin Pingan could not forcefully hold his breath and quickly punch through the flaws, then Li Er would not be polite. If that punch landed on the body, even if you were a martial artist in the remote travel realm, you would feel that death was better than living. Today was the 3rd round of punch feeding. Li Er changed his approach again, each punching out. Qin Pingan used all his strength, and when he stopped, he asked how many times Qin Pingan had died. After Qin Pingan gave a definite answer, Li Er nodded and said that he was right. He rewarded the opponent with a punch of the 10th realm, and directly sent Qin Pingan flying from one end of the mirror to the other. In a battle of life and death, if one could not put one's life on the line and remember these useless things, what was it if not seeking death? Fortunately, this punch was the same as last time. It only landed on Qin Pingan's shoulder. Soaking in the tub of medicine, the flesh and bones grew back. What kind of suffering was that? When the broken bones healed, it could barely be considered a little pain. During this period, a pure martial artist had to guard his mind. He had to deliberately magnify his perception to deeply experience the growth of muscles, bones, and flesh. Only then could he be considered to have reached a higher level of skill. A crude thatched hut was built at the ferry. Qin Pingan was now recuperating there. Li Er felt that he had been very restrained when he fed his punches. He would not beat Qin Pingan to the point where he needed to recuperate for a few days in one go. Every day, even after Qin Pingan's wounds were healed, there was still a surplus of pain. The second time he fed his punches, he was injured on top of his injuries. He required Qin Pingan to stabilize his fist intent every time. This was equivalent to using a gradually broken martial artist's body to maintain the original peak of his fist intent without any drop. Li Er did not say what would happen if he could not do it. In any case, Qin Pingan did it. There were not so many complicated things in the world. As for whether this method of punch feeding would work if it were someone else, Li Er never thought about these questions. Firstly, he was too lazy to teach. Secondly, with the same punch, Qin Pingan would be fine. It would not delay the next time he fed his punches. A normal person would die. What was there to teach? Li Er did not say whether Qin Pingan had done well or not. In any case, how many punches he could take in the end would depend on Qin Pingan's own ability. Li Er rowed the boat to the ferry. Qin Pingan had already struggled to get up. Li Er said that the feeding of punches had come to an end. More haste, less speed. There was no need to blindly ask for more. He would do it every 2 or 3 days. Moreover, he had to go down the mountain to take a look at the shop. Qin Pingan asked if he could stay at the foot of the mountain for a day or 2 after he recuperated. Li Er smiled and said that there was nothing wrong with that. He could just treat it as his own home. Li Er went down the mountain first. Qin Pingan squatted beside the ferry. He endured not only the pain in his body but also the agitated pain in his soul. He gently patted the bow of the boat. The boat suddenly sank into the water and then floated up with a bang. After this trip, the blood in the boat had been washed clean. Only then did he go to the thatched cottage. He still had to carry water to boil. Every step was torture. The next morning, Qin Pingon changed into a clean set of clothes and went down Lion Peak. The cloth shop had just opened. Qin Pingon went to eat breakfast and then helped Auntie Lu attract business. The woman saw that it was an eye-opener. She actually learned a lot of business knowledge from a junior. Some of the neighbors who had quarreled with the woman and had a dark expression now saw the woman on the road. They actually had more smiles on their faces. The woman was happy on one side and worried on the other. Such a good junior, how could he not be her son-in-law? Therefore, when Li Lu came home late, she saw the young man who was selling cloth with the customers. Li Lu was stunned. As soon as she stepped over the threshold, she stealthily extended 2 fingers to her mother and gently pinched Li Lu's slender waist. She was not willing to use too much strength. In the end, Li Lu was her daughter and not her man. The woman complained, "You useless thing." Li Lu smiled and narrowed her eyes. She was gentle and weak. At home she was always the submissive big sister Li Huai. With Qin Pingon helping to attract business and Li Lu overseeing the shop, the woman went to the kitchen in the backyard to cook. Li Er sat on a stool and blew on the fire with a bamboo tube. Taking advantage of the fact that there were no customers in the shop, Qin Pingon walked to the counter and said softly to Li Lu, who was standing behind and calculating an abacus, "It seems that Auntie Lu misunderstood. I'm sorry, but Uncle Li has already explained it clearly." Li Lu raised her head and smiled, "It's fine." Qin Pingon let out a breath of relief. Qin Pingon hesitated, lowered his voice and asked with a smile, "Can I ask you something?" Li Lu gently calculated an abacus. Looking at the account book that looked like scribbles on her mother's hand, she calculated the income and expenses of the cloth shop these days. She raised her head and smiled, "Lin Shui and Dong Shuijing, I don't like either of them." Qin Pingon was a little surprised. He thought that Li Lu would like one of the two. But who she liked and who she didn't like, there really was no reason. Li Lu asked with a smile, "The reason why you didn't stay on the Lion Peak is because you feel that this city where no one knows you is more like your childhood hometown? You feel that the small town of your hometown is very unfamiliar?" Qin Pingon leaned against the counter, looking at the street outside and nodding his head. Li Lu did not speak anymore. After a moment of silence, Li Lu closed the account book and smiled, "We earned an extra 3 taels of silver." Qin Pingon was still leaning against the counter, his hands in his sleeves. He smiled, "In business I'm more talented than porcelain." Li Lu asked, "Have you heard about the change in the Qingliang sect?" Qin Pingon nodded his head. "On the way to the Lion Peak on the ferry, I saw it on the court bulletin." After dinner, Qin Pingon bid farewell and went up the mountain. He did not choose to spend the night in Li Huai's house. The woman sighed faintly. She turned her head and saw that Li Lu did not move. She poked her daughter's forehead with a finger. "What are you in a daze for? Send him off." Li Lu looked at Li Er. Li Er was as motionless as a mountain. The woman sighed, muttering, forget it, a forced melon is not sweet." Li Lu smiled sweetly. Li Er grinned. The woman glared at Li Lu. "Li Huai follows me, you follow your father." Qin Pingon reached the peak of the Lion Peak. He walked past the mountain and river restriction and came to the thatched cottage. He closed his eyes and meditated for a moment. Then he got up and went to the ferry. Alone he went to the mirror on the lake. He took off his boots and stayed on the boat. He rolled up his sleeves and trousers, imitating that Zhang Shanfeng boxing. 557. A group of women and girls were washing clothes by the river. At the intersection of the mountains and rivers, there were orchid buds soaking in the stream, and pine and cypress trees on the mountain were lush. The woman called Aunt Lu by Qin Pingon and her daughter, Li Lu, were spreading clothes on the bluestone by the stream. There were 400 to 500 families in the small town at the foot of Lion Peak. There were quite a lot of people. Although it seemed to be connected to Lion Peak, it was actually just a line away from the town. Over thousands of years, people had gotten used to it. Moreover, the way to climb Lion Peak was quite far from the town. No matter how naughty and playful the children were, they would at most stop at the mountain gate. If anyone dared to offend the immortals on the mountain, they would be taken home by their elders, pressed on a bench and beaten until their buttocks were blooming. Those who could be recognized by everyone in the small town were either family members who worked in the county government office and made a lot of money outside and returned home to build a big house, or their juniors were scholars, or they were beautiful widows who had a lot of gossip in front of their doors. Aunt Lu, who opened a shop to do business in the countryside, was often not spared by others. Gradually they all got to know Aunt Lu. The women in this small town always liked to laugh at Aunt Lu. They often said that her son was a scholar in a big academy, but no one believed her. They didn't even want to believe that she had a son with a beard. So what if her daughter was beautiful? She was still a married daughter. Otherwise, if she already had such a beautiful daughter who was said to have gone to Lion Peak to be a servant of an old immortal, if she also had a son who was promising to become an official, how could they live on if she had a son who was promising to become an official? She often said that her son was a scholar in a big academy, but no one believed her. They didn't even want to believe that she had a son with a beard. So what if her daughter was beautiful? How could they be happy? Recently, a very kind-looking young man came to the cloth shop. He helped the shop carry water several times. He was very polite and looked like a scholar. He was quite strong and would even help some old women carry water. He also recognized people. After greeting and chatting today, he could greet people warmly the next day. When he just arrived in the town, he picked a lot of gifts for his visit. When they heard that he was a distant relative of Li Mu, the women felt that he didn't look like it. He was most likely Li Lu's daughter's lover. Some of the better-off women even went to the shop to take a look. In the end, not only did they not find anything wrong with the young man, they even spent a lot of money there and bought a lot of cloth back home. They even complained to the men at home about the prodigal woman. If that young man was glib-tongued and only cared about helping the shop earn money, it would be fine. They could join forces and poke at Madame Lu's spine behind her back. She found a son-in-law who only cared about money and was not presentable. They could say a few words about the woman and the shop to her face. However, after the women complained to their men, they turned back and touched the cloth. The price was not cheap, but it was not a scam. They were all used to dealing with daily necessities, so how could they not be able to tell the difference between good and bad? The young man helped them choose the cotton cloth and satin, and he did not deliberately let them choose expensive ones. If he really liked them, he would choose expensive ones that were not practical. The young man would also stop them from wasting money. The young man's eyes were sharp and he sold the cloth according to their figures, clothes and hairpins. These women who had daughters at home also saw it and felt that it was good. It really made their mothers look a few years younger. The price was fair and they compared the goods from one shop to another. The shop clearly gave them a discount. Therefore, the women did not feel that Madame Lu had found a good son-in-law who was not worthy of her status. After all, his clothes were not bright, and when he talked to others, he did not have the style of those rich scholars. When he chatted with others, he looked at them straight in the eyes. Bad eyes could lead to bad intentions. This kind of superficial logic was the most important thing in the marketplace. Therefore, the Li family's shop chose such a son-in-law. Although he was not good enough to make the neighbors jealous, they had to admit that such a young man was not bad. He could live a long life. Other people's son-in-law was not very good, but he was not bad either. The women felt a little different in their hearts. Li Lu listened to her mother, who was in a good mood chatting with others. She was thinking about these things while she was washing clothes. She thought about these things from small things to big things. Small things happened in shops and small towns, but big things were not only in the vast world. In this life she landed in Lizhu Cave. It was the careful arrangement of the Yang family's shop. She knew that this time would be different. Otherwise she would not be so close to the Yang family's shop. In fact, it was so. In the past she followed her father Li Er to the shop. Li Er worked as a handyman in the front and she went to the backyard. Old Yang said something harsh to her for the first time. He said that if she still cultivated according to the previous method, changed her appearance and identity, climbed the mountain quickly, and only circled at the top of the mountain, she would still be a half-baked person who did not even look like a human being after 10 lifetimes and 1,000 years. She would still be stuck in the bottleneck of the immortal realm. At the very least, even if she cultivated to the ascendant realm in this life, what could she do? How big could her fist be? At the very least, there were so many sages in the Confucian school and the academy. Would Li Lu really have a chance to show off her skills? After dying once, she would die again. This cycle of dying and coming back to life was not very meaningful. Every time she died, she would accumulate some merits or break the rules and be recorded by the Confucian temple. During those years in Lizhu Cave, Li Lu did not show up in public. The neighbors in the west side of the town thought that she was pretty. She looked like her mother, but her character was like Li Er. She was diligent and did not talk much. It seemed that there was nothing worth talking about. She did not have any friends of the same age as her, and there was nothing that the elders could criticize her for. Li Lu often went to the school to pick up Li Huai from school, but she never talked to Mr. Qi. When Mr. Qi was teaching, he would also look at the girl outside the school when he saw her. At most he would smile and nod gently. It seemed that he was just treating her with respect. Or did he see her as a human? Li Lu had seen all kinds of strange things in the world. With her identity, she was used to ignoring the world. At first she did not think much about it. She just treated the master of the academy as a scholarly sage who was guarding a small world. Li Lu once asked the old Yang if the teacher of the Yang family shop, who could only tell the rural children about the principles of books, knew about her background. At that time old Yang did not give her an answer. The only time Mr. Qi talked to her was when he came to drink with his father, Li Er. When she served a few plates of coarse dishes to the table, Mr. Qi smiled and said to her, "Li Lu, we're born in this world, but there's not much difference between us. It's just a long journey to seek knowledge that seems like we'll never have the chance to return to our hometown. In the end, what determines who we are is not our rotten skin but what we think. It doesn't even matter what we want or how far we want to go. It's all about the knowledge of the word, how. Life is short and there's always strength that can't help us move forward. When we look back, the route we took to come here will be a step-by-step, how and what." Then Mr. Qi gently picked up the big white bowl that was filled with home-brewed wine. "It's to you that we, this world, and I, Qi Jingchun, can be here to drink wine." Mr. Qi drained the cup in one gulp. Li Lu did not say anything. She just drank a bowl. At that time inside the house, the woman's usual thunderous snoring was heard. The child named Li Huai was softly talking in his sleep. Perhaps he was still worried in his dream that he had only focused on playing today and missed out on his homework. He was worried about what excuse he should find when he arrived at school tomorrow morning. Fortunately, the strict teacher would let him off. Walking back to the shop with his mother, Li Lu held a bamboo basket. On the way there were men whistling. The woman was nagging Li Huai about how heartless he was. Why didn't he send a letter back after so long? Did he forget about his mother because he behaved atrociously outside? However, she was worried that Li Huai was alone outside. He didn't have enough to eat or warm clothes and he would be bullied. The people outside were not just quarreling. If Li Huai was taken advantage of and there was no one around to support him, what should he do? Li Lu comforted her mother with words. The woman then turned around and said that she was the most heartless. Li Huai was far away from home, so he couldn't be filial to his parents. Li Lu, as his elder sister, was enjoying life on the mountain alone and let his parents work hard at the foot of the mountain to earn some money every day. Li Lu was a little helpless. It seemed that Qin Pingon was better at this kind of thing. He could reassure people with a few words. In the mirror of the Lion Peak cave. Today, Li Er was not in a hurry to let Qin Pingon punch. Instead he talked about the theory of boxing for the first time. Li Er went straight to the point and said, "For us martial artists, we practice martial arts. In the end, what we nurture is the strength to break the enemy's attack. The children in the marketplace probably all hope that they can break the wall and break the bricks with one punch and kill the enemy. It's their nature. Therefore I, Li Er, have never believed that human nature is good. It's just that the Confucian school has taught people well, so they believe it. They always feel that being a good person is a good thing. As for whether they do it or not, let's not talk about it. Therefore, when evil people do violence, many martial artists also know that they are doing something against their conscience. This is the virtue of being a scholar." Li Er grinned at Qin Pingon. "Don't look at me because I don't study. I'm just a rough man who competes with the crops all day long. I still have a few principles. However, martial artists are usually taciturn. The villagers are good at calling cats, but they are usually not good at catching mice. My junior apprentice brother Jing Dafeng is not good at this. He's like a woman all day long talking nonsense. There's no helping it. As long as people are smart, they can't help but think and talk more. Don't look at Jing Dafeng because he's not serious. He's actually quite knowledgeable. Unfortunately, it's too complicated and not pure enough. His fists are stained with mud and he can't be fast. It's rare for me to teach you martial arts. Today I'll talk more with you, Qin Pingon. This is the only time. Li Er looked at Qin Pingon, who was standing not far away. Li Er raised the tip of his foot and rubbed it lightly on the ground. You and I are standing at different places. You're facing me, Li Er. Even if you are a 6th realm martial artist facing a 10th realm martial artist, you still have to be in an invincible position. The difference in realms is not that you can't lose to me, but when facing a strong opponent, your heart will be in chaos before your body and fist move. Li Er did not seem to move at all. Qin Pingon immediately slid several feet away. The flowing water around the huge mirror appeared to stagnate for a moment. There were even signs of flowing backwards. This was caused by Li Er's fist intent. Having the desire to win and live is not to be a brute who doesn't know what's important. When the body retreats and the fist intent rises, it doesn't count as taking half a step back. Li Er nodded and continued. A common teacher in the marketplace is usually close to a blade. Naturally, he doesn't fear a staff. Therefore, a pure martial artist trains himself. The great Tao is to seek out peers and compare skills. Or go to the battlefield. Among the swords, spears, swords, halberds, one can defeat 10 and break 100. Apart from people, there are also many weapons on the body. What is trained is to look in all directions and listen in all directions. More importantly, it is to find martial courage. No matter who you are, you will dare to punch. Li Er smiled and said, before learning true martial arts, you have to suffer first. Not only do you want a martial artist to train his body and toughen his bones, you also hope that when there is a difference in strength, you won't be afraid. But if you learn a skill to kill, you will be addicted to it. One day you will be the one to suffer. Qin Pingon nodded and said, the fist is not high enough. Qin Pingon quickly added, the fist is not high enough. Only then did Li Er stop. Otherwise, Qin Pingon only had a saying, the fist is not high enough. But to take a solid punch, one should at least be at the 10th level. Practicing boxing and martial arts was hard work. If one only thought of not punching if they could, it would be unreasonable. Li Er stood where he was, breathing as usual. He stretched out a left arm and used his right hand to lightly pat his left wrist, forearm, joints and muscles everywhere. He said slowly, a person's bones are like the roots of a dragon's vein. Muscles everywhere are like the peaks of a mountain. Training the bones and tempering the body is the training of every minute area. Polishing the countless minute areas to the extreme and then accumulating without conflict. With one punch, the city gates will open and the mountains will shatter even if they don't shatter. Li Er withdrew his right hand and suddenly shook his left arm. The strong wind blew, causing Qin Pingon's green robe to flutter. The water around the mirror flowed in reverse. Qin Pingon listened to Li Er's words the most. This was similar to how Qi refinement warriors opened up as many mansions as possible to accumulate spirit energy. What one wanted was to appear to be on equal footing in a fight between people of the same level. One could defeat 10 with one's strength. Li Er slowly opened up a fist stance. In the end, the fist stance became a fixed pattern. Li Er said, feet, hands, eyes, stance, force, Qi intent. The internal and external become one. This is what Qi refinement warriors mean by forming a small world of their own. For martial artists like us, a breath of pure vital energy is a cavalry that can expand the territory. Qi refinement warriors, on the other hand, pursue merit in defending the territory. Of course, this is what Jing Dafeng said. I can't think of such fancy words. Li Er lightly stomped his feet. If the legs are weak, it will be like a ghost hitting the wall. At the beginning of practicing martial arts, one wrong step will be like drawing talismans. Don't even think about the state of being full of spirit and being perfect. Li Er casually stretched out his finger, bent it gently and pointed to his eyes. To reach a higher level in martial arts, you have to train your eyes to be clear. You have to anticipate the enemy in your heart and see the fist in your eyes. In an instant, Qin Pingon was punched in the chest by the two fists and flew out. His body floated in the air and his hands grabbed the ground. His 5 fingers were like hooks and there were actually 2 strings of sparks on the mirror surface. Qin Pingon then stopped his retreating figure and did not fall into the water. Li Er stood at the position where Qin Pingon was standing previously and said, this punch of mine was neither heavy nor fast. You still couldn't block it. Why? Because you haven't trained your eyes and heart enough. When fighting against a strong opponent, life and death are on the line. Many instincts can save lives but also cause problems. My movement just now made you, Qin Pingon, subconsciously look at my fingers and eyes. This is a human instinct. Even if you, Qin Pingon, are careful enough, you are still a bit too late. But this point is the life and death of a martial artist. Fighting with others is not traveling the mountains and rivers. It won't give you the chance to think carefully. Going one step further, the desire to do it but not the hand is also a major problem in martial arts. Speaking to this point, Li Er asked, "Do you, Qin Pingon, think that you have a good eye for people? That you are careful enough at all times?" Qin Pingon used his palm to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth and nodded. Li Er said, "This is the drawback of the flaw in your fist. You always feel that this skill is enough, but it is the exact opposite. It is far from enough. You probably still don't know." In the world, when martial artists of the 8th and 9th realms fight to the death, they often die in the way they are best at. But you have to be more careful in your shortcomings. When you punch at your strengths, you will inevitably be complacent and unaware. Next, Li Er took a fist stance and started with a fist move. It was the school dragon that Qin Pingon was extremely familiar with and the deity drum beating style that he was best at. Li Er said, "The proverb in the martial arts book says that 3 heads and 6 arms is supernatural power. It is not a joke in the marketplace. There are thousands of fist moves in the world. There are different fist stances and fist moves. The stance is the foundation, and the moves are the facade. When the 3 are combined, there are different types of fists and there are countless fist manuals in the world. You have been through a lot of Jianghu. You should know that the marketplace likes to call ordinary people of Jianghu martial arts styles. This is the reason." Li Er stretched his body and casually threw out a punch with the deity drum beating style. It was the same deity drum beating style. When Li Er used it, it looked gentle but was full of spirit. When it fell into Qin Pingon's eyes, it was actually a world of difference from when he used it. Li Er threw out another punch with the deity drum beating style. It had a very different fist intent. It was as rapid as thunder. He suddenly stopped and laughed. When martial artists fight with their enemies, as long as there is not too big of a disparity in their realms, fist theories and thousands of moves, there are thousands of possibilities for victory and defeat. It is just that once it is reduced to a martial arts style, it is just a flowery fist with impractical legs. It is only good-looking. Is the fist afraid of the young and strong? Killing an old master with random fists? The old master did not fight. It was just one blow. After shouting and showing off his martial arts style for half a day, he was completely dead. Qin Pingon's head suddenly tilted to the side. Li Er was already standing in front of him. The fist of the 10th realm was just horizontally across Qin Pingon's cheek. Li Er laughed. "You understood after I taught you. You understood and did it. Not bad." This was still a slow but powerful punch. If Qin Pingon could not avoid it, then today's fist feeding would end here. It would be Li Er's turn to return. Li Er withdrew his fist. Although Qin Pingon avoided the punch that should have landed solidly on his forehead, the fine squall wind still cut a bloody groove on his face. He was bleeding non-stop. Li Er said, "You are good at stealing fists. I have been feeding you fists for so long. Come and learn my boxing style. Try it." Qin Pingon nodded and imitated Li Er's punch. Li Er stood at the side and followed Qin Pingon as he punched. He pointed out some flaws in the boxing style and kicked Qin Pingon's calf lightly. Then he put 2 fingers together and bent Qin Pingon's wrist, elbow and shoulder lightly. Finally he said, "Don't learn the boxing style to death. Everyone's physique is very different. Just your height and mine are different. Although you have deliberately turned your fists into your own and made some changes, there is still a lot of meaning. Dead force is not expensive. The fist intent is the most powerful. It is superior in the word, alive. The fist is alive. It is equivalent to the second life of us pure martial artists. It is more important than the external body of the Qi refinement warrior's yang spirit and the wandering yin spirit." Qin Pingon closed his eyes. After a moment he punched again. "The direction is right." Li Er nodded. Practicing boxing is not cultivating Tao. No matter how high your realm is, if you do not work on the details, your muscles and bones will rot, your qi and blood will decline, and your spirit will be weak. None of these things can escape. The martial arts style at the foot of the mountain is harmful to the body, especially the external style. It is just exchanging one's life for energy. If the fist is not profound, it is the road to death. Pure martial artists can only rely on the fist intent to nourish their lives. It is just that this thing is unclear. Speaking of this, Li Er sat cross-legged and reached out his hand to invite Qin Pingon to sit together. Li Er was silent for a long time. He seemed to recall some past events. It was rare for him to feel emotional. Beyond realism, beyond imagination. This was taught by Jing Dafeng after he learned the boxing style. He repeated it many times. I did not think much and remembered it. Listen to it and see if it is beneficial. Jing Dafeng's boxing style is not the same as mine. Actually, there is no difference between us. If you have the chance when you return to Luopa Mountain you can chat with him. Jing Dafeng's fist intent is lower than mine. That is why his boxing style is not as good as mine. When Jing Dafeng first started learning martial arts, he had always complained that his master was biased. He always thought that his master was deliberately helping the two of them choose the martial arts styles to learn so that he, Jing Dafeng, would be one step behind. Later on he actually thought it through himself but he just didn't admit it. That is why I am quite annoyed with his rotten mouth. He is just a gatekeeper. All day long he does not have a filter on his mouth. That is why when we sparred I often beat him up. Li Er clenched his fists and leaned forward slightly. It was just a habitual action, but it had the majestic aura of an arched back like a mountain. It was all fist intent. Li Er slowly said, when practicing the boxing style when you are sleeping your fist intent will slowly flow. When you meet an enemy, you will wake up as if there is a god protecting you. It is like this when you are sleeping, let alone when you are awake. That is why people who practice martial arts, why would they need a magical weapon? This is the same principle as a sword cultivator who does not need anything else to attack. Li Er smiled and lightly knocked on the mirror with a fist. Then he loosened his fist into a palm and clenched it again. He said, the sky above my head and the earth below my feet, the fist is like holding a baby. This is the combination of hardness and softness. Blindly pursuing a certain extreme has never been the true boxing style. For a long time, the longer you practice the boxing style, the more you can connect the power and the more you can control it. Why do I feel that Cui Cheng's god-beating drum style is a good boxing style? It can even be considered one of the best boxing styles in the world. Because it seems fierce, but it has the true meaning of boxing. It is not a person following the fist. Qin Pingon was somewhat puzzled and also curious. However, the question in his heart was not suitable to be asked. Because Qin Pingon wanted to know in Li Er's eyes, what kind of pure martial artist was Senior Cui on the second floor of Luopa Mountain. Since they were talking about the god-beating drum style, they naturally had to talk about that old man. Li Er looked into the distance and said, Senior Cui Cheng is an extraordinary person. He passed on the boxing style to you and can be said to be a true inheritance. He did not just teach you the boxing style. Cui Cheng seems to only teach you the most fierce boxing style, but in fact, it complements Qin Pingon's heart. This is the demeanor of a top grandmaster. Li Er cannot do it. Speaking of this, Li Er shook his head and repeated, I definitely cannot do it. Qin Pingon sighed. Back then on the second floor of the bamboo building, even Qin Pingon, who was not afraid of pain, had to obediently lie on the wooden bed on the first floor, roll up the quilt and secretly cry once. Li Er said, therefore when you learn boxing you can only let Cui Cheng teach you the basics of boxing first. Li Er will help you mend the fist intent. This is the right path. I'll teach you first and Cui Cheng will come again. He will use 10 kilograms of strength to farm and only harvest 7 to 8 kilograms of crops. It's not very interesting and not very promising. Qin Pingon had a new question. Why did Li Er not spar with Cui Cheng? After Li Er left the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven, he had made a trip back to the Dragon Spring region. However, the two Realm 10 martial artists who also stood at the peak of martial arts in the world did not fight. It was a pity that Li Er did not talk about this. Li Er patted his knee and stood up with a smile. I've said enough. The words I've said today are more than what I've said in the years since I came to the North Continent. Then next I will only use the strength of a Realm 9 martial artist to ask you for advice on the mountain quaking fist. Don't worry, there will be no Realm 10 fist mixed in. However, I advise you not to be happy too early. This Realm 9 is very strong. As for the shop, your Aunt Lu wants you to stay for a few more days. I can't agree and delay your journey, right? But since you asked for it, I'll beat you up for 2 to 3 months. You can only slowly recuperate and even walk. You Qin Pingon can't blame others. Qin Pingon was dumbfounded. How could this be? In the end, a fist was on his head. Even though Qin Pingon already knew that something was wrong and tried to block with his arms, this fist still sent him tumbling all the way down the mirror and into the water. On this day not only did Cui Qing not teach Pei Qian, but he also wore a scholar's robe. He was no longer barefoot and even wore the boots that Qin Rushu had prepared for the old man. He walked out of the second floor and stood on the first floor. With his hands behind his back, he looked at the words on the walls of the bamboo building. It was written by Cui Dong in the early years. The words were extremely good. As the old master of the Cui family in the Aquarius continent, Cui Cheng's grandson Cui Dong's early knowledge was laid down by the old man. Of course, he knew the quality of the world's writings and the quality of the words. The words on the bamboo building had a heavy meaning. Otherwise, it would not have caused the entire Luopa mountain to sink. Otherwise, he would not have been able to stay on Luopa mountain. He was no longer the pitiful lunatic who had been crazy for close to 100 years. He could even maintain a clear state of mind. Pei Qian had already gone to play. Behind him was Zhou Mili, the little shadow. She said that she wanted to go to Qilong Alley to see if the business was losing money without her. She also wanted to look through the account books carefully so as to prevent Shi Ro, the shopkeeper, from abusing her position for personal gain. The old man did not stop her. This little kid was not lively at all. Could it be that she wanted to learn from these old undying things and be lifeless all day long? Cui Qing pushed open the bamboo door on the first floor. Inside was a study room with a wooden bed. It had been cleaned up by Qin Rushu, not a single speck of dust could be seen. After Cui Qing left the house, he walked to Linlu Academy on the Cloud Pinning Mountain. After returning, he sat at the stone table by the cliff. Qin Rushu did not follow Pei Qian down the mountain. There were many things to do on the mountain. She was punctual and had many things to do. Seeing old Mr. Cui leave the bamboo building, Qin Rushu hurriedly brought over a large red food box. She placed the wine jug, bowls and plates one by one. Cui Qing smiled and asked why there were no melon seeds. The girl in pink blushed and smiled. She took out a large number of melon seeds from her pocket and placed them on the table. Qin Lingjun still liked to wander around by himself. Today he saw the old man sitting on the stone bench and drinking alone. He rubbed his eyes hard and only then did he realize that he did not see wrongly. Qin Lingjun did not dare to get close to this old man. The old man was the kind of person who could kill him with a single punch in Longquan County. Unexpectedly, Cui Qing waved his hand. Come and sit. Qin Lingjun had a bitter face. Old senior, if I don't go over, are you going to beat me up? Cui Qing nodded. Qin Lingjun immediately dashed over. A real man knew when to yield and when to stand tall. Otherwise, how could he have survived until now in Longquan County? By relying on his cultivation? Cui Qing smiled and said, deliberately losing money every now and then. It's very fun. Qin Lingjun blinked. What? Seeing that he was playing dumb, Cui Qing did not say anything more. He casually asked, didn't Qin Pingon persuade you to draw a clear line between you and your brother, the Imperial River Water God? Qin Lingjun shook his head. He gently raised his sleeve and wiped the table that was cleaner than a mirror. He's even more of a goody two-shoes than I am. He blindly spouts nonsense and squanders money recklessly. He wouldn't say that about me. He even helped me puff myself up at my own cost. Cui Qing said, Qin Pingon's trip to the North Continent this time was partly because of you. Walking thousands of miles along the Desolation River is not an easy thing to do. Qin Lingjun remained silent. Cui Qing picked up a spare wine cup, poured some wine, and handed it to the little boy in green sitting across from him. Qin Lingjun said with fear and trepidation, Senior, aren't you punishing me by drinking? When I was in Luopa Mountain I was conscientious every day working like an ox or a horse. I really didn't do anything bad. Cui Qing smiled and said, drink yours. Qin Lingjun took the wine cup and took a small sip of wine pitifully. Cui Qing asked, Qin Pingon treats you like this. In the future, can you treat others like this? Qin Lingjun whispered, probably. Cui Qing smiled and said, that's enough. This time, it was Qin Lingjun's turn to be puzzled. That's enough. Cui Qing smiled and did not say anything. Qin Lingjun muttered, you're not Qin Pingon. You can't be sure. Cui Qing joked, want to make a bet? Qin Lingjun wailed, I really don't have much spare money. I only have some unshakable money left. With this little bit of money I can't touch a single copper coin. I really can't touch it. Ching said, "Have you ever thought about why you pretend to be afraid of me when you're actually not that afraid of me? If there's really someone or something you can't deal with, maybe you still dare to ask me for help?" Qin Lingjun lowered his head, clenched a fist and swirled the wine cup around, whispering, "Because of my good master." Ching asked again, "Then have you ever thought about why Qin Pingon was willing to leave you on Luapa Mountain? He treats you no worse than anyone else." Qin Lingjun said sullenly, "He's a good guy." Ching smiled and said, "Because in Qin Pingon's eyes, you're not bad either." Qin Lingjun whispered, "Bullshit." Ching, "What?" Qin Lingjun immediately raised his head, holding the cup with both hands and said with a bright smile, "Old master, let's have a toast?" As a result, Qin Lingjun froze there. "Let's have a toast? Do you want to die?" This little bit of Jianghu aura was not only a joke to others, it was also fatal. Qin Lingjun would never have thought that not only was Ching not angry, he even raised his cup and said with a smile, "Then let's have a toast." After drinking, Qin Lingjun was still restless. Ching did not keep this little bastard any longer. Qin Pingon is not very good at saying those polite words to people close to him, so you can think about it more. Aren't you looking down on yourself too much? There are always some things about you that even Qin Pingon feels that he can't do. Qin Lingjun nodded vigorously, stood up, bowed respectfully and left slowly. Then he suddenly ran wildly, but after running far away he could not help but stop and turn his head to look. It seemed that old man Cui was a little strange today. Ching drank alone. When he was young he only felt that his heart was sharpened and its sharpness was unparalleled. After another round of boxing practice, it was rare that Qin Pingon was only covered in blood, but he could still sit. He could even use the water technique to wash his face. Li Er sat at the side. Qin Pingon took out 2 pots of glutinous rice wine, one for Li Er and one for him, and chatted casually. Because Li Er said that he did not need to drink the immortal wine. Although they were chatting casually, it was actually Qin Pingon talking about the past. Unknowingly, they chatted from the North Continent to the Tongyi Continent, and then to the Aquarius Continent and his hometown. Qin Pingon laughed. "I remember the first time I went to Fulu Street in Peachleaf Alley to deliver letters to earn copper coins. I was used to the mud roads of Clay Bottle Alley and Dragon Kiln. It was the first time I stepped on the limestone road. I was afraid that my straw sandals would dirty the road and did not know how to walk. After that I sent Aquarius, Li Huai and the rest to the Great Sui Kingdom, where they were guests at an old assistant minister's house in the Huang Court Kingdom. I had the same feeling when I ate at the table. The first time I stayed at the Immortal Inn, I pretended to be calm and composed, and controlled my eyes not to wander around. It was a little tough. There was a meal at the Book Lake which was organized by Gu Kan. At the table were the princes of the royal families, the sons of the great generals, and the disciples of the immortal masters. If I did not mention my disappointment with Gu Kan, I would have been happy to see the little slug who handled everything so naturally. This was what Venerable Fire Dragon said about my selfishness. At that time I felt that the little slug at the tail of Clay Bottle Alley could live well without Qin Pingon. At the Book Lake, that was the only time I wanted to leave and not care about anything. It was not about what happened after that. There were many things that I was not used to. I could not say whether I liked it or not, I could only adapt. What is the underworld and what are immortals? I widened my eyes and looked at all the unfamiliar people and things. There were many things that I did not understand at the beginning, and some things that I could not accept even after I understood them. Li Er asked, "Was it hard to bear?" Qin Pingon shook his head. "It was just that I was a little unhappy. But sometimes I would think that along the way, there were not only things that were hard to bear. Moreover, I had seen with my own eyes that there were so many people in the world who had suffered more than me, but they could not live better. They had to live as if there was no end to their suffering. Who could I reason with? I could only bear with it and endure it day by day. When I could not endure it, it was like many people in the alleys of my hometown who fell seriously ill. They just needed to grab some medicine, boil a few bowls of medicine and die. My family members understood, and those who were lying in bed and suffering understood it even more. It was not that I was not sad, but I really could not say anything. If one day I must leave this world, I must let people remember me. They might be sad, but they must not only be sad. When they are no longer so sad and live their own lives, they can occasionally think about how they once knew a person named Qin Pingon. In this world there were some things, whether big or small, that only Qin Pingon could do and succeed. Finally, Qin Pingon drank his wine and looked into the distance. He smiled and said, "When I think about being able to eat a plate of winter bamboo shoots fried with meat every winter, it is a very happy thing. It seems that when I put down my chopsticks, winter has already passed and spring has come." Li Er turned his head and looked at the young man. It was déjà vu. End of chapter. If his spiritual soul was not complete, how could he practice martial arts? Li Erxiao took a sip of wine and said, "There's no harm in telling you this. Zheng Dafeng's method of practicing martial arts is based on the different spiritual souls. Strands of spiritual souls train in their own ways. 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls train in their own thoughts. Therefore, when junior brother was guarding the door, he often looked sleepy and dozed off, but he wasn't really sleeping. As for junior sister Sue's shop, it's different. It emphasizes on day practice, night practice and dream practice. Junior brother went to Shirling Mountain and went to the River of Time to refine his spiritual soul and body. He often drowned in it. Fortunately, Master was able to fish out his corpse. These are all good methods, but in the end who can reach the highest point still depends on one's luck. According to Master, there are many people who accidentally become disabled on their own paths." Li Lu smiled and said, "Qin Pingon, my mother asked me to ask you if you feel that the shop is too shabby, so you don't want to spend the night there every time you go down the mountain." Qin Pingon said helplessly, "If I spend the night there, it's easy for gossip to spread, and it'll ruin your reputation in the town. Even if Miss Li doesn't care, Auntie Lu has to deal with the neighbors often. If there's a quarrel and outsiders talk about it, Auntie Lu will be upset for a long time. Even if you get married in the future, it will still be used against you. The better Miss Li marries, the more women like to use the almanac." Li Lu smiled and said, "That's true, but you should tell my mother yourself." As for marriage, Li Lu had never thought about it. Qin Pingon looked at Li Erxiao. There was still one last lesson. Li Erxiao wanted him to rest up and said there was no hurry. Qin Pingon felt that something was wrong. Li Erxiao asked, "There are some senior martial artists in the history of Howren world. Their basic fighting style is similar to your school dragon. Where did you steal it from?" Qin Pingon drank a mouthful of wine and smiled. "Uncle Li, can't I figure out the fighting style myself?" Li Erxiao smiled. That gaze was like an old father-in-law looking at his son-in-law. The latter had nowhere to hide. Qin Pingon did not continue to hide and said, "This fighting style was created by an old man in Tongye Continent's Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. His name is Zhou Xian, the imperial tutor of Nanyuan Kingdom. In that world, the old man is known as the sage of literature and martial arts. I once wanted to invite the old man to leave Lotus Blossom Blessed Land with me. Unfortunately, the old man had too many concerns and did not want to leave. I don't know if he will change his mind in the future." Li Erxiao said, "He should have come to Howren world." Li Lu thought for a while and remembered the scenery of a place next to Nanyuan Kingdom's capital. The current Lotus Blossom Blessed Land can't hold this person. A flood dragon curling up in a pond is not a long-term solution. Qin Pingon nodded. "When I return to Luapa Mountain in the future, I will talk to Mr. Zhong again." After eating, Li Erxiao went down the mountain. Li Lu stayed on Leo Peak to practice immortal techniques with the old immortal on the mountain. Li Lu carried the food box to his mansion and took Qin Pingon for a walk. This time Leo Peak was sealed off for no reason. Not only was the mountain gate not allowed to enter, but the cultivators on the mountain were also grounded. No one was allowed to walk around. Therefore the two did not meet any Leo Peak cultivators on the way. Li Lu asked, "After leaving the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven Duck Island, the spiritual energy on Leo Peak is much thinner. Are you not used to it?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "No, I won't. The spiritual energy accumulated on Duck Island, the underwater residence, the mountain temple and the wooden house have not been completely refined. This is the first time I have eaten too much since I became a cultivator. On Darling Island, I drew nearly 200 talismans by relying on the overflowing spiritual energy that couldn't be retained. Because I was close to the water, most of them were talismans. I used up all the immortal cinnabar I bought from the Spring Dew Garden in one go." Li Lu said, "These are all small things. You don't have to be too grateful to Duck Island and Li Yuan. In fact, if Li Yuan was smart enough, he would have given the jade pendant to Mr. Chen. Unfortunately, this guy is too stingy. It's like rain from the sky. He only knows how to use his hands to hold the water. He doesn't know how to bring out a water tank. After the rain, it only quenches his thirst. Qin Pingon took out the rest wooden token. I don't know why Li Yuan left the water dragon sect along Jifeng and gave me this. It's not a big gift, but the thought behind it is not inferior to the Yu Xiang token. Li Lu glanced at the crude wooden token and shook his head. This orange wooden token can't help Mr. Qin in his cultivation, especially in the matter of absorbing spiritual energy from the water. Qin Pingon kept the wooden token and smiled. But in the future, when I come to the North Continent and Jifeng, I can openly drink with Li Yuan. It's just drinking. If it's the Yu Xiang token, I won't accept it. Even if I accept it, it'll be a burden. Li Lu was silent for a moment and said slowly, Mr. Qin, you can break through soon. Qin Pingon nodded and said, it seems like I'm just one punch away. Li Lu suddenly said, it's still the same meaning. On the path of cultivation, don't hesitate. On the path of martial arts, every step must be steady and orderly. Cultivators need a different kind of mentality. Even if it's a great opportunity, you must dare to ask for it and dare to accept it. You can't be timid, cowardly, or too concerned about the admonition that fortune and misfortune are interdependent. Mr. Qin, you might feel that when you have gathered all 5 elements, collected all 5 natal items and completely rebuilt the longevity bridge, it doesn't matter even if you're still stuck at the 3 realms. In fact, a cultivator with such a state of mind will be at a disadvantage. Qin Pingon thought slowly. Li Lu continued, since you're a cultivator, you should have a detached heart that's thousands of miles away from the ground. Practicing martial arts is to go with the flow, and cultivation is to go against the flow. So when you reach the golden body realm, you should think of ways to break through the bottleneck of the 3 realms of Qi refinement warrior. The willow tendon realm has always been the realm of people. Don't tell me Mr. Qin is still hoping to reach the heavens in one step? Qin Pingon smiled and shook his head. I don't dare to think about it, and I won't think of it that way. Li Lu said, before I returned to Lion Peak, there was a martial artist in the Golden Armor Continent who reached the Golden Body Realm. So other than the martial temples in the Golden Armor Continent, all the other continents had to send a portion of martial arts fate to the Golden Armor Continent. One portion would be given to the martial artist, and the other portion would be left in the continent where the martial artist was. According to the old rules, the martial artist's martial arts fate is similar to the spirit chi of cultivators. It's not that mysterious fate. The Central Plains Divine Continent has the most land and resources, and can be compared to the other continents. So it's usually the martial artists in the Central Plains who get the most martial arts fate from other continents. But once the martial artist breaks through in another continent, the Central Plains Divine Continent will send out more martial arts fate. Otherwise, the strongest martial artist in the world will be taken by the Central Plains Divine Continent. This was something that Qin Pingon had never heard of before. Li Lu joked, if that martial artist from the Golden Armor Continent breaks through later, a good thing will turn into a bad thing and he will miss out on the martial arts fate. Looks like this person doesn't just have great martial arts fate, he's really lucky too. Qin Pingon understood the meaning behind Li Lu's words. On Leo Peak, after Uncle Li had fed him with his fists, Qin Pingon had begun to catch up and even surpass that genius martial artist's Realm 6 foundation. Of course he was happy, but he couldn't be said to be overjoyed. Qin Pingon asked curiously, can the cultivators at the top of the mountain see the martial arts fate tracks flowing in the 9 continents? The fate of martial arts in the world has always been something that the Confucian temple can't see through and can't control. In the early years, the Confucian sage wanted to get involved and wanted to include it in his own rules. But the sage of rites didn't agree, so it was left unsettled. It's very interesting. The sage of rites is the one who set the rules himself, but he seems to be against the Confucian school of later generations. Many choices that are beneficial to the development of the Confucian school of rites are rejected by the sage of rites himself. Li Lu spoke tirelessly and revealed many secrets of heaven. Unless it's a cultivator at the peak of the ascendant realm who can see the secrets of heaven, it's very difficult to detect the signs. Then there are the 72 sages of the Confucian school of rites who can see the most clearly. The so-called strongest martial artist is just a matter of the moment, compared to the martial artists of the 9 continents of the same era. So if martial artists like Xianxia and Mr. Qin stay in a certain realm for a long time, other martial artists of the same realm can forget about the martial arts fate. Qin Pingon shook his head and said, compared to Xianxia, I'm still far behind. Li Lu smiled and said, if that's the case then we can only look further. We'll talk about it when we reach the 9th and 10th realms. The difference between the 9th and 10th realms is the difference between heaven and earth. Moreover, reaching the 10th realm is not the real end. The gap between the 3 realms is also very big. The Dali dynasty's Song Zhengqiang was at the 9th realm, and his realm was not as good as my father's. But now it's hard to say. Song Zhengqiang was born with qi. If they were both at the 10th realm with my father's temperament, he would be dragged down and would be at a disadvantage if they fought. That's why my father left his hometown and came to the North Continent. Now Song Zhengqiang is still at the qi level and my father's fist technique has returned to the true realm. If they really fought, Song Zhengqiang would still die. But if both of them reached the divine arrival, which is the closest to the word end, my father's chances of losing would be higher. Of course, if my father could reach the legendary 11th realm of martial arts first, it would be difficult for Song Zhengqiang to survive as long as he punched. If he had reached the 9th realm first, my father would have suffered the same fate. Qin Pingon asked softly, so if Uncle Li had stayed in the Aquarius continent, both of them would not have had a chance? Li Lu nodded and said, although nothing is absolute, that's probably the case. Li Lu smiled and asked, Mr. Qin, aren't you curious about the truth? Did my father say it or did I know the inside story? Qin Pingon shook his head and said, there's no need to know these things. I believe that Miss Li and Uncle Li can handle the matters at home and outside. Li Lu suddenly said, if Mr. Qin feels that it's not enough to be punched and would like to have a good fight, I have a suitable candidate here who can come at any time. But once the opponent strikes, he likes to fight to the death. Qin Pingon did not hesitate and replied, it's enough. Let's wait until the next time we travel to the North Continent. Qin Pingon estimated that even he might not be able to withstand Li Er's punches. And once he reached the 7th level of martial arts and the great desecration was over, he should immediately return to the Aquarius continent. There were still a lot of things for him to deal with in Luopa Mountain. After that, of course, he would have to go south to Old Dragon City, take the cross-continent ferry and rush to Inverted Hanging Mountain. Li Lu said, actually Mr. Qin knows that person as well. He was at Ghost Valley's Treasure Mirror Mountain. Qin Pingon was enlightened. It was the strange person who gave Qin Pingon an extremely dangerous aura despite not being able to see through him. He had never had such a feeling from Zhou Xian Bureau's Yang Ningxing, or rather, it was not as strong as the former. Li Lu asked, Mr. Qin, have you ever thought of a question? If your cultivation level is not too far apart, how would your opponents feel? Qin Pingon was stunned and shook his head, never thought of that. In these years of traveling he had killed too many people and made too many enemies. The first person Qin Pingon thought of was Ma Kuxuan from Apricot Blossom Alley, whom he had not seen for a long time. A cultivation genius from Aquarius continent. After becoming the heir of the military ancestral court's Jinwu Mountain, Ma Kuxuan broke through to the next level like a hot knife through butter. After the battle on the streets of Psy Nation, they never had the chance to meet again. It was said that Ma Kuxuan was doing very well, and was recognized as the most talented cultivator in Aquarius continent after Li Tuanjing and Wei Jin. The latest news was that he had killed an old general of the Ocean Tide Cavalry, taking revenge for his family. Li Lu smiled, if it was me and my cultivation level was similar to Mr. Chen's, I would not have done it. Qin Pingon shook his head, Miss Li, you flatter me. Li Lu said, it's not good to be too humble. Qin Pingon said, it means that I am not strong enough to show weakness. Li Lu could not help but laugh. Mr. Qin, please give your opponent a way out. Qin Pingon also laughed. I really can't agree to this, Miss Li. Unknowingly, Qin Pingon and Li Lu had reached the peak of Lion Peak. It was not early, but it was not yet time to sleep. They could see that there were many lights in the small town at the foot of the mountain. A few of them were like slender fire dragons, which were particularly eye-catching. It should be the streets and alleys of well-off families. Elsewhere in the small town the lights were sparse in 2s and 3s. Li Lu asked, Mr. Qin, you have traveled so far. Do you know the true origin of the blessed enclave in the many hidden realms? Qin Pingon nodded. A friend once mentioned that not only the 9 continents of the vast world, but also the other 3 heavens, are all fragmented territories of various sizes after the collapse of the old heavens and earth. Some of the hidden realms even used to be the heads and corpses of many ancient gods, and those stars that fell on the earth, were they once gods? Palaces and mansions? Li Lu said, "Your friend really dared to say that." Qin Pingon laughed. "Actually, he is quite daring. He has a lot of magical items, but he dared to travel across continents alone. He is also quite daring. He is a cultivator who does not dare to travel far with the wind. He is afraid that he is too high above the ground." Li Lu asked, "Good friends?" Qin Pingon nodded. "Count him in." The breeze at the peak of the mountain brought with it the fragrance of the mountains during the rain. Li Lu was silent for a moment, then asked casually, "Mr. Qin, have you been reading recently?" Qin Pingon laughed. "Yes, there is a book." Qin Pingon paused for a moment, then sighed. "It is a strange book, a collection of short stories about life and death. It was obtained from a great demon who liked to cultivate famous mountains." Li Lu did not have much interest in it. She had seen too much of life and death. It was certainly not beneficial to her current Tao. To her, this life was just like Old Man Yang was a teacher who asked her to do homework. It wasn't about moral knowledge, nor was it about the writings of sages. It wasn't even about cultivating to the ascendant realm. It was about how to be a person. This was actually a very awkward thing to do. Li Lu felt that she could only get used to it by closing the door and spending time with her parents and brother Li Huai. When she walked out of the door, she looked at the world as if it was no different from her previous life. Qin Pingon looked at the lights at the foot of the mountain and said softly, "I once read in a scholar's notebook that ordinary people have a short life and spend half of their lives on the bed. Seems that cultivators are not bad. Cultivation is like sleeping for half of their lives. But after thinking about it carefully, it is still not the same. Standing in different places and looking at the same thing, one's heart could be 2 different things." I once read 2 scholars' notebooks, both of which talked about ghosts and the world. One scholar was once in a high position and wrote it after he retired. The other was a scholar who was down and out. He failed the imperial examination and never entered the official career. I read these 2 notebooks. At first I did not have much feeling, but later on, when I was traveling and had nothing to do, I flipped through them and chewed on them. The higher you stand, the farther you see, the more comprehensive you see human nature. The closer you stand, the more detailed you see, the more detailed your analysis of people's hearts. Speaking of this, Qin Pingon sighed. Probably this is the good thing about traveling thousands of miles and reading thousands of books. Qin Pingon suddenly laughed. That friend who did not dare to ride the wind was knowledgeable and made me feel ashamed. I once casually asked him a question. If there was a small grass at the beginning and end of the alley in my hometown at the foot of the wall, and at the end of the wall which was so close but could not be seen, would he be sad if he was enlightened? He seriously thought about this question and gave me many unimaginable and mysterious answers, but I kept holding back my laughter. "Miss Li, do you know why I was laughing at that time?" Li Lu smiled knowingly. "In that mud bottle alley, chickens and dogs come and go, especially the hens often bring a group of chicks. Every day they peck here and there. How could there be flowers and plants?" Qin Pingon smiled from ear to ear and nodded vigorously. Li Lu suddenly stopped smiling and bowed. "Thank you for your teaching, teacher." Qin Pingon was stunned on the spot. He did not understand what Li Lu was doing. "I was just casually chatting with you, Miss Li. Could it be that I could comprehend something from this?" Qin Pingon only had one thought at that moment. He was indeed not a cultivator and his aptitude was mediocre. Therefore, after this boxing practice at Lion Peak, he had to cultivate diligently. Li Lu stood up and said goodbye. She actually carried the food box and rode the wind to the shop at the foot of the mountain. Qin Pingon was confused. He returned to the Immortal's cave and went to the mirror. He continued to learn boxing from Zhang Shanfeng. He did not seek to increase his fist intent, only to truly calm his heart. In the night, the woman behind the counter of the cloth shop was calculating with an abacus. She flipped through the account book and sighed. It had been more than half a month and there was not much income. There was not even a profit of 3 taels of silver. Compared to Qin Pingon's previous help in the shop, he could earn 3 taels of silver in 1 or 2 days. It was really frustrating to compare oneself to others. Fortunately, they were in a small town and did not have much expenditure. The woman looked at the lamp on the counter and was in a daze. Then she turned her head to look at the man who was standing not far away and said angrily, Li Er, what are you doing here? Are you going to order me around like an oil lamp? Li Er shook his head. Understood. Recently he had been buying alcohol more often. However, it was not entirely his fault. Qin Pingon drank a lot. The woman seemed to have seen through Li Er's thoughts and said angrily, "It's one thing to feel sorry for spending money. It's another thing to entertain Qin Pingon. You young Master Li are bringing Qin Pingon into the picture. If you have the ability to spit out your portion and sell it to me, I won't blame you. All you do is wander around and work for others. How many taels of silver can you earn in a year? Is it enough for you to drink and eat?" Li Er said sullenly, "Qin Pingon is leaving soon. I'll stop drinking for half a year. Is that okay?" Unexpectedly, when she heard that Qin Pingon was leaving, the woman was even angrier. "Your daughter can't get married. She's just a burden to you. If you have the ability, go and be an official. It seems that the matchmaker who comes to our shop to ask for a marriage will trample our door." Li Er did not say anything. The woman complained, "In the future, if Li Huai gets married and the girl looks down on our family background, I'll make you sleep in the yard in the winter." Li Er scratched his head. The woman was about to extinguish the oil lamp when she suddenly heard the door open. She immediately ran around the counter and hid beside Li Er. She said in a trembling voice, "Li Lu went to the mountain. Could it be that thieves came? If they come to ask for money later, Li Er, don't mess around. Just give the broken taels of silver in the shop to the thieves." Li Er nodded. Fortunately, the person who opened the door was her daughter, Li Lu. The woman immediately stepped on the back of Li Er's foot. "Alright, if a thief really comes, I reckon that skinny monkey like a bamboo pole. You can't even rely on Li Er. When the time comes, it's hard to say who will be protecting who." The woman scolded the man endlessly. After extinguishing the oil lamp, the family of 3 went to the backyard. The woman did not have the strength to scold and went to sleep first. Li Er and Li Lu sat on a bench. Li Lu produced a pot of immortal wine out of thin air. Li Er shook his head. If it was really a person who liked to drink, Li Er would not be able to drink anything if he really wanted to drink that good wine. This time Li Lu insisted, "Father, make an exception this time." Li Er was a little puzzled. He took the pot of wine but did not open the mud seal. He laughed softly and said, "The rest drink with Li Huai later. At his age, it's about time for him to drink. When the time comes, say that it was given by the old immortal master of Lion Peak." Li Lu smiled and did not speak. Li Er said, "Your mother actually thought about it many times to return to the Aquarius continent. After all, there are relatives there and the neighbors are all familiar with each other. It will not be like here where they are all outsiders. So when your mother said it, I agreed. But later on, your mother went back on her words. She said that Li Huai was at least studying in the academy, and even if he was bullied, it would not be too much. You are different. After all, you are a daughter. She was worried about you staying here alone, and was not willing to let you go down the mountain. She had cut off the immortal fate that she did not even dare to think about." Li Lu nodded. She stretched out her legs and gently placed them on top of each other. She intertwined her fingers and asked softly, "Father, have you ever thought that one day I will recover my true body? At that time, my divinity will far surpass my humanity. Everything in this life will be as small as a mustard seed. Maybe I will not forget you and Li Huai, but I will not care about you as much as I do now. What will you do then? Even when I reach that moment, I will not feel sad at all. What about you?" Li Er laughed. "Of course I have thought about it. Father's not a fool. What should I do? There is nothing to do. I will just take it that my daughter is very promising. Just like a farmer's father and mother who have been facing the yellow soil and the sky all their lives. Suddenly, one day they find that their son is the top scorer in the imperial exam, and their daughter has become a concubine in the palace. But isn't the son still a son, and isn't the daughter still a daughter? There may be less and less to talk about. Father and mother are guarding the old family in their hometown. Son who is an official has to worry about the country and the people far away. Daughter who becomes a concubine rarely visits home, but father and mother's worries and thoughts are still there. As long as the children are living well, father and mother know that they are living well, and that is enough." Li Lu lowered her head. "Is it that simple?" Li Er grunted. "It is not that complicated, and it does not need to be as complicated as you think. I did not tell you this in the past because I felt that you should think more about it. Even if you are imagining things, it is not a bad thing. Li Er hesitated for a moment. But I still hope that one day, even if you're stubborn and put on an act, you still have to treat your mother better. No matter who you really think you are to your mother, you'll always be the daughter she carried in her womb for 10 months. It wasn't easy for her to give birth to you and raise you up. If you can agree to this as a father, I really have no more requests. Li Lu said softly, okay. Li Er sighed. It is a pity that Qin Pingon does not like you and you do not like Qin Pingon. Li Lu complained, Father. Li Er grinned. Father is just saying, what is there to be angry about? Li Lu's pair of beautiful eyes narrowed into a pair of crescent moons as she smiled. Li Er said, knowing that Qin Pingon does not live here, is there any reason that he cannot say? Li Lu was puzzled. What is he worried about? Is he afraid of causing trouble for us? Li Er shook his head. Our family is reunited, but there is an outsider. That Qin Pingon can endure all kinds of hardships, but this is the only thing he cannot bear. That day Li Lu returned home. Qin Pingon smiled and left. A young man in a green robe in a foreign land walked alone on the street. He turned his head to look at the shop and did not withdraw his gaze for a long time. 559. A ferry headed to Zhongyue of the old Zhuang dynasty docked at a ferry named Miasma Cloud. 2 men and a woman got off the boat quietly. Wei Pai stood on the top floor of the ferry and watched the 3 leave. Approaching Zhuang dynasty was tantamount to leaving one's own mountain and entering someone else's territory. Wei Pai's perception of Mount Biyun weakened a lot. When he arrived at the new Zhongyue of Dali, he would only be suppressed by nature. This was an invisible rule that all the gods of mountains and rivers had to abide by. Mountain gods waded through water, water gods climbed mountains, their hands and feet were bound. It was the same for a king of Zhongyue to leave his own territory and visit a king of Zhongyue. But even so, it was not a big problem. It couldn't be helped. He, Wei Ba, was now the first Upper 5 Realms mountain monarch in the history of the Aquarius continent. That middle mountain monarch who didn't care much about etiquette was still not a true Upper 5 Realms god. This time Wei Pai left the northern mountains both for public and private reasons. Dali Imperial Court was willing to turn a blind eye even if they were not happy to see it. Wei Pai's referral in Dali Imperial Court was Mahist Ranger Su Ruo. Back then Wei Ba had left the Chestun Mountain with Su Ruo and went to the Cloud-Splitting Mountain. The stooped Zhu Lian was barehanded. The slender Lu Baixiang was carrying a narrow saber to stop Shui. At the ferry, after Lu Zhongruan got off the boat, he could not help but say to Zhu Lian, who was walking beside him, Mr. Zhu, it's not difficult to find the water hall dragon boat. The water hall is an object that was completely refined by an ancient immortal. I have the method to open a mountain and collect it. The water hall is only the size of a horse carriage and can be transported to the ferry. However, the dragon boat has always been at the level of a small refinement. If you want to bring it back to Longquan County, you can only spend some immortal money and use the dragon boat as a ferry and parade it through the city. Zhu Lian smiled and said, it doesn't matter. The Dali cavalry will have people to protect us and search for treasures. After that we will take the dragon boat back to Luopa Mountain. It will only be smooth sailing. Lu Zhongruan smiled bitterly. Mr. Zhu, are you sure you're not joking? Zhu Lian said in all seriousness, Island Master Lu is the master of a sect, and a gold core earth immortal who can ride on clouds. I'm just an old man. How would I dare to offend you? Lu Zhongruan felt that he could only take one step at a time. The water hall and the dragon boat had always been Lu Zhongruan's sore spot. Who to give it to was a great learning. Even if he gave it to the wrong person, the Pearl Island would not have peace for the next 100 years. It was hard to say whether the ancestral master hall could be preserved. Before making a deal with Luopa Mountain, Lu Zhongruan had revealed the water hall incident to True Realm sect after weighing the pros and cons in order to maintain a foothold in Calligraphy Lake and not be annexed by True Realm sect as a vassal island. Pearl Hairpin Island relied on others' charity and had no choice but to lower its head. Lu Zhongruan took it as a financial loss to avert disaster. True Realm sect was indeed a subordinate sect of Jade Gui sect, the leader of Tongye continent. True Realm sect did not harbor any evil intentions and would not commit such despicable acts as silencing the witnesses and monopolizing the treasures. Pearl Hairpin Island not only retained its ancestral hall, but also exchanged it for a peace token issued by the Ministry of Justice of Great Li to the cultivators on the mountain. This was the reason why Lu Zhongruan did not personally visit Luopa Mountain for the first time. However, the subsequent development was beyond his imagination. The True Realm sect inexplicably gave up on seizing the water hall. Not only that, the peace token was not taken away from the Pearl Island. For this reason, Lu Zhongruan made a trip to the Palace Willow Island with trepidation. Of course, he did not meet the elusive Master Jiang. He only met the chief executive of the True Realm sect, Lu Laoqing. Lu Laoqing said it was the master's order and told Lu Zhongruan to rest assured that the peace token would not be a problem. Lu Laoqing dismissed Lu Zhongruan with a few words. When he left the Palace Willow Island, he was not worried. Lu Zhongruan was not at all reassured. However, there was nothing he could do. He could not force the True Realm sect to take the water hall. Therefore, Lu Zhongruan finally decided to move to the Longquan County. He personally went to the Luopa Mountain as a guest. He chose the location of the Longquan back and mentioned the secret to the Luopa Mountain. Lu Zhongruan did not deliberately hide the fact that the True Realm sect had obtained the water hall's dragon boat. He also told the True Realm sect's decision. The chief steward Zhou Xian smiled a little strangely at that time. He also said that Island Master Lu need not worry. Zhou Xian also promised that even if the Luopa Mountain did not dig for treasures, they would at least not leak the news to anyone. This would prevent the cultivators of the Pearl Island from getting into trouble because of the treasures. Lu Zhongruan still did not dare to rest assured. At this moment, Lu Zhongruan had truly embarked on the treasure-seeking path of his homeland. All sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. If it were not for the water hall's dragon boat seeing the light of day again, Lu Zhongruan would probably never set foot on this sad place again in his life. Regarding the choice of the water hall's dragon boat, Lu Zhongruan had no hesitation. The water hall was the foundation of a sect. It could be said that it was a natural immortal's cave. It gathered the ancestral hall, the cultivation place of earth immortals, and the mountain and water formation. If it was placed in the calligraphy lake, even earth immortals would covet it. It was also enough to support the cultivation of a Yuanying realm cultivator. Therefore, the True Realm sect did not hesitate to give Lu Zhongruan a priceless medallion. This was their sincerity. Although the huge dragon boat could not cross continents, it was enough to carry a large amount of goods back and forth between continents. For the small Pearl Hairpin Island, it was of little value, but for the ambitious Luopa Mountain, it was an urgent matter. While Lu Zhongruan's mind was wandering, Lu Baixiang was secretly talking to Zhu Lian through the martial arts method of telepathy. Lu Baixiang asked with a smile, "Even if you successfully get the dragon boat back, you still have to run around. Won't it affect your cultivation? If you become the leading figure of the Luopa Mountain, you can no longer be the unscrupulous martial arts madman. Won't you feel uncomfortable every day?" Zhu Lian replied with a smile, "Being busy every day, I feel very comfortable." Lu Baixiang said, "If you Zhu Lian have any ulterior motives, as long as the matter is exposed, even if Qin Pingon let you go because of old friendships, I will kill you with my own hands." Zhu Lian said, "You won't have this kind of opportunity." Lu Baixiang asked, "Are you saying that I'm destined not to be able to kill you, or that you really know your place in the Luopa Mountain?" Zhu Lian asked back, "Cult Master Lu is a great talent and a great strategist. The Lu Baixiang in the history of the Lotus Flower Blessed Land has always been decisive in killing. How did you become so chatty?" Lu Baixiang said no more. In that world, Lu Baixiang was the ancestor and Zhu Lian was the descendant. Zhu Lian said with a smile, "Sure enough, only my family's young master understands me the best. Cui Dongshan can only be considered half of it. As for you three fellow countrymen, you're even worse." Lu Baixiang dismissed it with a smile, his palm gently stroking the hilt of his saber. Zhu Lian glanced at Lu Baixiang's small movements. "Do you believe that you can't even pull out your saber right now?" Lu Baixiang laughed. "I don't really believe it." Zhu Lian said, "I'll find a chance to practice with you." Lu Baixiang shook his head. "Let's leave it for now. We'll talk about it again in a few years." Zhu Lian laughed. "I'm just afraid that Cult Master Lu will be alone. The sky is high and the Emperor is far away. You're used to living in a remote and desolate place. If your life is too comfortable, it's easy for you to not know the immensity of heaven and earth." Lu Baixiang turned his head to look at Zhu Lian. Zhou Xian met his gaze. Lu Baixiang, from the lotus flower-blessed land where there are no cultivators, to the vast world where ghosts and immortals run all over the mountain, especially in the last few years, have you always kept your saber by your side? What's wrong? With the magical saber in hand, does the world belong to me? Why don't you be more straightforward and learn from that Sui Yu, directly cultivating to seek immortality? Wouldn't that be better? Lu Baixiang frowned. You hide on the Luopa mountain and have to constantly be on the lookout for killing? How can you compare to me? Zhou Xian sneered. Practicing martial arts is my family's business. Don't ask me. The answer, whether it's good or bad, whatever you want to hear, I can tell you whatever you want. As for the truth, you have to ask yourself. Lu Baixiang sighed. It's a bit troublesome. Zhou Xian laughed. In a small place, if your aptitude is good and your luck is not bad, some impurities won't show. In a big world, it won't work. Among the four of us in the picture scroll, I only find you slightly more pleasing to the eye. If you want to please me, you should say less. Lu Baixiang nodded. He had understood. Although Lu Zhongruan didn't know what the two of them were talking about, Lu Baixiang's momentary exposed killing intent actually made her, and Jindan Earth Immortal, somewhat fearful. And who was Lu Baixiang? He was just one of the names on the Luopa Mountain Ancestral Hall's registry. Lu Zhongruan's mood was somewhat gloomy. When would the Pearl Hairpin Island become a truly stable immortal sect? They didn't have to look at other people's faces and didn't have to rent a mountain, bringing all the direct disciples away from the Book Slip Lake, leaving behind only the Ancestral Hall's empty frame, settling down in Longquan County, and opening up a mansion on the back of a fish. Was it really a wise choice? Lu Zhongruan didn't know the answer now. At present, Lu Zhongruan only knew that Zhou Xian and Lu Baixiang, who were not far from him, were first-class martial arts masters. If placed in any dynasty in the history of the Aquarius continent, they would be honored guests of the emperor and did not dare to slight them. Their strong fists were one reason, but more importantly, martial artists of the three realms of spirit refinement were already involved in the martial fate of a country. Compared to the gods of mountains and rivers who consolidated the fate of a territory, they were not the least bit inferior and even more important. However, Lu Zhongruan was not sure what realms Zhou Xian and Lu Baixiang were in. As for who was more powerful, Lu Zhongruan had no way of knowing. After all, he had not had the chance to see them fight yet. His impression of Zhou Xian was more of the chief steward of Luopa Mountain, smiling to everyone. In the few times they interacted, other than being watertight and knowing how to do business, Lu Zhongruan actually did not know much about him. It seemed that the more they met, the more confused she became. On the other hand, Lu Baixiang was a master that was not to be trifled with. His imposing manner was not ordinary, even a blind person could see it. Lu Zhongruan discovered that Luopa Mountain seemed to be hiding many unknown secrets. As long as he had the chance to come in contact with them, they would appear one after another, making people dizzy. Dali Northern Mountain Lord Wei Pai was a frequent visitor of Luopa Mountain. The hunchbacked man with bad eyesight unexpectedly did not show the slightest respect to Wei Pai. The shopkeeper surnamed Shi in the Dragon Rider Alley's New Year shop had a strange appearance, as if there was a trace of otherworldly qi, causing Lu Zhongruan to be completely unable to see the depth of his cultivation. Chen Rushu, Chen Lingjun, Zhou Mili, the three monsters, especially the little boy in green, seemed to be about to reach the bottleneck of the Dragon Gate realm. Once he reached the Golden Core realm, a Jiao dragon monster was not comparable to an ordinary Golden Core realm cultivator, and could be treated as half a nascent soul realm cultivator. But from the looks of it, Chen Lingjun was the most disliked one on Luopa Mountain, and he seemed to be neglected but did not feel anything wrong. If this happened at Book Slip Lake, he would have rebelled long ago. Lu Zhongruan would occasionally think that the young mountain lord wanted to reach the heavens in a single step and directly create a sect from the originally nameless Longquan County's Luopa Mountain into a sect? Compete with the Dragon Spring Sword sect of Sage Ruanjia? Was it a little whimsical? After all, there were more martial artists than cultivators on Luopa Mountain, and it was hard to tell who was the powerful earth immortal who had the potential to reach the upper five realms. On the other hand, the Dragon Spring Sword sect, which was adjacent to Luopa Mountain, had only a few cultivators, not to mention the sage Ruanjia himself. Donggu was already a Golden Core realm cultivator. As for Ruanjia's only daughter, Ruanxiu, because Lu Zhongruan came from Book Slip Lake, she had seen the strange phenomenon of the island from afar one night, and also had a peace and quiet token with her, so she heard some very mysterious gossip, saying that Wan Xiu had once worked together with a young man in white of unknown origin to hunt down an old nascent soul realm cultivator of the Zhuang dynasty, which was simply shocking. Moreover, it was difficult for a famous mountain to accommodate 2 golden core realm cultivators. It was an unwritten rule on the mountain to be allies from afar and enemies from close proximity. Even if the territory of Longquan County was not small, and the spiritual qi was even more abundant, it was still unable to support 2 thriving sections. Zhou Xian, who had clearly never been to the Immortal Fairy before, was extremely familiar with the place. Leading Lu Zhongruan and Lu Baixiang, the 3 of them had just left the Miasma Cloud Ferry when Lu Zhongruan saw a group of elite cavalry. There were not many of them, only about 20 or so. However, it made Lu Zhongruan instantly feel terrified. In the middle of the 3 leading cavalry was a travel-worn young man. His expression was calm and he did not wear any armor, but a Dali standard saber hung from his waist. Beside him was a handsome young master in a black robe, with a pair of long and short swords hanging from his waist. He squatted on the back of his horse, yawning. On the other side was a man with a stocky figure. Lu Zhongruan felt that other than the commander in the middle, the other 2 were all very dangerous. As for those Dali elite cavalry, Lu Zhongruan was born as the eldest princess of a fallen country, and had been in charge of politics for many years. Managing the household was like managing the country, so he was naturally an expert. With a glance he could tell that those elite cavalry were valiant and skilled in battle. The Dali cavalry were skilled in battle. Not only were they willing to die on the battlefield, they also emitted an orderly aura. These were all the marks that the imperial tutor Cui Dong had carefully polished. Zhu Lian raised his head to look at that dark-skinned man, rubbing his hands and smiling. "Isn't this our Wu Xianlang Lord Wei?" The man called Wu Xianlang by Zhu Lian was indifferent. The young man in the middle turned his head and smiled. "Big brother Wei, this old senior is?" The man replied in a methodical manner. "Surnamed Xu, named Lian, an old acquaintance from my hometown. He's a martial madman, currently in the far-roaming realm, working as a steward for someone in Longquan County." The young man was somewhat surprised. "Realm 8 Master? How come I've never heard of him?" He clearly knew which far-roaming realm martial artists there were in Dali, because most of them had thrown themselves into the battlefield and almost none of them stayed in Jianghu. As for the Realm 8 Qi cultivators, he didn't care to hear of them. He was born in Dali's first-class family, and was born in the capital's Chong, Street, where martial artists were as common as clouds. He didn't have a good impression of cultivators, but he had a natural affinity with martial artists, no matter whether it was on the battlefield or in Jianghu. His ancestors had all fought for the Dali imperial court for their own surname and for their own country and family business. It was the same for himself. He, Lu Xianmei, was no different from his good friend Guaniran. The people he despised the most were those who rested on the merit books of their ancestors in Ichi Alley. His name, Lu Xianmei, was personally given by Master Guan. Many of the foppish sons of rich parents in Ichi Alley and Chong, Street really couldn't afford to be supported. So under the arrangement of their fathers, they worked in the government office to make money, helped the local tycoons build bridges, or recommended the immortal masters on the mountain to serve as consecrators for the clans they were on good terms with. Throughout the year there were endless wine parties and banquets. These people, regardless of the size of the official circles in the capital, were all big shots at the banquets. Their maids had to be female immortals, and their retainers had to be the immortals on the mountain. How could they go to Chong Street and take a look? Which one of them didn't shrink their necks and talk in a low voice? Lu Xianmei turned over and got off the horse, cupping his hands and smiling at Zhu Lian. Lu Xianmei greets Senior Zhu. Zhu Lian hurriedly cupped his hands and returned the greeting, chuckling. General Lu is young and promising, burning incense for your ancestors in the ancestral hall, full of confidence. Lu Xianmei was amused. He didn't think it was rude for Zhu Lian to mention the incense for his ancestors. Wei Xian got off the horse as well, and the rest of the men got off as well. Only the young swordsman with a pair of phoenix eyes kept squatting on the back of the horse. He nodded and clicked his tongue. That's a very powerful wind-controlling stage cultivator. Wei Xian, your hometown has a lot of talented people. In this aspect you take after our mud bottle alley. Sword cultivator Chao Jun was a cultivator born in the South Sa continent, but his ancestor Chao Shi was born in the Mud Bottle Alley in Lizhu Wonderland. Lu Baixiang, who had been walking behind Zhou Lian and Lu Zhongruan, stood side by side with Zhou Lian. Wei Xian nodded at Lu Baixiang and Lu Baixiang returned the greeting with a smile. After Wei Xian left Cui Dongshan, he joined the army of the Great Li and became an accompanying cultivator of the Great Li's iron cavalry. Relying on a series of real and dangerous battles, he was now temporarily a sergeant. Once the Ministry of War issued the official document, Wei Xian, who had obtained the title of Wu Xianlang, would immediately be promoted to a standard commander. Of course, if Wei Xian was willing to personally lead the army into battle, he could be promoted to a 6th-grade general according to the law and lead a battalion of over 1,000 soldiers and horses. Sergeants like Dali were the most precious sergeants in the world. They were able to meet all the generals below the 3rd-ranked general level on the road. They didn't need to salute. If they were in the mood, they could just cup their hands. If they didn't want it, they could even turn a blind eye. As of now, Wei Xian had been given the 6th grade of the 12 grades of Great Li's iron cavalry, Wu Xianlang, whose name started with the word Wu. Normally, the first 5 grades of Wu Xianlang would only be given to generals who had made great contributions to the battlefield. In the Dali imperial court, which was founded on martial arts, the first rank of Wu Xianlang was the Xianxia. However, the highly respected title of Xianxia was not only given to martial artists. Chao Jun had always been Wei Xian's immediate superior. With his military achievements, he was in charge of all the cultivators of Dali iron cavalry. Although Wei Xian was only a sergeant, he was somewhat like an assistant to Chao Jun. According to Chao Jun, the lazy man, he should not use his brain if he could. Therefore, he liked to throw all the troublesome tasks to Wei Xian, who didn't know his background. Wei Xian was said to be a military cultivator, but he was more like a pure martial artist. At first, there were some criticisms. They always thought that this guy was a hanger-on of some big boss in the Ministry of War. After the battle ended, he shamelessly came to gain military achievements. However, after a few battles, there were no more rumors. The reason was simple. The cultivators who fought side by side with Wei Xian were all alive. Dali's elite cavalry prepared the horses. Everyone rode to the place where the treasure was hidden. It was not too far from the Miasma Cloud Ferry, more than 200 miles away. The water-haul dragon boat was buried at the bottom of a river. The secret passage was extremely well hidden. Only Lu Zhongruan knew how to break the many mountain restrictions. Otherwise, even if they found the treasure, they would not be able to enter the secret realm unless they destroyed the foundation of the mountain. However, if they did so, they would trigger the mechanism and the waterhaul dragon boat would be destroyed. When Lu Zhongruan learned that this young cavalry general Lu Xuanmei, who was not even 30 years old, was a Dali 4th-grade military official, he was even more shocked. On one hand, he was surprised by this person's meteoric rise in his official career. Dali's military general must have a foundation of military achievements. This was an iron law. The general family with ancestral influence may have a higher starting point, but there was a limit. On the other hand, he was surprised by the loyalty of the officials in Luapa Mountain. The one who showed up was the military general Lu Xuanmei. Then the one who nodded and promised this matter must be a powerful general. Even if it was not Chao Gui or Su Gaoshan, who had already been appointed as the hunting envoy, it should be a prominent Dali military general who was second only to them. In fact, it was not only Lu Zhongruan who did not understand. Even Lu Xuanmei himself could not make sense of it. This time he led the team because a confidant of Grand General Chao Gui personally conveyed the message. Among the cavalry, there were also 2 Green Wave Pavilion spies who were monitoring the troops. Looking at the signs, they were not monitoring the actions of the 3 people, but monitoring whether Lu Xuanmei would cause problems. This was very interesting. Could it be that the new hunting envoy Chao Gui was very resourceful and wanted to fill his own pockets with a certain leader of Green Wave Pavilion? Then Grand General Chao chose to hide behind the scenes and sent his confidant to personally handle this matter? If he was really so daring, shouldn't he, Lu Xuanmei, be replaced by another loyal general? If Lu Xuanmei felt that this matter violated Dali military law, he would definitely report it to the imperial court. Even if he was secretly killed by Chao Gui, how would he clean up the mess? The Lu family of Qiao Street was not a family that Chao Gui could casually deal with. The key point was that this action violated the rules. Dali's civil and military officials had been for hundreds of years. No matter their family style, methods, or temperament, they were all used to following the rules. Being pursued by the imperial court and having his confidant killed to take the blame? This did not seem like Grand General Chao's style. But to say that there was someone who was so resourceful that even Chao Gui had to listen to orders and make a hunting envoy, who was equivalent to a pillar of the imperial court, personally make a plan, Lu Xunmei did not dare to believe it. Could it be the imperial tutor's idea? Was there a need to be so sneaky for a mountain treasure that had someone leading the way? Dali's cavalry went south, collecting mountain treasures and piling them up into a mountain. Banning and destroying thousands of mountains and temples were all done according to Dali's established rules. Was this one thing missing? Lu Xunmei was full of curiosity, and he hoped that he could live to know the answer. Lu Xunmei and Lu Zhongruan rode side by side, discussing the route. Wei Xian and Lu Baixiang followed closely behind, chatting about the past. Lu Baixiang was the easiest to get along with among the 4 people in the picture scroll. He could chat with anyone. The other 3 almost did not talk to each other. Somehow Zhou Xian was hanging at the tail of the cavalry with Chao Jun. They chatted happily, calling each other brothers and talking about everything. Of course, the 2 men did not talk much about women. No matter what you say, Chao Jun, Zhou Lian's reply will never reach your heart. Even if this old chef's cooking skills aren't that good, I don't know how to cook according to the person's taste. Chao Jun's eyes lit up. He even wanted to leave the army and go to Luopa Mountain to be a servant. After Li Shixing left Lion Peak with Cui Ci, he returned to the capital of the Artemisia nation. The Artemisia nation was a small and remote country in the North Continent, but it was not a vassal of a big country. In the capital, Li Shixing bought a small house in a place called Dongxian Street. Across the street lived a family with the surname Qin. They were well-to-do and were not considered wealthy in the capital. There was a person of the same age as Li Shixing. Coincidentally, there was the word Bao in his name. His name was Qin Baozhou. He was an idle scholar who did not have any achievements in the imperial examinations. He was good at music, chess, calligraphy and painting. Li Shixing often traveled with him, but they did not go far. When Li Shixing came to the North Continent from the Aquarius continent, he traveled all the way to the north before stopping here. Through some connections, he got a job at the prefectural education office. Before going to the Cool Breeze sect, Li Shixing had to walk past the opening of Astronomical Luck Memorial Arch at the entrance of the office every day. The office had 12 entrances, so it was not considered small. Li Shixing was very fond of Li Shixing. He felt that this young outsider was quite knowledgeable. Of course, Li Shixing was famous for being a clean and honest civil official. To be able to suddenly rise from a low-paid yamen to the center of the imperial court and become the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, there must be some extra knowledge involved. Once, when he exchanged cups with Li Shixing to drown his sorrows, Li Shixing gave him some of his knowledge. The next day, Li Shixing became an official in the government office of the government office. Cui Ci initially felt like he was struck by lightning. Why would his honorable teacher do such a thing? How could a scholar do such a thing? Li Shixing did not explain anything to Cui Ci. This time, when he returned to the capital, there was no longer a position for Li Shixing in the government office. He gave a random reason and removed Li Shixing's identity as an official. Li Shixing did not care. On the way, Cui Ci asked his teacher how long he would stay in the Ardent Kingdom. Li Shixing replied that it would be a long time, at least 30 to 40 years. At first, Cui Ci was a little flustered. He was afraid that it would be a few hundred years. But when he heard that it would be a short 30 to 40 years, he felt relieved. After all, he and his teacher were not ordinary people at the foot of the mountain. As for Cui Ci himself, when he thought of his origin, there was always a lingering worry. But every time he worried about this, he would no longer be worried, because he had that worry. Today, Li Shixing spread out another calligraphy painting and looked at the reflection of the moon in the water. Cui Ci knew his teacher's habit and burned incense at the side. In fact, Li Shixing was not so cultured, but Cui Ci liked to do this and did not stop him. On the scroll, there was an old teacher sitting and discussing the Tao. The old teacher was a sage of Yufu Academy. At first, Cui Ci listened attentively, but later on he really felt that it was boring. His lecture was like an old woman's feet wrapped in cloth. Every time he lectured, he would only talk about one principle. Then he would go around and around in circles, talking about the various small principles of this big principle. Cui Ci felt that it was very boring. Who would not understand these principles after a few days of reading? Was there a need for the old teacher to explain in such detail? No wonder his teacher later took him on a tour of the Yufu Academy. He learned that the old teacher was laughed at as an old vulture who only knew how to pick up phrases. The old teacher was also regarded as a sage with the least real talent in the academy. Later on, the Confucian students in the academy could not stand the teaching, so the old teacher arranged this task for the academy. He was in charge of the reflection of the moon in the water and preached to those cultivators on the mountain. Not only the academy knew that this was just a formality, but the old teacher himself probably knew that no one would listen to his nonsense. But he still lectured for 30 years. The old teacher was happy and leisurely. Sometimes he would even bring a few books, letters, and copybooks that he liked. He would choose a sentence from them and talk about it according to his mood. Cui Ci heard a lot of old stories about the old teacher in the streets of the Yufu Academy that were filled with bookstores. It was said that the reason he obtained the title of a sage back then was because of great luck. It had nothing to do with how knowledgeable he was. At the beginning, there were smart people from all walks of life who became friends with the teacher who was not considered old at that time. The scholars of various countries and the major academies all warmly invited this person to lecture and preach Tao. In the end, even the cold stove in the officialdom lost interest. This person's copybook, calligraphy, fan inscriptions, couplets, and so on could be sold for 1,000 taels of silver in the earliest days. Later on it was sold for a few hundred taels of silver. Later on it was sold for less than 100 taels of silver. Now, not to mention 10 taels of silver, no one would buy it. They might not even be willing to accept it as a gift. But Cui Ci discovered that every time his teacher listened to this old teacher's lectures, he would not miss a single time. Even when he was lecturing the 9 registered disciples of sect master He in the Qingliang sect, he would still look at the Yufu Academy's catoptric deflection. In the painting, the old teacher sat in the same position that he had not changed for 30 years. He sat upright and still, moistened his throat, and picked up a book that he had just obtained. It was a travel book about mountains and rivers. After quickly reporting the title of the book, the old teacher opened the book and said that today he would talk about what was so wonderful about the line in the book. The small stove in the village has just started to burn. The peach blossoms in the temple are falling, and why the words village and temple were such imperfections. The old teacher blushed slightly, his expression unnatural. He raised the travel book high up, holding the book with both hands as if he wanted to let people see the title of the book more clearly. Cui Ci had a helpless expression. Teacher, is this old teacher about to starve to death? Why is he still helping the bookstore do business? Li Shixing smiled. This is the first time. It has never happened before. It's probably an old friend's request, so it's not good to refuse. Cui Ci leaned over the table, sighing. For a wise person to be like this, it's indeed time for his old face to turn red. Cui Ci smiled. But today the old teacher is finally not talking about those empty principles. That's pretty good. Otherwise, I guarantee that after the time it takes to burn an incense stick, I'll be sleepy. Li Shixing listened to the old teacher in the painting talk about the way of poetry. He asked, who said that knowledge must be useful for it to be good knowledge? Cui Ci thought that he had misheard. Teacher. Li Shixing was still looking at the painting, listening to the old teacher's words. He smiled at Cui Ci. Cui Ci, let me ask you a small question. 1 tael per caddy, 2 weights, how heavy are they? Cui Ci was even more confused. Was this even a question? Li Shixing continued, who set the rules for the 2 weights? In the beginning, who had the scales and weights in their hands? 10,000 years ago, 10,000 years later, would there be the slightest deviation? If there was the slightest deviation, how would it affect the operation of all things in the world? Cui Ci pondered for a moment and felt a splitting headache. Li Shixing slowly said, some of the most pure knowledge in the world seems to be very far away from the human world, but you can't say that it's useless. There will always be some seemingly useless knowledge, but someone has to do it. If I tell you something, will it help you earn a copper coin? Or will it help you improve your cultivation? Cui Ci shook his head. Not really. Li Shixing looked at the old academy scholar in the picture scroll and felt a little sad. He turned his head and looked at the inhuman teenager who was only pieced together by a pile of broken porcelain. He said, refining spiritual qi and turning it into your own use, ascending to heaven step by step and becoming immortal, is the cultivation of Tao. We Confucians use moral articles and paper knowledge to feed the secular world. This is the Confucian persuasion. The spring breeze sneaks into the night, moistening things silently. This is the ultimate realm of knowledge. Li Shixing was silent for a moment. He looked at the incense above the incense burner and said, "Collecting is the unity of heaven and man and attaining immortality. Since ancient times, sages have been lonely, leaving only articles for thousands of years. The real disciples of Confucianism never only seek immortality." The old man was old. He felt tired as he talked. In the past he could talk for an extra hour of the academy's 2-hour homework. Today, after an hour, he no longer had the energy and spirit to continue his lecture. The old master's expression was sorrowful as he looked into the distance and muttered to himself, "I actually know that no one is listening. No one is listening to me." The old man said softly, 20 years ago I heard from the hill master that occasionally there would be some snow, and the spiritual chi would increase. 10 years ago there was very little snow. Every time I heard that someone was willing to spend money on my poor knowledge, I would find someone to drink with." Speaking of this, the old man squeezed out a smile and grabbed the travel book. "I'm the old guy who engraved this book and sold it for money. In the blink of an eye, I've become old after a few drinks. In recent years, I haven't been able to earn enough money for the academy to spend on a single snowflake with my knowledge. I feel bad about it." The old man looked sad. He put down the book and suddenly laughed. "Old bastard Qian, I know you're looking here. Are you afraid that I won't help you sell the book? Put down your legs. It's okay if you don't want to. Remember not to finish the wine and food. Leave some for me to chew after I leave the academy." The old man stood up and bowed. "This lecture is the last time I humiliate myself in the academy. It's better if no one listens so I don't have to waste money. It's not easy to cultivate on the mountain. The knowledge that I've taught for 30 years is really useless. Look at me. Do I look like a scholar? I don't think so." The old man was about to put away the book. He had the title of a sage of the academy, but he was not a cultivator. He could not raise the wind and rain with a wave of his hand. At this moment, Li Shixing of the Artemisia kingdom gently threw down a grain rain money. He stood up and bowed. "The scholar Li Shixing has benefited a lot. Thank you, sir." The old man was stunned on the spot for a long time. He even had tears in his eyes. He waved his hand and said, "I don't deserve it, I don't deserve it." Then the old man was a little embarrassed. He mistakenly thought that someone had thrown a small grain rain money. He whispered, "Don't buy that book. It's not worth it. It's too expensive. It's not worth it at all. No matter how much money you have, you shouldn't squander it like this. The two things in the world, cultivation and family, are big things, but in fact they should be small." The old man was habitually nagging about those principles. Suddenly he shut his mouth. He looked lonely and said self-deprecatingly, "I won't say it anymore." Suddenly another person threw a grain rain money and said loudly, "Lu Jinglong has listened to Sir's teachings for 30 years. I'm here to thank you. This time I didn't miss your last lecture." Not only was the old man shocked, even Cui Xi couldn't help but ask, "Sir, are you the young sword deity Lu Jinglong from the Taihui sword sect?" Li Shixing smiled and nodded. The old man was in tears. Finally he straightened his clothes and straightened his back. He smiled and said, "If you have the chance in the future, you must come and drink with me. I'm not in the academy anymore, but I'm not far away. It's easy to find me. Just say that you're looking for Mr. Boundfeet and you'll find me. When the time comes, I'll complain about why you didn't reveal your identity earlier so that I can be proud in the academy." Suddenly, a third person didn't throw money, but his voice echoed, "This lecture is the worst. You're quite good at helping people sell books. Why don't you open a bookstore? I, Zhou, am willing to buy a few books." The old man lowered his voice and asked tentatively, "Mountain Lord Zhou?" The man laughed and said, "Of course. In the North Continent, who can say the words I, Zhou so confidently?" The old man hurriedly ran away and closed an open sage book, not letting the three people see his embarrassment. As an old scholar, he still had to care about his face. Just as Shan Jun and Wei Pai were leaving empty covering clouds, a fleet of carriages moved majestically, leaving Huaihuang town in Longquan County. It wasn't that they didn't have the money to take the immortal ferry to Oxhorn Mountain, but that someone didn't agree. This made a woman who was in charge of money and power feel very regretful. She had never taken an immortal fairy in her life. She had no choice. Her son didn't agree. As his mother, she had no choice but to go along with it. In the Ma family of Apricot Blossom Lane, after the old woman's death, her grandson quickly left the town. The ancestral home had been empty since then. The old woman's son and daughter-in-law had long moved out of the ancestral home in Apricot Blossom Lane. The Ma family was rich, but they didn't show it. They were just like Lin Shi's father, who worked in the kiln supervision department. He had power but didn't show it. The impression he gave people was that he was just a lowly official. The two families were similar. The Ma couple had moved out of Apricot Blossom Lane in the past, but they didn't purchase property in Fortune Street or Peach Blossom Lane. Now they had secretly sold the dragon kiln that had been passed down from their ancestors to the Sioux family of Clear Breeze City for an astronomical price. Then, under the arrangements of her son, the entire family moved to the territory of True Marshall Mountain, one of the ancestral halls of the military school. In the future they would settle down there. The woman was actually not too willing. Her husband wasn't too interested either. The husband and wife hoped to settle down in Dolly's capital. Unfortunately, their son had said so as his parents they could only comply. After all, their son was no longer the silly kid from Apricot Blossom Lane. He was Ma Kuxuan, the most outstanding cultivation genius of the Aquarius continent. Even the Jindan sword cultivators of the Zhuang dynasty, who were famous for being skilled in killing, had been slaughtered by their son. The woman lifted the curtain of the carriage and saw a rider outside. It was a young woman who was outrageously beautiful. She was now her son's servant girl. Her son had given her the name Xu Dian. The woman found it rather amusing. Only this matter made her feel that her son was still the silly son of the past. He was still sulking with someone. In the early years, Song Jisun from Clay Bottle Lane, who was rumored to be the illegitimate son of the supervisor, had a servant girl called GQ. According to her mother-in-law when she was still alive, her son had actually always liked that GQ. The woman riding slowly beside the carriage felt the woman's gaze. At first she didn't want to see it. But the young man riding at the front of the group turned his head and looked at her coldly. She was so scared that she kept quiet out of fear. She immediately turned her head to look at the curtain of the carriage and asked softly, "Madam, do you need to stop and rest?" The woman smiled and shook her head. She slowly lowered the curtain. The young woman named Xu Dian glanced at the back of the young man in front of her. She was sad, but she didn't dare to show the slightest trace of it. Back then she, the mother and son of the Sioux family from the Windy City, and the mountain-moving ape from the Xinjiang mountain entered the Black Pearl Heaven together. Everyone was there for the opportunity. But in the end she was the most miserable one. Not only did she fail to get any good fortune, but she also got into a big trouble, which was a real disaster for her family. Her grandfather, the master of the Tide Cavalry, had lost his military power after being wiped out by the unstoppable Li dynasty. But he kept an official position in the imperial court and then retired to his hometown. But that young man appeared. He returned to his hometown with honor. The guards from the imperial court and her grandfather's retinue, more than 100 people, were all dead. The ground was littered with corpses. She knelt on the ground with the old man. Ma Kuxuan stood between the two kneeling people and pressed his hands on their heads. He said that the two heads couldn't pay off the debt. Even if the entire Tide Cavalry died, they still couldn't pay off the debt. Ma Kuxuan asked the old man what to do. The old man began to kowtow, begging Ma Kuxuan to let go of his granddaughter and just take his life. He had a lifetime of military service and had countless military achievements. Who would have thought that he would end up like this? The woman knelt on the side. Ma Kuxuan pressed his palm down, leaving behind a miserable corpse on the ground. In the end, Ma Kuxuan didn't kill her. He kept her by his side and gave her the name Xu Dian. Xu Dian, who was in a daze, followed Ma Kuxuan to Longquan County. The first place the young man, who had killed many people along the way, went after returning to his hometown was not Apricot Blossom Lane, nor was it his parents' residence. Instead, he walked along the banks of the Dragon Whisker River. At the waterfall where the Dragon Whisker River and the Tiefu River met, Xu Dian saw a god holding a sword appear. It was the #1 water god of the Li dynasty named Yanghua. At that time, Ma Kuxian was squatting at the boundary between the river and the river, gently throwing pebbles into the water. He smiled at the great Li deity, who had an extremely high divine position, and said, I know you're the Empress Dowager's maid, and I'm just the grandson of the river god under your command. Logically speaking, I should show you some respect, but I heard that you weren't very polite to my grandmother, so you should be careful. In life, regardless of whether you're a cultivator, a deity, or a ghost, if you owe a debt, you have to pay it back. When I return next time to visit my grandmother, if you still haven't paid off your debt and dare to order this dragon whisker river around, then I'll detain your golden body on Marshall Mountain and temper it every day. I'll feed you as much incense as you break, and I want you to pay it back for 1,000 years. Even if I, Zhou Xian, die, as long as Marshall Mountain still exists, you'll have to suffer for 1,000 years. The water god Xianxia snorted. Zhou Xian added, since you can become the main god of the river, you naturally aren't afraid of suffering. It's alright, you're a woman after all, and you don't have a human nature. Some of your natural instincts are hard to get rid of. Every few years I'll capture some deities or spirits of the mountains and lakes and bring them to Marshall Mountain. Then I'll teach them a divine secret technique that has long been lost. I'll let them profit from their misfortune and let you know what it means to repay a debt with your body. Zhou Xian finally said, I'm telling you all this in hopes that you won't be like some people who are stupid enough to think that many small things are just small things. Otherwise, if I, Zhou Xian, break through too quickly, you'll pay back your debt very quickly. The water god of the Iron Seal River didn't say anything, only sneering. Zhou Xian tilted his head. You don't believe me, right? Zhou Xian smiled. Then wait. I've changed my mind now. One day I'll ask the Empress Dowager to personally issue a decree for you to go to Marshall Mountain's territory and become the main river's water god. At that time I'll visit you as a guest. I hope that the water god will treat me with great hospitality, and I'll return the favor by inviting you to the mountain as a guest. Xianghua's expression became serious. Zhou Xian shook his head. Sorry, it's too late. Xianghua narrowed her eyes. A Tao protector of Marshall Mountain appeared behind Zhou Xian and smiled. The water god has killed someone without permission. It's against the rules. Xianghua sneered. Zhou Xian is already your Marshall Mountain's mountain lord? That military cultivator shook his head and smiled. Of course not. It's just that Zhou Xian's words seem to be more effective than our mountain lords. I've been dissatisfied for a long time, but I can't do anything about it. Xianghua noticed that the cultivator secretly gave her a look. Xianghua sighed and said to Zhou Xian, Ma Lanhua will be able to have her own river god temple very soon. Ma Lanhua, the river granny of the Dragon Whisker River, had been unable to build a temple ever since she became a river god. If the water god of the Iron Talisman River spoke up and built a temple for incense, then both the local government of the Dragon Province and the Ministry of Rights of the Dali Imperial Court would not make things difficult for her. Zhou Xian stood up and clapped his hands. All right. Then I, Zhou Xian, will also go back on my word. In the future, the water god will be my esteemed guest. Afterwards, the tall and slender Zhou Xian, dressed in black clothes and a white jade belt, looked like an elegant young master who had come out of a wealthy family to enjoy the scenery. He walked along the Dragon Whisker River, and when he no longer concealed his aura, he purposely leaked it out. Not long after he walked, water plants began to appear in the river, swaying in the water as if they were spying on the movements on the shore. As if she was afraid to acknowledge Zhou Xian, the woman who no longer seemed old and decrepit poked her head out of the river and looked at the young man on the bank. The river gods did not cry, but the woman wiped her face subconsciously. This was the first time the maidservant Xu Dian had seen the young demon Zhou Xian. She smiled resplendently. She even discovered that even such a cold-hearted wretch could cry. That day Zhou Xian sat beside her on the bank of the river. The woman held Zhou Xian's hand gently as she constantly murmured. Zhou Xian only sat there and did not say anything for a very long time. Her face was rather unfamiliar, but it was the nagging that he was most familiar with in his life. His grandmother talked about many trivial matters and scolded many people, but in the end she told him not to worry about anything. In the end she told her grandson to wait for a while, and then went to the shabby residence in the river. She brought back all of her accumulated belongings and placed them neatly beside the two of them. She explained the origins of each item one by one, and in the end she told Zhou Xian to take all of them away. She said that these were all the money she had saved for her grandson's future wife, but she did not know if there was any girl he liked over the years. In any case, that GQ was a natural seductress and she was not a woman he could marry into the family. Other than her, she would accept any woman as her granddaughter-in-law. Ma Kuxuan said that it was GQ. The woman habitually stretched out her finger and gently poked her grandson's forehead, scolding him for being obsessed and not knowing the slightest bit of good. He was an idiot who did not care about his parents and deserved to suffer hardships. In the end, as the woman spoke, she began to cry. She said that in order to become granny she had suffered a lot. If it wasn't for the fact that she still had a grandson like him and had no one to take care of her, she wouldn't have been able to make it through. Ma Kuxuan took a deep breath and wiped his face with his hand. The woman said that Ma Kuxuan had to promise her one thing. Ma Kuxuan said that there was no need to be afraid of this. If they really followed the clues to the apricot blossom alley's Ma family, if that Qin Pingon dared to kill one person, he would kill the two people that Qin Pingon cared about the most. The woman only shook her head and insisted that Ma Kuxuan promise her. She said with a sobbing tone, "They are your parents, how can you settle accounts like this?" Ma Kuxuan remained silent. In the end, the woman used her trump card, saying that if he did not agree, she would not have a grandson in the future. Ma Kuxuan could only agree. Deep in his heart he had his own plans. After parting, Ma Kuxuan did not go to find his parents, but instead went to the Yang family's shop. After learning that his grandmother had to stay in Dragon Whisker River, there was no room for discussion. Ma Kuxuan had no choice but to change his mind and have his parents sell the ancestral dragon kiln at a high price, and leave Longquan City with the family. In the end, there was this leisurely journey away from home. Along the way, Xu Dian discovered a strange thing. For some reason, it seemed that Ma Kuxuan's relationship with his parents was very ordinary. It was not the kind of estrangement that immortals had. It was as if he did not have any feelings for his parents since he was young. After going to the mountains to cultivate, the two sides became even more distant. As for the couple, they seemed to be immersed in great joy. Towards their son, who had brought glory to their ancestors, he did not even smile and remained silent. The couple did not feel that there was anything wrong with this at all. It was as if their son was so high up and this was a matter of course. Of the couple, the man in the ordinary clothes of a gentleman gave off the shrewdness of a tycoon. The woman had a pair of peach blossom eyes, but her appearance was not outstanding. When she looked at people, even if she had a smile on her face, there was still a trace of coldness in her eyes. Along the way, some people and monsters who did not have eyes and were unlucky all died. Ma Kuxuan seemed to have purposely chosen the paths that were barren and unruly. He wanted to kill those bandits and monsters to relieve the frustration in his heart. During this period of time, the cultivators of her sect came to save her for the second time. The first time, the ancestor personally came to denounce Ma Kuxuan. Ma Kuxuan personally killed more than 10 people in front of her as if they were ants. Before Ma Kuxuan attacked, he asked her to make a second choice. Would she live or would the people who saved her die? If she answered incorrectly, she would die. Xu Dian answered correctly. Therefore those people died. This time, it was a senior martial brother from the same sect who had the potential to become her Dao companion on the mountain. He came with his friends to save her from the abyss of suffering. Ma Kuxuan asked her to make a choice again. Would she die as a couple or would she live alone? Xu Dian still wanted to live. As a result, the senior brother whom she had always thought she loved deeply and his friends, all died without any suspense. At that time it was raining heavily and muddy. Xu Dian's entire body collapsed. She sat on the ground and loudly asked why Ma Kuxuan did not allow her to die the first time. After that he fulfilled her wish again. At that time, Ma Kuxuan was dressed in a long robe that was not stained by the rain. He laughed at her. "I want you to live a life worse than death. What is there to not understand? Your lack of understanding is the reason why a fairy like you is sitting in the mud and crying pitifully. When you understand, you will be able to live a carefree life. Everything that happened in the past is not worth mentioning." Ma Kuxuan grabbed her head and threw her onto the back of the horse. "As a servant, if you disrespect me again, I will cut your tongue. There will be no next time." The caravan continued its journey in the rain. At the end of spring, the sun shone brightly. Ma Kuxuan was at the front of the caravan. He sat on the back of the horse, swaying leisurely. In his mind, he was silently calculating which upper 5 realms cultivators were in the Aquarius continent. Dolly Imperial Tutor, Embroidered Tiger Dong. Not counting this old man was indeed someone who did big things. He hid in Dali's capital for many years. The Mo clan branch's son had forcefully killed Yinyang Lu clan cultivator. He was quite capable. Ma Kuxuan had seen the 12 mountain fairies with his own eyes. When he looked up, they covered the sky and covered the earth. Under the fairies, the human territory within 100 miles was as dark as night. This was the main reason why Dali's cavalry could travel south so quickly. The construction of each huge ferry was tantamount to cutting off a large piece of flesh from the Dali imperial court and the Song clan's emperor. Not only that, the Song clan also owed a large debt to the Mo clan's main branch, Shang clan, and other big shots of the central region. Dali's cavalry scraped 3 feet on the way south to secretly repay the debt. As for when they would be able to repay the debt, it was hard to say. The Mo clan ranger named Su Rua was not to be underestimated. The North Continent's heavenly lord Xianxia had already returned. It was meaningless to continue staying in the Aquarius continent. Moreover, it was said that this heavenly lord was suspected of having a fire in his backyard. If he did not return to the North Continent, he would become a laughing stock. The rest seemed to be dispensable. If they died, their spiritual energy would return to heaven and earth. If they were alive, they were mountain thieves who knew some magic. They were misers who would not spit out what they had taken. The heavenly lord Xian of the divine grandeur sect could not even keep Xiaoyang, a disciple of a sect with great fortune. Wouldn't it be better to break Xiaoyang's arms and legs and keep her in the divine grandeur sect as a treasure bowl? The True Realms sect, which had moved from the Jade sect, was in the limelight after annexing the Calligraphy Lake. However, Jiang Shangzhen was a good person. As the sect master, he was willing to behave himself. He did not ask for the reason of any conflicts between the sect's disciples and the outside world. It was all his fault. The ancestral master Hall punished him according to the sect's rules. There were a few times when he took the initiative to kill the sect's enemies. The wild cultivator Lu Laoqing of the Gong Willow Island had reached the Jade primitive state. Perfected cultivator Lu Zhimao had also broken through and became the second wild cultivator of the upper 5 states. Of course, they were now the immortal masters of the True Realm sect. The childlike ancestral master of the Wind Snow Temple had not left the mountain for hundreds of years. He only showed up once during the battle between the Xingyang Mountain and the Wind Thunder Garden. A female cultivator of the Martial Mountain was even quieter than the ancestral master of the Wind Snow Temple, who was also from the military ancestral court of the Aquarius continent. However, many of her disciples had been very active in the Dali border army. The family master of the Jiang family of Cloud Forest, who had been hiding behind the scenes. The first god of the upper 5 states in the history of the Aquarius continent, Wei Pai of the Cloud Pagoda Mountain. The sword cultivator of the upper 5 states from the Zhuang dynasty had not shown up until now. No one knew if he had died in seclusion or if he had chosen to continue hiding. As for the storyteller of the Great Sui Kingdom, he was now a prisoner of the Cloud Pagoda Mountain, protecting a prince of the Gao family. It was not that Ma Kuxuan looked down on this old man, but what else did he have other than the Jade primitive state? In the end, Ma Kuxuan thought of the bumpkin from the clay bottle alley. Ma Kuxuan opened his eyes on the back of the horse. He crossed his fingers and pressed them down lightly. He felt that it was a little fun. After leaving the small town, it seemed that all the people of the same age as him were trash. Instead, it was this guy from his hometown who was a real opponent that could pique his interest. He wondered if he would need to use all his strength the next time they fought. He probably would not. This was a little boring. Ma Kuxuan closed his eyes again and began to think about the genius of the central divine continent. As for the maidservant behind him, one day she would sadly discover that she had unknowingly lost all desire for revenge. Instead, one day she would sincerely feel that staying by Ma Kuxuan's side was the only stability in the world. When that time came, it would be time for her to die. Ma Kuxuan would still leave behind a part of her soul and memories. Using some lost secret techniques that even the ancestors of Martial Mountain could not grasp, he would follow the clues and find her reincarnation. When the time came, he would return her memories so that she would never be free. She would reincarnate again and again as a human, living a life worse than death. As for that Qin Pingon, if he dared to take revenge, he would only be worse off than her. But before Qin Pingon took revenge, Ma Kuxuan would not do anything. After all, the Ma family was in the wrong first. No matter how cruel and merciless Ma Kuxuan was, he would not go so far as to kill innocent people. It was just that there were many people in the world who wanted to die. If they happened to offend Ma Kuxuan, he would help send them on their way. Early in the morning on Luopa Mountain, Pei Qian had already prepared all her belongings. She was about to go on a long trip. Yesterday the old man had told her, "Carry your small bamboo box and bring your walking stick. We'll go to your hometown and study together. Don't worry, just treat it as accompanying this old man to relax. Things like practicing martial arts can wait." At that time Pei Qian had just shouted, "Old man Cui, did you eat your fill today?" Then she pushed open the second floor's bamboo door and steeled her heart to eat another beating. In any case, if she did not say a few heroic words, she would be beaten anyway. She might as well take advantage of this situation and treat it as earning a few copper coins for herself. In the end, the old man, who was wearing a green robe and was barefooted, said such a thing. Pei Qian was still a little uncomfortable, so he quickly replied, "Old chef has left, but there's still Nguan Shu on the mountain to take care of our meals. Besides, I didn't snatch your bowl at the dinner table, did I?" Cui Ching almost couldn't resist giving this girl another solid punch. In the past few days, Cui Ching had frequently appeared and eaten at the table. Cui Ching only said one sentence, "Go downstairs and cool off." However, Pei Qian's eyes turned rapidly. After dilly-dallying for a long time, she swaggered out of the bamboo building and stood in the corridor with her hands on her hips. She shouted, "Show me Li." The black-clothed girl sitting by the stairs on the first floor immediately ran to the empty space and asked, "Why didn't I hear any howls today?" Pei Qian raised her eyebrows, crossed her arms and sneered, "What do you think? After entering the second floor, do you think I can walk out without a winner?" Zhou Mili frowned and thought hard about the problem. Finally she asked, "Did we put laxatives in that bowl of rice? Why didn't I know beforehand? This kind of thing shouldn't be handed over to Nguan Shu. I'm the right protector of Luopa Mountain. I should be the one doing it." Pei Qian jumped down from the second floor and landed beside Zhou Mili. She reached out like lightning and pressed down on this little idiot's head. With a twist of her wrist, Zhou Mili began to spin on the spot. In the end, Zhou Mili found it interesting and ran on the spot. Pei Qian stretched out 2 fingers and shouted, "Freeze." Zhou Mili immediately stood still. She didn't forget to widen her eyes and remain motionless. Pei Qian straightened 2 fingers in front of her and made a gesture of qi sinking into her dantian with her other hand. She nodded and said, "My immortal immobilization technique is indeed amazing. Even the big water monster in Mute Lake can't dodge it." Zhou Mili still didn't dare to move. She could only watch with shining eyes. Pei Qian was satisfied. He threw 2 fingers at her. "Move." Zhou Mili quickly clapped and said excitedly, "Amazing, amazing. I really couldn't move just now." On this day, Pei Qian took Zhou Mili to find Qin Rushu to play. The 3 girls gathered together and chattered. It was like countless peach blossoms in the mountains with aureoles on the flowers. Then a day passed in the blink of an eye. This morning not only Qin Rushu and Zhou Mili arrived, but even Jing Dafeng and Qin Lingjun came. Jing Dafeng was expressionless. No wonder Jing Dafeng couldn't stop them. Qin Lingjun looked at old man Cui Qing, then walked to the cliff and stared blankly. Cui Qing said to Jing Dafeng, "Tell Zhu Lian that he doesn't want the other half of the martial fate. It's not bad." Jing Dafeng held onto a Tongyi umbrella and laughed mischievously, "If old chef doesn't want it, you can give it to me." Cui Qing kicked out. It wasn't fast, but Jing Dafeng could still easily dodge it. Pei Qian was at the side showing off the long-lost blades at his waist. The bamboo blade and bamboo sword were all there. He also held onto a mountain walking stick and carried a small bamboo chest. The old man was also dressed in scholarly robes. It was not that Pei Qian had never seen the old man dressed like that before, but he felt that it was extremely unfamiliar. Cui Qing laughed, "You don't know? This old man is also a scholar. I learned a lot in my early years and am one of the great scholars in our Aquarius continent." Pei Qian said, "Did you count it yourself?" Cui Qing laughed, "Oh." Pei Qian immediately said loudly, "That shouldn't be the case. It is definitely a fact that everyone in the Aquarius continent knows." Jing Dafeng sighed in his heart. The location has been chosen. According to senior's wishes, we will start from the westernmost desolate mountains of southern garden country. Cui Qing nodded his head and turned to look at Pei Qian. "Are you prepared?" Pei Qian nodded her head. She held onto the mountain walking stick tightly and said with a trembling voice, "It is somewhat done." Finally, one old and one young, as though they were riding on clouds, they landed on a desolate mountain peak. Pei Qian's face was pale white. Cui Qing chuckled. After we finish this journey, you won't be so afraid anymore. Trust this old man. Pei Qian stabbed the mountain walking stick into the ground and sneered, What are you afraid of? Cui Qing looked into the distance and said, Then I will have to trouble you to keep the talisman in your sleeves. Pei Qian's sleeves trembled slightly, and pretended that she did not hear anything. The two of them walked down the mountain. At the start, Pei Qian was still uneasy, but she was used to the mountain roads, and as she walked she felt that there was nothing to be afraid of, at least for the time being. They were still very far away from the capital of Southern Garden Country. Below their feet was only the barbarian land of the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, not even the real territory of Southern Garden Country. At dusk on this day, Pei Qian had already familiarly cooked a small pot of fish soup and rice. There was a river at the foot of the mountain. Pei Qian cut a bamboo pole, tied a fishing line and hook to it, and then threw the pole into the water. She quietly squatted by the river, and when the fish completely took the bait she suddenly pulled it up and went ashore. Cui Qing had a headache when he saw the thick fishing pole. How could this be called fishing? It should be called pulling fish, right? However, when he drank the fish soup in a big bowl, the old man sitting cross-legged did not care about this. It was a little salty, so when Charcoal asked him how it tasted, the old man went against his conscience and said it was okay. Pei Qian scooped some fish soup for herself and ate it with rice. It was fragrant, and with the fish soup it went really well with the rice. Pei Qian squatted on the ground, her shoulders shaking, and the little girl was overjoyed. The old man was too lazy to say that he should sit properly and eat properly. He was not that Qin Pingon. In the future, if Qin Pingon dared to talk about such trivial matters, the old man felt that he might not be able to resist reprimanding him. What was so great about being a master, being in charge of everything? How old was Pei Qian's temperament? But when he thought of this, the old man felt a little self-deprecating and said softly to Pei Qian, Eat slowly, no one will snatch it from you. Pei Qian made a no sound and began to chew slowly. After clearing away the bowls, chopsticks, and the pot of soup, Pei Qian took out the kettle and washed her hands. Then she took out a brush, paper, and ink from the small bamboo box where the various items were arranged neatly. Using the small bamboo box as a desk, she began to earnestly copy the book. Cui Qing sat at the side and smiled. You don't have to copy books here. If master blames you in the future, just say that I agreed. Pei Qian meticulously copied the entire sentence, then turned her head and glared at him. What nonsense are you talking about? Cui Qing waved his hand. When Pei Qian finished copying the book, the sky was already dark. She carefully put away all the items. In fact, to the current Pei Qian, night vision was as simple as drinking water and eating. Seeing that old man Cui was dozing off, Pei Qian held the mountain walking stick and tiptoed to the mountain peak far away to practice the crazy demon sword art. Cui Qing smiled and asked, Since it's a sword art, why don't you use the bamboo sword at your waist? Pei Qian stopped her sword and replied loudly, I'll learn from master. Master won't easily use his sword, you won't understand. Of course, I don't really understand either. Anyway, I'll just do as I'm told. Cui Qing asked, Then what if your master is wrong? Pei Qian continued to practice the crazy demon sword art, whistling like the wind, to the extent that her words, when falling into the ears of ordinary martial artists, sounded a little intermittent. Fortunately, Cui Qing naturally heard it clearly. Master is on my side, how can he teach the wrong disciple? He won't be wrong, not in this lifetime. Anyway, even if he's wrong, I still feel that he's right. None of you can control him. Cui Qing smiled and no longer said anything. He began to close his eyes and rest. Around midnight, Cui Qing woke Pei Qian up. Pei Qian rubbed her eyes and didn't complain. Traveling day and night, trekking through mountains and rivers, what's so strange about it? When going down the mountain, Pei Qian was carrying a fishing rod that didn't look like it. Cui Qing asked, Aren't you tired? Pei Qian seemed to be waiting for this sentence. She said pitifully, I'm tired. Cui Qing said, Don't think that I'll help you carry the fishing rod. This old man can't afford to lose face. Pei Qian sighed and asked Cui Qing to wait for a moment. She took off the fishing line and put it back in a small bag in the bamboo box. After carrying the bamboo box again, she grabbed the fishing rod and shouted, Let's go. The fishing rod was nailed straight into a big tree in the distance. After that, the morning and evening meals of the day because they were walking along the river were still fish soup and rice. Cui Ching sipped the fish soup and said, "If we walk along the river, will we eat this every day?" Pei Qian rolled his eyes and said, "You should be satisfied with something to eat. Why do you still want to make trouble?" Pei Qian finally snorted and said, "You don't know that when I was traveling in Jianghu with my master, it was just the two of us. Old chef and the others didn't have anything to do. At that time it was really hard. Master was testing me and hadn't officially accepted me as the first disciple. Master was good at fishing but I couldn't. Once I was really hungry but Master didn't ask me to eat with him." Cui Ching smiled and said, "Begging Qin Pingon to give you a bite to eat?" Pei Qian sneered and said, "Bullsh*t, I went to a muddy river. The water wasn't deep and it reached halfway up my waist. With a splash, I plunged into the water and stretched out my arm to explore the cracks in the rocks. With that I hooked a big fish for me. It was a big catfish about the size of my arm. It was very fierce and wouldn't let go once it bit me. I quickly surfaced from the water and ran ashore. I raised my arm and swung it a few times with all my strength before I smashed the big catfish to the ground." Pei Qian said proudly. Master was dumbfounded. He gave me a thumbs up and praised me non-stop. Cui Ching smiled and said, "Nonsense." Pei Qian immediately relaxed his shoulders and said, "All right, Master didn't give me a thumbs up, nor did he say anything good about me. He just glanced at me." In fact, at that time Charcoal stubbornly hid her injured arm behind her back and glared fiercely at Qin Pingon. At this moment, Pei Qian quickly made a solemn vow to the old man. "I really caught that big catfish." At this point, Pei Qian was worried that Cui Ching wouldn't believe him, so he quickly rolled up his sleeves. In the end he was very upset and sighed, "I forgot that the mark was long gone." Pei Qian's face was soon full of smiles. Fortunately, Master casually grabbed a bunch of herbs and threw them in front of me. I crushed them and applied them to my arm and it didn't hurt at all. Don't you think it's strange? Doesn't it work? You don't understand, do you? Cui Ching smiled and nodded. After that, Pei Qian would still copy books every day and practice the crazy demon sword technique from time to time. Cui Ching just took Pei Qian slowly and hurried along. One day, seeing Pei Qian playing with stones, the old man casually asked, "Little Pei, what's the saddest thing you've heard in your life?" Pei Qian purposely didn't hear it. The old man asked again. Pei Qian squatted by the water and slowly said, "Just 2 times. The first time was at the border inn of the Great Spring Empire in the Tong Yi continent. Master didn't actually say anything but he just looked at me and I felt sad. After that, there was a sentence that the big white goose said. He asked me if I was only willing to practice martial arts after Master died. It was also sad and made me unable to sleep." Cui Ching didn't say anything else. Pei Qian, who seemed to have quickly become carefree, had already plucked 2 nameless blades of grass by the river and was playing with the favorite grass of the countryside children. The mountains and rivers were far away and they gradually reached a place with signs of human habitation. Cui Ching still took Pei Qian to the scenic place. At a precipitous cliff, the old man put his hands behind his back and smiled. What an iron flower embroidered cliff, the murderous aura of a frog. Pei Qian made a sound of acknowledgement and nodded lightly as if he completely understood. Cui Ching turned his head and smiled. "We're used to trekking over mountains and rivers. Next let's go over mountains and ridges. Do you dare?" Pei Qian stuck a talisman to his forehead and said heroically, "For people of the Jianghu there's only the can't, there's no dare." Cui Ching didn't travel with the wind, but instead climbed up the cliff with Pei Qian following behind him. When they reached the peak they were at least 10 miles away from the green mountain in the distance. Cui Ching smiled, "Hold on tight to the mountain walking stick and the bamboo box." Before Pei Qian could ask anything, the old man grabbed his shoulder and shouted with a smile, "Go!" Pei Qian, who was like an immortal riding the clouds on the mountain, was so scared that his hands and feet turned cold. However, he quickly adapted and started to play dog paddle. Looking down, the mountains and rivers meandered under his feet. There was nothing to be afraid of. When he was about to hit the green mountain, Pei Qian gently adjusted his breathing and stretched his body in the air. He changed his posture and slightly changed his trajectory. Stepping on a towering tree, he bent his knees and curled his body up. The whole tree was broken by him. When the broken tree fell to the ground, Pei Qian lightly touched the ground with the tip of his foot and floated to the ground. Cui Ching was already standing beside him and said, Let's see who can reach the top first. Pei Qian ran like a wisp of smoke. Cui Qing kept a distance of 50 or 60 feet from Pei Qian. He could see but couldn't catch up. The old man and the young man went in a straight line in the following mountain road. When there was no road ahead, Cui Qing threw Pei Qian. In the end, Pei Qian could even play the crazy sword art in the clouds. One day, when the moon was bright and the stars were few, the two people landed at the foot of a famous mountain in Xia of the Nanyuan Kingdom. Pei Qian blinked his eyes and eagerly said, "Throw me up?" Cui Qing smiled and said, "It's time to walk. Scholars should respect the mountains." Pei Qian nodded, "That's right. In the history of the mountains of the Nanyuan Kingdom, there were naturally no real miracles. As for the legends in the unofficial history, there might be many. But now it was hard to say." Cui Qing took Pei Qian to climb the mountain. Walking on the steps, Pei Qian bounced the small bamboo box and gently tapped the steps with his walking stick. He smiled and said, "It's a bit like the steps of our Luapa mountain." Cui Qing said, "If you don't look carefully, the scenery in the world will be similar." Pei Qian nodded and decided to silently remember this sentence. In the future he could show it off to fool Zhou Mili the little fool. Cui Qing slowly climbed the mountain, looked around and recited a poem. Thousands of mountains towering over the scales, thousands of valleys full of pine trees, strange things startle centurions. Pei Qian nodded and said, "Good poem." Cui Qing smiled and said, "You know it?" Pei Qian grinned and said, "I said it for my master." Cui Qing laughed heartily. At the top of the mountain there was a Taoist temple with a closed door. Cui Qing didn't knock on the door. He just walked around with Pei Qian and looked at some inscriptions on the cliff. Cui Qing looked into the distance and said with emotion, "The sages once said that the life of a person is in the vitality, and the life of a country is in the people's hearts." Pei Qian turned to look at the old man and finally remembered that the old man said that he was a scholar. It was rare for the two to go down the mountain on foot. As they went down, they saw the smoke of the countryside, the market, the town, and the post road. Along the way they saw a lot of people from all walks of life. Most of them passed by without any disturbance. On this day the two were at a roadside tea stall. Pei Qian paid for 2 big bowls of herbal tea. Pei Qian made a bamboo hat for herself. She carried a small bamboo box on her back and a sword on her waist. Wearing a bamboo hat and a walking stick on the side of the table, she looked very funny. A group of Jianghu people came to the table next to them. Pei Qian was a little flustered. She, who was sitting opposite the old man, quietly sat on the bench next to the old man. Quickly looking at the group of real Jianghu people, Pei Qian lowered her voice and asked the old man, "Do you know what things are necessary to travel in Jianghu?" Cui Qing smiled and said, "Tell me." Pei Qian said softly, "A big bag of golden leaves, a tall horse, a treasured sword that can cut iron like mud, and a famous Jianghu nickname. Master said that if I have these, I will be popular everywhere in Jianghu." Pei Qian was suddenly happy. "I don't want a tall horse in the future. Master promised me that when I travel in Jianghu he will buy me a little donkey." Cui Qing smiled and nodded. The Jianghu people with swords and sabers were sitting next to them. One of them didn't sit down immediately. He reached out and pressed the little girl's bamboo hat. He laughed and said, "Where did this little black charcoal come from? Oh, a little heroine. Carrying a sword and saber so impressive." That person reached out and pressed Pei Qian's head heavily. "Tell me, who did you learn it from?" Cui Qing just drank his tea. Pei Qian's face was pale. She didn't say a word. She slowly raised her head and said timidly, "I learned it from my master." That Jianghu person smiled and took a step back. He lifted his leg and kicked the bamboo hat girl's green bamboo box. "How can you travel in Jianghu with a broken book box?" Pei Qian wanted to ask Cui Qing for help, but the old man smiled and said, "Solve it yourself." Pei Qian wiped the sweat off her face. Seeing that the person was going to kick the bamboo box behind her even harder, Pei Qian stood up and moved to avoid it. She subconsciously reached out and grabbed the mountain walking stick in her hand. That person stepped on empty air. Just as he felt that he had lost face, his embarrassment turned into anger. When he saw the scene of little charcoal grabbing the item in the air, he began to sweat profusely. He tried his best to put on a friendly expression, then lowered his head and bent his waist. He rubbed his hands and laughed dryly, "Wrong person, wrong person." Pei Qian thought for a moment and sat back down. Cui Qing smiled and asked, "You don't dare to fight back?" Pei Qian shook her head and said unhappily, "At first I was a little afraid that he would break the bamboo box. After seeing his kick I was even more afraid that I would accidentally punch through his chest." Tuiching asked again, "Why are you afraid of this? Shouldn't the other party be afraid of you?" Pei Qian still shook her head. "Master said that in the martial arts world, it's not only about revenge and fighting. When encountering a small matter, being able to hold back one's fist is the skill of a martial artist." Tuiching laughed. It was unknown whether he was laughing at the little girl's big words or at the small town saying, "At the door." Tuiching finished drinking the tea in his bowl and said, "You only have a few copper coins. Losing a copper coin, of course you will be worried. Wait until you have a big pile of divine money, then lose a few copper coins." Pei Qian said resolutely, "I will still have to search everywhere. What a joke, how could there be no reason to lose money and not find it back? Master said that every copper coin that belonged to one's money bag, if lost, would be a poor homeless worm." Pei Qian saw that the old man didn't speak and said strangely, "If you say it in another way I will listen." Tuiching laughed and said, "Old Mister also has old words to say. There's no time for old logic." Pei Qian was a little disappointed. "Think again." Tuiching shook his head and said, "No." The people at the next table didn't even drink the tea and rode away. It seemed that there really was something urgent. Tuiching took Pei Qian and continued on their way. Looking into the distance he said with a smile, "Catch up with them and tell them something from the bottom of your heart. Anything is fine." Pei Qian was a little hesitant. Tuiching waved his hand. Pei Qian took a deep breath, adjusted his bamboo hat and began to run. Then he carefully considered what he should say in order to appear reasonable, courteous and polite. A moment later Pei Qian, who was running faster than a horse, had already caught up to the man and his horse. She gradually slowed down and said to the man on the horse, who looked like he had lost his parents, "In the martial arts world, you have to be righteous." That person's face was blank. Pei Qian emphasized and asked loudly, "Do you remember?" That person said with a trembling voice, "I remember." Not only him, even his other friends in the martial arts world couldn't help but answer. Pei Qian received the answer and suddenly stopped, waiting for the old man behind her to catch up. After that, Pei Qian and the old man walked over the high city wall of the city. Pei Qian burned incense in various Taoist temples, sold all kinds of delicious food in the market, and visited the bookstores in her hometown. Pei Qian also bought books for Sister Baoping and Li Huai. Of course, her friends on Luopa Mountain also bought gifts from her own pocket. Unfortunately, in her hometown Nanyuan Kingdom, the immortal money didn't work. Looking at the copper coins and silver coins, Pei Qian felt a little sad. When Tuiching walked out of the bookstore with Pei Qian, he asked, "Do you feel bored learning from your master's way of life?" Pei Qian swaggered along the bustling street. "Of course not. What's the point of living? I can eat and drink to my heart's content every day. What else can I do? I used to be a beggar in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom. My clothes were ragged and I couldn't even get through the door. How pitiful. I could only lean against the wall and pray to the gods and bodhisattvas as close as possible. But the bodhisattvas couldn't hear me. Their stomachs would grumble when they were hungry and their intestines would spin when they were beaten." Tuiching smiled and said, "You can't think like that. In the end, didn't the bodhisattva hear you and let Qin Pingon stand in front of you and become your master?" Pei Qian suddenly stopped and her eyes instantly turned red. She asked the old man to wait for her and ran to the temple in the city alone. Not only did she burn incense, but she also took down the small bamboo box and put it aside. She kowtowed many times on the futon at the feet of the bodhisattva. After the two left the city, Tuiching said that they were going to the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom. Pei Qian nodded and said nothing. At a river not far from the capital, Tuiching sat by the river and Pei Qian squatted beside him to wash her face. The old man asked, "Are you still afraid of that Chao Qinglang? If you are, we can enter the city later." Pei Qian was silent and looked across the river in a daze. The old man picked up a stone and gently threw it into the river. He smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if you are afraid of a person or a thing. But you don't have to be afraid to face it. How could an ordinary person of the younger generation possibly catch up to the scholars who had spoken so much about the principles of the sages? Don't they study? How can they compare with the poems and sentences written by the predecessors that the later generations can only stare at? Don't they write articles? The most frightening thing is that since you are on the same path, it is destined to be difficult to avoid it in your life. Deceive yourself and only do some comfortable work that is within reach. The old man pointed to the distance, but you have to know what it is like over there. Open your eyes wide and look carefully. You can't be afraid and hide. Then you will be afraid for the rest of your life. The old man smiled and said, "It's not me, an outsider, who is making sarcastic remarks." The old man continued, "When I was a student and studied in the study room, my ambition was higher than the sky. I never lost when arguing with others. Later on, when I practiced boxing, I traveled thousands of miles with only my fists. It was even more so. What I seek is the same as learning martial arts. It is written in books that I will go forward even if there are thousands of people." The old man sighed and said, "There are no heroes in time." The saddest thing about this sentence is that there are no heroes in time. So we don't have to be afraid of how good others are. If others are good, we can be better. That is true growth. Yu Peiqian will not only be Qin Pingan's first disciple one day. Yu Peiqian will be Peiqian. Of course, Qin Pingan will always be willing to take care of you. He is such a person. It's easy to change mountains and rivers, but it's hard to change one's nature. Perhaps he will not meddle in other people's business in the future. But all of you who are close to him are the responsibilities that Qin Pingan will have to bear for his entire life. He is not afraid of hardships and enjoys it. For such a person, if you advise him to think more for himself, it will be like a chicken talking to a duck. He will definitely listen to reason, but it will be hard to change. The old man did not say anything else. Peiqian raised her head. "Let's go to the capital. I will lead the way." The old man and the young girl went to the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom. As usual, if there were no customs documents, they would quietly climb over the wall. Anyway, it was old man Cui who brought her to do it. Even if her master knew, he would not be too angry, right? After entering the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom that Peiqian was still very familiar with, Peiqian slowed down. The old man did not rush her. After walking through the alley, passing by the martial arts school that was still open, they arrived at the Temple of Heart. Peiqian's footsteps quickened. However, when Peiqian was not that afraid, the old man stopped at the entrance of the small temple. There were no visitors coming in or out. Peiqian wanted to follow in, but Cui-Ching shook his head and said, "You should walk the last part of the journey by yourself." Peiqian nodded vigorously and turned to leave. He walked along the main street and went alone to the alley. The old man kept looking at the thin and small figure. He smiled and walked into the temple. He did not burn any incense. In the end, he found a quiet corridor and sat there. On the other side of the alley, Peiqian found that the courtyard door was locked. She sat on the steps outside the door. She sat until dusk when a young man in a green shirt walked into the alley. Peiqian stood up and looked at him. Chao Qinglang walked forward quickly with a smile on her face. Peiqian said slowly, "Long time no see, Chao Qinglang." Chao Qinglang smiled and said, "Hello, Peiqian." Then Chao Qinglang opened the door and turned to ask, "You left in a hurry last time." "I didn't have time to ask you how Mr. Qin is." Peiqian was a little annoyed and blurted out, "Why are you so annoying?" Chao Qinglang laughed involuntarily. He was really a little afraid of her. Peiqian looked at him. Chao Qinglang was puzzled and asked, "What's wrong?" Peiqian strode into the courtyard and picked a familiar stool. "Chao Qinglang, I want to talk to you about something." Chao Qinglang smiled and sat down. There were two small stools and two old friends who weren't very old. In the corridor of the Heart Xiang Temple, Cui-Ching closed his eyes and was silent for a long time. It was as if he had been waiting for the reunion in the alley. He wanted to know the answer so that he could be at ease. However, Cui-Ching looked more and more tired. After Peiqian left, he could no longer hide his old appearance. During this time, a monk came near, but Cui-Ching just smiled and shook his head. The monk smiled, put his palms together, bowed his head and left. Cui-Ching sat cross-legged on the spot. It was as if he had finally let go of his worries. His hands were gently folded and his eyes were in a daze. After a long silence, he gently closed his eyes and muttered, "There is true meaning in this. I wanted to explain it, but I forgot to say it." (560) On Luopa Mountain, the young mountain lord and the old man on the second floor had traveled far away. No one lived in the bamboo house. Recently Qin Lingjun no longer wandered outside. From time to time he would sit at the stone table by the cliff. He knew that he was the most unlikable existence on Luopa Mountain. He was not as diligent and smart as the little fire python from the Chao clan's Zhilon Lu. He was not even as cute as Zhou Mili. Sun Yuanji was brought up the mountain by Zhu Lian. He had a good aptitude and could endure the hardships of training. His daily life was busy and fulfilling. Shi Ro managed a shop in the small town. She did not earn much, but she was helping Luopa Mountain earn money. She also had a good relationship with Pei Qian. When Pei Qian was free, he would visit Shi Ro. He said that he was worried that Shi Ro would pocket money, but he was afraid that Shi Ro would feel neglected by Luopa Mountain. Only Qin Lingjun wanted to keep up appearances. No matter what he did or said, he was unlikable. After the three gods' night banquets, the imperial river god brother became more polite to him. However, this politeness made Qin Lingjun feel disappointed. Some of the flattering words made Qin Lingjun feel uncomfortable. He preferred the drinking and eating of meat at the water manor. Their words were vulgar and they cursed each other. However, Qin Lingjun was not a fool. He could see many things. For example, once Senior Cui left for the Lotus Root Blessed Land, he would definitely not return. However, Qin Lingjun could not even say a word of farewell. When the old man in green left with Pei Qian, he could only sit there in a daze, pretending that he did not know anything. Early in the morning, it should have been the time for Pei Qian to go up the bamboo house and eat a fist. However, the bamboo house was silent. Qin Lingjun was sprawled on the table. In front of him was a pile of melon seeds that he had snatched from Qin Rushu. The warm sun made him feel weak. He could not even crack the melon seeds. He wondered if he should go to the mountain gate and have some fun with the Defeng brothers. The Defeng brothers still had the temperament of the Jianghu. It was just that some of their dirty words were too confusing. He had to ponder for a long time before he could figure out what they meant. Qin Lingjun turned his head and looked at the mansions. The old chef was not on the mountain, nor was Pei Qian. Sun Yuanji did not know how to cook and thought it was troublesome, so he asked Qin Rushu to prepare a lot of pastries. Zhou Mili was a little water monster who did not need to eat, so there was no smoke on the mountain. There were layers upon layers of peach blossoms on the mountain, and the fireworks in the clouds were people's homes. Qin Lingjun felt that at this moment, there were fewer people on Luopa Mountain, and everyone was busy with their own things. Qin Lingjun shifted his gaze and looked at the second floor of the bamboo building, feeling a little sad. When the old man was around, he always felt uncomfortable all over. Qin Lingjun felt that he would never be able to take 2 punches from the old man in his life. Now that the old man was gone, his heart felt empty. Qin Lingjun sighed heavily and reached out to pick up a melon seed. He planned to chew it without peeling the shell to relieve his boredom. Then Qin Lingjun's movements stiffened. He gently put the melon seed back and gently moved his butt. He quietly turned his head, preparing to turn his face away from the cliff. He did not expect that the old Confucian in a green robe who appeared out of thin air would smile at him. Qin Lingjun swallowed his saliva, stood up and bowed. Qin Lingjun pays his respects to the imperial tutor. Dali embroidered tiger Cui Dong. He was so powerful that he could crush him with a single finger. Qin Pingon was not on Luopa Mountain, the old man was not in the bamboo house, and Zhu Lian and Wei Pai had gone to Zhongyue. Qin Lingjun had no backing for the time being. Cui Dong smiled. Go about your business. Qin Lingjun glanced at the small limestone path that led from the bamboo house to the mansion. He felt that it was a little dangerous, so he bid farewell and actually climbed down the cliff. Taking this path, he was a little further away from the imperial tutor. It would be much safer. Cui Dong recalled the expression of the little snake in green when it looked at the bamboo house and smiled. Thus he came up with a small plan. He would do it casually and not make a big fuss. In the great mountains to the west of Longquan County, there was a mountain that was temporarily occupied by people. It seemed to be suitable for flood dragons to live in. Cui Dong stood in the corridor of the second floor, quietly waiting for a certain person to arrive. A white streak of light came from the distant horizon, its momentum like spring thunder exploding as it swiftly swept over. He no longer cared about the rules set by Ruan Ting. Cui Dong shook his head and sighed in his heart. Fortunately, he had greeted Ruan Ting. A white-clothed youth with a mole between his eyebrows held a green bamboo staff made of ordinary materials. He was travel-worn and his face was full of fatigue. Cui Dongshan landed on the empty ground on the first floor, his eyes bloodshot. He said angrily, "You old bastard, do you only care about eating shit every day? Don't you know how to stop Grandpa from going to that blessed land?" Cui Dong asked back, "So what if I stopped you?" Cui Dongshan was so angry that his face was ashen. "Stopping for one day is one day. Can't you wait for me to rush over? Then scram as far away as you can." Cui Dong's expression was indifferent. Cui Dongshan suddenly calmed down and took a deep breath. Grandpa studied, practiced martial arts and conducted himself with indomitable will. The only time he stepped back was for us two idiotic grandsons with holes in their heads. With this step back it's all over. The 11th level of martial arts is gone. Without the 11th level people will also die. Cui Dong said, "And for your teacher and this Luopa mountain." Cui Dongshan stepped back step by step and sat down beside the stone table. Both hands holding the bamboo staff, he lowered his head and gritted his teeth. Perhaps because he couldn't sit still, Cui Dongshan stood up and walked around in circles, walking away quickly. Cui Dong looked at the anxious guy walking around in circles and said slowly, "You're not even as good as me. You can't even figure out what Grandpa cares about and why he has to make such a choice. What's the point of coming? What's the use of letting you go to Lotus Root Blessed Land and find Grandpa? If it's useful, maybe it's really useful. That's to make Grandpa feel uneasy when he leaves." Cui Dongshan stopped in his tracks, his eyes sharp. "Cui Dong, you'd better be careful with your words." Cui Dong said, "Cui Dongshan, you should be more careful and be more sensible. Just because you've re-entered the upper 5 realms, you're not qualified to jump around on my side." Cui Dongshan sat down lightly, hugging the green bamboo staff. He didn't look at the second floor anymore and said to himself, "Why did Grandpa have to get involved in that fight for 3rd and 4th place? Why did Grandpa lose his mind? Wasn't it because of us? Grandpa was a scholar and always wanted us to be true scholars. Grandpa's lifetime of learning, the root of his knowledge, was the lineage of the secondary saints. Why did he have to fight for the lineage of the literary saints in the Central Plains? Why did we have to betray our teachers and ancestors and make Grandpa even more disappointed?" Cui Dong slapped the railing and finally flew into a rage. "Ask me. Ask heaven and earth, ask your conscience." Cui Dongshan's eyes were dull, his hands clenching the mountain staff. "I'm a little tired, I can't ask anymore." Cui Dongshan remembered that when he was young he had to be brought by that strict and old-fashioned old man to visit mountains and climb mountains. The journey was long and the child suffered unspeakably. One time the old man went up the stairs, completely ignoring the child behind him who was drenched in sweat, and walked up by himself. The old man seemed to be purposely angering his grandson. Not only did he walk far away, he even recited a poem by a literary hero of the Central Plains loudly, saying that the husband's integrity was like young Master Junsai. I wish to say that Anne's brush was like a long bar. The child remembered that poem well. Later on, he never thought that when the child grew up, the youth would leave home in a fit of anger and become the disciple of the old scholar. The old scholar would mysteriously become the literary saint, and the youth would mysteriously become the first disciple of the sage. He finally had the chance to meet the renowned Confucian sage of the Central Plains. However, at that time the youth, who was more high-spirited than any of his peers, actually only had one thought in his mind, and that was if he had the chance to return to his hometown in the future, he would definitely tell his grandfather about this matter. He would say that the person he admired had lost to his grandson in terms of writing, and in chess he had lost to the point of breaking his beard. However, he had accumulated a lot of words in his stomach. When he could say them he wasn't willing to say them, but when he wanted to say them he couldn't. In the distant Longquan County, the morning bell rang from afar. Once the bell rang, the city gates would be opened according to the rules. Tens of thousands of people would work until the drums beat in the evening. Then there would be family reunions and happiness. The Yuchen County near the foot of Dali's new Zhongyue mountain was a medium-sized county. In the old Zhuang dynasty, it wasn't considered a rich land. Its literary and martial fortunes were very ordinary, and its feng shui was mediocre. It wasn't able to bask in the limelight of the great Zhongyue mountain. The new governor, Wu Yuan, was an outsider. It was said that he was a governor in Dali itself, and it could be considered a transfer. However, the smart people in the officialdom all knew that he was demoted. Once he was out of the sight of the imperial court, he would lose the chance to quickly enter the center of the Dali court. An official sent to a vassal state, yet he didn't get promoted. It was obvious that he was sitting on the cold bench, probably because he offended someone. However, no matter how bleak County Governor Wu's official career was, he was still a native of Great Li. Furthermore, he was young. Therefore, the provincial governor of Liang Province, where Yuchun County was located, had privately instructed the officials of Yuchun County to treat Wu Yuan with respect. If there was a new official who made drastic changes after taking office, even if it was against local customs, they had to tolerate it. Fortunately, after Wu Yuan took office, there was almost no movement. She only did the roll call on time. All matters, big or small, were handed over to the old people of the Yamen to handle. Many of the opportunities to appear in public were given to the old and experienced auxiliary officials of the Yamen. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. However, with such a soft personality, it was inevitable that his subordinates would look down on him. On this day, the young governor sat in the Yamen as usual. His desk was piled with county records and maps of various places. He slowly flipped through them and occasionally picked up his brush to write something. Wu Yuan sensed something and raised his head. He saw a familiar face leaning against the door of the hall. Wu Yuan was in a good mood. He stood up and bowed. "Mountain Lord, you have arrived. Please excuse me for not going out to meet you." It was Wei Pai who had removed the camouflage. Wei Pai stepped over the threshold and smiled. "Official Wu, you are a little disloyal. You only sent a congratulatory invitation to this night banquet." Wu Yuan smiled calmly and said, "Pai's salary is meager. I use 10 to 20% to feed myself and 50 to 60% to buy books. The remaining money I have left every month is painstakingly accumulated because I have taken a fancy to an ancient inkstone in the neighboring Yunxing County. Even if my face is swollen, I am not a fatty. I thought that it would be difficult for official Mountain Lord to rush over and denounce me. Who would have thought that official Mountain Lord Wei would be so persistent and really come?" With a twist of his wrist, an old banana inkstone that was famous in the old Zhou dynasty appeared in his hand. He gently placed it on the desk. "Lord Wu is not loyal, but I, Wei Ba, am very different. I came all the way here to reminisce about the old days and did not forget to take a detour to buy gifts." Wu Yuan bent over and stared at the cute and amiable ancient inkstone. She stretched out her hand and carefully stroked the lines. She said in pleasant surprise, "My goodness, this is a first-class banana inkstone taken from the bottom of the Green Flood Dragon Pit. The key is that the military general stationed in the Li dynasty has already sealed off this old pit and sent martial artists to guard the pit. It is obvious that it will soon become a tribute to His Majesty the Emperor. Therefore, there are only a few ancient inkstones of this pit on the market, and the price is getting more and more frightening. Even if I, as a governor for 100 years, I may not be able to gather enough silver." Wu Yuan reluctantly retracted his gaze and looked at the white-clothed deity. He smiled and asked, "Official Mountain Lord, if you have something to say, just say it. With this priceless Bajiao inkstone, I promise to tell you everything I know." Wei Pai said, "How about Jin Qing, Mountain Lord of Zhongyue?" Dali's new Zhongyue, Mountain Lord Jin Qing, was once the first mountain deity of the Zhou dynasty. Halfway up the mountain there was a unique sword cleansing pool. Many sword cultivators came here to temper their swords. Jin Qing would often secretly protect them. As a result, not only did he have an extremely good relationship with the Zhou dynasty, which had the highest number of sword cultivators in the continent, he also had many ties with many golden core sword cultivators. Among them, Mountain Lord Jin Qing had a close relationship with Li Tuanjing of the Wind Thunder Garden. He was famous in the world. Li Tuanjing had traveled the Zhou dynasty in his early years and had many conflicts. He had angered a northern mountain deity. There was once a dangerous moment. Because of this, Jin Qing did not hesitate to become enemies with his two colleagues, the northern and southern mountain lords. He insisted on escorting Li Tuanjing, who was only at the Dragon Gate realm at the time, out of the dynasty safely. Wu Yuan laughed heartily. She turned around and took out a stack of paper from the desk. She wrote neatly in small regular script and handed it to Wei Pai. "It's all written here." Wei Pai lowered his head and flipped through the contents of the paper. He clicked his tongue and said, "Along the way, the local people have been saying that a parental official that no one wants to meet has come to Yuchun County. So County Chief Wu hasn't been idle either. Messy news that came from hearsay had little meaning and could easily cause problems. What Wu Yuan wrote on the paper was a record of what Zhongyue's Xianxia and Mountain Lord Jin Qing had done in history. Wei Ba carefully skimmed through what was written on the paper. It was all about which dynasty Jin Qing was from, which era, and what he had done one by one. Other than that, there were also annotations written in red ink. Wu Yuan had written down detailed annotations as if she was reading a history book as a bystander. Wu Yuan had also written down some rumors and deeds that had been passed down among the people. However, she had circled them and added the words mystical and supernatural at the end. Wei Pai read carefully and quickly. He finished reading the large stack of paper very quickly. After returning it to Wu Yuan, he smiled and said, "I didn't give you a gift for nothing." Wei Pai stood on tiptoe and glanced at the pile of paper on the desk. Oh, what a coincidence. Official Wu has been studying the origins of the many inkstone pits in Yunqing County recently. Why? Are you going to make a book out of it? It's not very appropriate for the county chief of Yucheng County to secretly make money off of Yunqing County's specialties, right? Wu Yuan said honestly, I had nothing to do. I wanted to use this small matter as an entry point to learn more about the changes in the bureaucracy of the Zhuang dynasty. The secret archives of the fallen country's imperial palace have already been sealed up. I didn't have the opportunity to look through them, so I could only find another way. Wei Pai nodded and praised, "It's such a pity that you didn't become the new provincial governor of our dragon province, Sir Wu." Wu Yuan smiled. That's how it should be. I'm already very satisfied to be able to keep my position as provincial governor, and I don't get in the way of certain important figures in the court either. You can call it a blessing in disguise. I'm more than happy to hide here. Wei Pai had no intentions of staying. Wu Yuan said, Mountain Lord, you'll definitely visit Su Ruo when you leave this time, right? It's best if you visit the ancestral temple of Zhongyue first. It won't be too late to visit your old friend after that. Wei Pai nodded. That's what I plan on doing. When I entered secluded cultivation on Cloud Padding Mountain earlier, Sir Su helped me keep watch. When I was about to emerge successfully, he left silently and returned to your Chazishan Mountain. It'll be inexcusable if I don't thank him in person. Wu Yuan smiled. Then I'll have to trouble you to leave quickly, Sir Mountain Lord. Don't get in the way of me admiring the ancient inkstone. Wei Bo smiled and departed, his silhouette vanishing. Actually, when Wei Pai left the ferry and appeared in Yunqing County, the lofty statue in the ancestral temple at the top of the mountain had opened its golden eyes. However, the Mountain Lord Jin Qing chose to ignore the visit of the god in white. When Wei Pai appeared at the foot of the mountain in the Yucheng County, Jin Qing strode out of the golden statue. He was a tall, burly man in purple clothes and a jade belt. Incense burned brightly on the mountain, but no one could see this. Jin Qing walked through the crowd of devotees in the main hall. After crossing the threshold, he stepped out and arrived at the relatively quiet Chazishan Mountain's secondary peak. The 5 peaks of the various countries in the world were almost never isolated mountains with only 2 or 3 peaks. They usually had vast territories and extended mountain ranges. For example, Chazishan Mountain was made up of 8 peaks. The main peak was known as the Master of all mountains in the central territory of the Zhuang dynasty. There was a Zhongyue temple at the top of the mountain, which served as a place of worship for generations of emperors and subjects. The secondary peak was called Stacked Cliff Peak. There was no Taoist temple at the top of the mountain. It was the mountain god's palace that Jin Qing built the earliest. Now there were only a few mountain lords' female envoys taking care of the buildings there. When the buildings were first built, Jin Qing wasn't the mountain lord of Zhongyue yet. Chazishan was already the ancient Zhongyue of the Zhuang dynasty. After the old mountain lord's golden body collapsed, the authority of the mountain was handed over to Jin Qing. At that time, the famous Zhuang minister who held the authority of the country had built a thatched cottage on the northern side of Stacked Cliff Peak. Jin Qing's expression was indifferent as he overlooked the mountains and rivers. Everything was as fleeting as the clouds. Jin Qing's gaze shifted. In the Dragon Ceiling Peak's Laojun Cave, the Mahist hero Su Ruo was alone there. He said that he was concentrating on cultivation, but in fact the mountains and rivers of Chazishan knew that Su Ruo was monitoring Zhongyue. Compared to the earth-shattering battle at Mount Qi of the New East Peak, where countless cultivators from both sides were killed or injured, Mount Chizi was not stained with blood. Jin Qing only knew that Su Ruo had left the territory of the Middle Peak twice. The most recent time was when he went to Mount Biyun to guard the pass for Wei Bian. The first time his whereabouts were unknown. After that, Jin Qing originally thought that the old sword immortal who could be said to be the stabilizing force of the Zhuang dynasty would definitely show up. However, Jin Qing was not sure if it had something to do with Su Ruo. If it was really Su Ruo who stopped the old sword immortal. As the abyssal mountain lord of the Aquarius continent, Jin Qing would feel better. As for Su Ruo's cultivation level, no one could tell, and there was no definite explanation. If Wan Jiao of the Dragon Spring Sword sect was the most famous cultivator of the upper 5 realms in the Aquarius continent, then Su Ruo was the one with the most hidden strength. The only clue was when Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple challenged the Heavenly Lord Xianxia. After that, there were only a few words that spread out saying that there was someone behind him and that Wei Jin might not be able to win. Even if Su Ruo was cultivating right under Jin Qing's eyes, Jin Qing was still the same as before. He was like a layman looking at the abyss, unfathomable. Jin Qing glanced at the Yuchen Prefecture Yamen and sneered. As expected, after this northern mountain lord met Wu Yuan, he would first go to Dragon Ceiling Peak to thank Su Ruo. If he came to find him, he would have more confidence. Jin Qing frowned. The next moment, a white robe fluttered and landed on the stacked cliff peak. He slowly walked toward Jin Qing. The man smiled and said, "Greetings, Mountain Lord Jin. Sorry to disturb you." Jin Qing said, "We are all mountain lords, but the 5 mountains are different. There is no need to be so polite. If you have something to say, then say it. If not, then I won't keep you." Wei Pai nodded. "That's good. I came to Mount Purple to remind you, Jin Qing, not to be the mountain lord of the Middle Mountain. I'm not happy." Jin Qing did not look at the handsome man in white. He just looked into the distance and asked, "So what if you are not happy?" Wei Pai stretched out his finger and tapped the golden earring on his ear. He smiled and said, "Then the Middle Mountain will be sealed." Jin Qing turned his head. "Do you have a secret decree from Emperor Dali? Or do you have a decree from the Imperial Court's Ministry of Rights?" Wei Pai nodded. "Of course." He then shook his head and added, "Neither." Jin Qing stretched out his hand and sneered. "Then you are casual?" Wei Pai really was casual. The fate of the North Mountain was like a mountain and an ocean. It rushed towards the Middle Mountain from the south to the north. It was like Dali's cavalry on the clouds. From the looks of it, it was not an act to scare people. Jin Qing knew that once the fate of the 2 mountains and rivers collided, it would be a huge problem. He could not hold it in anymore and shouted angrily, "Wei Pai! Think about the consequences yourself." Wei Pai put his hands behind his back and said with a smile, "I should be calling you Mountain Lord Wei." Jin Qing did not waste any more time. A huge golden figure of a god appeared in the Middle Mountain Temple on the main peak of Mount Purple. It raised its arm high and wanted to slap the stacked cliff peak. Behind Wei Pai on the peak of stacked cliff peak, there was also a huge golden figure. Even though they were not in the Middle Mountains territory, Wei Pai's golden figure was still 500 feet taller than the Middle Mountain's godly spirit. The North Mountain godly spirit that Wei Pai manifested with his special ability grabbed the Middle Mountain's godly spirit's arm with one hand and pressed down on the latter's head with the other. Then it stomped heavily and pushed Jin Qing's golden figure back. It was about to fall towards Mount Purple's Dragon Ceiling Peak. Wei Pai's huge golden figure had a golden halo behind it. He stretched his hand and held the golden halo, wanting to smash down on the Middle Mountain godly spirit's head. Both sides were still holding back. The golden figures had already turned into nothingness. Otherwise, the 3 peaks of Mount Purple would have destroyed countless buildings. At this moment, at the Dragon Ceiling Peak's Laojun Cave, an ordinary-looking man walked out of the thatched cottage. He had a weird posture with his sword behind him. He seemed to be helpless. He shook his head and grabbed the sword hilt behind him. He gently pulled the sword out of its sheath. In the blink of an eye, a mountain range appeared between the golden bodies of the 2 mountain gods. He advised, "If the 2 mountain godly spirits really don't like each other, it's better to choose a civilized way of fighting. Otherwise, if you roll up your sleeves and fight, it'll be a disgrace to the 2 mountain godly spirits. Su Ruo will also be suspected of not doing enough to protect the mountain." Jin Qing's face was gloomy. He withdrew his golden figure. Wei Pai also withdrew his towering godly spirit. However, the momentum of the North Mountain's fate still did not decrease. Jin Qing asked, Wei Pai, I advise you to stop before you go too far. Wei Pai said, Jin Qing, if you still act according to your previous mindset, you won't be able to protect the peace of the old mountains and rivers. The Dali Imperial Court is not stupid. They know very well that you, Jin Qing, have never truly submitted to them. If you can't understand this, I'll just help Dali change to another mountain godly spirit. Anyway, I really don't like you. Su Ruo has already done her best to stop you once. Jin Qing turned his head and looked to the north. At the border between the two mountains, there was already a phenomenon of wind and rain. Jin Qing said dejectedly, Tell me, what should I do to make you withdraw the North Mountain's feng shui? Wei Pai smiled and said, If you don't even show some respect to the North Mountain, do you really have any loyalty to the Dali Imperial Court? Do you think the people in the Dali Imperial Court are 3-year-old children? Do you want me to teach you what to do? Bring a big gift, go to the Cloud Pall Mountain, apologize and apologize. Su Ruo touched his forehead and returned to the cottage. He had really made the wrong choice to have such a friend. Jin Qing was puzzled and asked, That's it? Wei Pai asked back, What else? Besides, you're already in the North Mountain. How far can you be from the capital of Dali? Won't you be there by just lifting your feet? As long as the North Mountain is not in chaos, the Dali Imperial Court is not crazy. Why would they deliberately start a massacre here? Do you know that your vague attitude, which seems to be loyal and righteous, will make many survivors of the perished country feel lucky and hope that their generous sacrifice will wake you up and raise an uprising with them in the end? If you really have such thoughts, then you're a man. If you don't want to do so, you're willing to bear the infamy and want to protect the safety of the people. Why are you pretending? Jin Qing was speechless. Wei Pai said, When you go to the Cloud Pall Mountain, don't forget the gift. The more the gift, the more the sentiment. After that, Wei Pai left the Cloud Pall Mountain and went to the cottage outside the Dragon Pall Mountain's Old Lord's cave. Su Ruo stood at the door with her arms crossed and leaned against the door. She said angrily, Mr. Mountain Wei, is this how you repay me? Not only did you come empty-handed, you even made such a scene? Wei Pai stomped his feet and lamented, I really don't know how to repay your kindness. Su Ruo stretched out her hands and rubbed her cheeks. As a mountain lord, you can be considered as the only mountain lord in the world. Wei Pai's eyes were full of resentment. Isn't it because the horse is thin and the hair grows long? Su Ruo smiled and casually pointed her finger. Disappear. Hurry up and leave. Wei Pai smiled and said, Understood. He left. Su Ruo thought for a while and went to the Cloud Pall Mountain. The mountain lord Jin Qing stood there with a serious expression. Su Ruo did not say anything. Jin Qing suddenly said, Under the sun, tens of thousands of people climb the mountain. 1,000 people pull the sails. 100 men carry the sails. Under the bonfire they cook the sails. Su Ruo knew what this mountain lord was talking about. He was talking about the Zhou dynasty's history of digging mountains to obtain water in order to obtain a famous ink stone. And this Jin Qing just so happened to be a quarry when he was alive. Some said that he accidentally drowned in the end, while others said that he was whipped to death by the supervisor. After death, his resentment did not dissipate, but he did not become a malicious spirit. Instead, he became a heroic spirit that protected the mountains and rivers. In the end, the mountain lord of the Zishan mountain valued his character. Step by step he was promoted to the mountain god of the Cloud Pall Mountain. Su Ruo said slowly, There is no monarch in the world with clean hands. It is unfair to weigh the gains and losses of a monarch based on pure benevolence and morality. When it comes to the welfare of the common people and the people, the 100 schools of thought each have their own ruler. There will be a lot of discrepancies. You Jin Qing as a god have never lost your humanity and conscience. I respect you very much. Su Ruo smiled and said, It's just that the world is complicated. It is inevitable to go against your heart. I will not advise you to do anything. Whether you agree to Wei Pai or reject his good intentions, you are worthy of your identity as the mountain lord. If you are willing, I can almost leave this place. If you do not want to compromise, I am willing to give you a complete sword strike and completely shatter your golden body. I will not let anyone humiliate you, Jin Qing and Zishan. Jin Qing turned his head and smiled. Su Ruo, is a complete sword strike very powerful? Su Ruo nodded and said, I have been training this sword for many years. It is very powerful. Jin Qing smiled, then let someone else experience this sword strike. I Zishan cannot bear it. Su Ruo hesitated and reminded him, you don't have to give too many gifts when visiting Mount Cloudy. Jin Qing laughed and scolded, so you are all the same. Su Ruo cupped his fist and smiled, I have disturbed you for a long time. When you reach the capital, remember to say hello. I will treat you to a drink. Jin Qing nodded and asked, Mr. Su, did you deliberately come to Zishan? Su Ruo stopped and said indifferently, you and I are here to reduce the number of deaths. But if you want to ask why we chose Dolly and let so many people die in Aquarius continent, I cannot give you an answer now. Please wait and see. Jin Qing did not say anything. Su Ruo did not return to Sealed Dragon Peak. He left Zishan and rode the wind to Dolly's capital. He did not like to ride the sword. Because Su Ruo always felt that swords and swordsmen should be on equal footing. The Zhuang dynasty's unpolished Jade Realm sword immortal who had been in isolation for many years tried to assassinate Dolly's new inspector, Chao Gu. He died before he could do anything. In fact, he did not have to die. Su Ruo only injured him. The old man who had been in isolation for 100 years was unwilling to be a prisoner. He would not surrender to the enemy, the Song clan. Therefore, after he broke his sword, he had no chance of winning. He even laughed and said that he knew he would die at the beginning of this plan. It was not too bad to die in the hands of the Mahist's #1 swordsman, Su Ruo. Su Ruo made an exception and said something. In the land of a continent, the emperor, generals, ministers, nobles and commoners would all die. At the foot of the mountain there would be no more smoke. After the old man heard about it, he only felt disappointment before he died. Pei Qian sat on the bench and looked around. The small house and courtyard were all the same. Pei Qian almost had an illusion that he and Chao Qinglang were still the same as before. He was just asked by his master to go to the well to get a bucket of water, and then he went out and came back to see Chao Qinglang. That was all. When she was waiting outside for Chao Qinglang, she had looked at the Spring Festival couplets 100 times. The handwriting was good but not good enough to make her feel ashamed. Chao Qinglang looked at the tan girl and actually had a lot of questions to ask her. Why was she still not much taller after being away for so many years? In terms of height, the difference between the two of them was as much as a head. Why did Pei Qian suddenly carry a bamboo box on her back and carry a bamboo sword? How was Mr. Qin doing during his study abroad? Pei Qian took the bamboo box and put it behind her. She placed the walking stick on her lap and sat upright. She looked straight ahead and did not look at Chao Qinglang. She went straight to the point. Did you know that my master wanted to take you away from Lotus Blossom Blessed Land? He didn't want to take me with him at all. Chao Qinglang hesitated. She was not in a hurry to answer. She smiled and asked, did Mr. Qin take you as his disciple? Pei Qian's eyes shone like the sun and moon. She nodded and said, yes. I went through thousands of mountains and rivers with my master and he never left me behind. Chao Qinglang gently clenched her fists and rested them on her knees. She smiled gently. Although it's a pity that Mr. Qin didn't take me away from here, I think it's a wonderful thing for you to travel thousands of miles with Mr. Qin. I envy you. Pei Qian was silent. Chao Qinglang turned her head and asked, now that Mr. Qin wants you to carry water, will you still carry the bucket and sprinkle water to clean the streets? Pei Qian abruptly turned her head. She was about to get angry when she saw the smile in Chao Qinglang's eyes. She felt as if she had good martial arts skills and her fists weighed 100 catties, but she could not exert any strength in front of a ball of cotton. She snorted coldly and crossed her arms over her chest. What do you know? I've learned thousands of skills from my Shifu. I've never been lazy. Every day I not only copy books and learn how to read and write but also practice martial arts. Chao Qinglang pretended to be enlightened. I see. Pei Qian was a little sullen. Chao Qinglang was still an eyesore after all these years. She seemed to have become bolder than the timid girl she used to be. Pei Qian's eyes lit up. She asked, iron flowers embroidered on the cliff, killing intense silence the frogs. Have you heard of this poem? Chao Qinglang shook her head. He was now half a Taoist cultivator, so he could remember everything he saw with a single glance. He had liked to read since he was a child. As time went by, the headmaster of the academy was willing to lend him books. Before this world was separated, Mr. Lu would often send him books from other places. Chao Qinglang was not boasting, but he had read a lot. Pei Qian asked again, "Do you know how to write the word swastika?" Chao Qinglang smiled and stretched out a finger to write the word in the air. She said, "According to the Confucian classics, in the middle of autumn the cold air is strong and the yang air is weak. That's why it's called killing intent. The frogs make the sound of frogs. The ancient sages had a saying, palm to get rid of the frogs. I once heard a gentleman say with a laugh, sure you see I Dao talks about literary works. He likes to ask about his ancestors from the bold Su Zi and the soft Lu Zi." At that time that gentleman clapped his hands with his folding fan and said with a big laugh, "My laughter is as noisy as a frog, a little better than a parrot repeating its words." Pei Qian remained calm and said with a straight face, "So you know it too." The essence of this saying was in the word, too. Chao Qinglang was not deliberately showing off his knowledge. He just wanted to know what kind of person Pei Qian was now. It was strange. Pei Qian seemed to have changed a lot, but many things did not change. Pei Qian suddenly said, "The last time we met I actually wanted to kill you because I was afraid that you would steal my master. My master has always been worried about you. He doesn't talk about you. Other than drinking, my master would talk a little more. Most of the time my master would only look into the distance and stare blankly. At that time my master's eyes would whisper to me. So I know that my master misses you very much and has always wanted to keep you by his side so that you would not be alone in the lotus flower blessed land. He was afraid that you would suffer." Pei Qian hesitated for a moment. He grabbed the walking stick with both hands. His knuckles turned white and the veins on the back of his hands were exposed. He said slowly, "I'm sorry." Chao Qinglang nodded gently. "I accept your apology. It's wrong for you to think that way. But I think it's good that you were able to hold back and protect your heart. In the end you didn't make a move. So you don't have to worry that I will steal your master. Since Mr. Qin has accepted you as his disciple, if one day you don't even have such thoughts, no one in the world will be able to take Mr. Qin away, let alone me." Pei Qian said loudly, "I'm the first disciple, not an ordinary disciple." Chao Qinglang said helplessly, "Okay. Amazing, amazing." Pei Qian looked at him from the corner of his eyes and said slowly, "Boring guy, you're really not angry?" Chao Qinglang slightly propped up his elbows and looked at Pei Qian. He made an angry face, like a door god looking at the mortal world with his eyes wide open. "I'm very angry." Pei Qian's mouth twitched. "Isn't that childish?" Chao Qinglang asked, "Did you come to the Nanyuan kingdom alone? Mr. Qin didn't come?" Pei Qian shook his head and said sullenly, "I came to the Nanyuan kingdom with an old man who taught me fist techniques. We walked a long way to get here." Chao Qinglang asked curiously, "Where is the old man?" Pei Qian turned his head and looked in the direction of the Temple of Heart, not saying a word. After a while, Chao Qinglang was shocked. Pei Qian, who was slightly taller and less charcoal, opened his mouth. He did not cry, but his tears and snot were running down his face. In an instant Pei Qian stood up. His movements were too hasty and he knocked away the walking stick on his knees. She didn't care about it. Then the ground of the small courtyard shook, and Pei Qian's figure instantly disappeared into the distance. Chao Qinglang was worried about her, so he flew up like a bird. His green robe fluttered in the wind as he followed the skinny figure from afar. Pei Qian landed outside the corridor of the Temple of Heart. He looked at the old man with his eyes closed and said angrily, "Old man, don't sleep." Pei Qian stomped one foot on the ground and took a step back. He pulled out an ancient fighting stance and cried, "Grandpa Cui, get up and give me a punch." Chao Qinglang stood behind Pei Qian. A middle-aged monk came over. Chao Qinglang put his palms together and apologized. The abbot of the Temple of Heart nodded slightly. He lowered his head and put his palms together. After a Buddhist chant he left slowly. Pei Qian maintained his fighting stance for a long time. Chao Qinglang walked to Pei Qian's side and reached out to press down on his fist. "The old man has left." Chao Qinglang realized that she could not press down on his fist at all. Pei Qian said to himself, "Grandpa Cui, don't sleep anymore. Let's go home together." "This is not home. Our home is at Luopa Mountain." Chao Qinglang had already sensed Pei Qian's abnormality. He could only press down on Pei Qian's fist and call out softly, "Pei Qian." Pei Qian's natural fist intent burned Chao Qinglong's palm like charcoal. Chao Qinglong's expression did not change at all. He moved his feet like an immortal using the dipper steps. His two sleeves were like a breeze. He made a sword sign with one hand behind his back and actually pressed down Pei Qian's fist by more than an inch. Chao Qinglang said in a low voice, "Pei Qian, do you still want the old man to leave in peace and worry?" After Chao Qinglang interrupted his waterfall-like fist intent, Pei Qian seemed to wake up a little. He squatted down and hugged his head as he cried bitterly. His eyes were still fixed on the green-robed old man sitting in the corridor. In the next moment, the green-robed old man who was in deep sleep after death seemed to be attracted by Pei Qian's drum-beating fist intent. The silent fist intent of a dead person seemed to come back to life. From Cui Cheng's hands that were gently folded in front of him, two balls of brilliant light that were like the sun and moon hanging in the sky appeared. All the fist intent of the martial artist at the peak of the 10th realm, from the withered body, from the palace of 100 bones, rapidly surged into the two balls of light. Chao Qinglang was blinded by the light and could only close his eyes. Not only that, the fist intent that was about to topple like a mountain forced Chao Qinglang to be unwilling to retreat, and could only slide backwards. In the end, his back was against the wall and he could not move. He could not gather the spiritual qi that came from his cultivation. However, the vigorous fist intent that seemed to be unrestrained by the heavens and earth did not affect Pei Qian at all. Pei Qian clenched his fists and stood up. A bead hovered in front of him and eventually circled around him. The other bead soared into the sky and collided with the sky. It shattered with a bang. It was like a martial arts reign in the blessed land of lotus roots. This half of the martial arts fate should have been given to Zhou Xian and the old man to enter this new blessed land of lotus roots together. After the old man died, Zhou Xian was a martial artist in the far travel state and the top martial artist in the world. Naturally, he could get a lot of the martial arts fate. However, Zhou Xian refused. Pei Qian did not dare to take the martial arts fate bead that the old man left for her. What if Grandpa Cui was not dead? What if she accepted this gift? Then Grandpa Cui would really die. Why did they have to be separated by life and death when they were young? Now that they had grown up, it still had to be like this. Chao Qinglang looked at the back and said softly, "No matter how sad it is, don't lie to yourself. She was gone. She was gone. The only thing we can do is to make our lives better." Pei Qian, who had her back to Chao Qinglang, nodded slightly. She reached out her trembling hand and held the martial arts fate bead. Pei Qian turned to look at Chao Qinglang and said, "Grandpa Cui actually has a lot of things that he didn't have time to tell you." In the small temple, the melodious evening drums sounded. "561. Li Er fed Qin Pingon his fist for the last time and it was very different. Li Er let Qin Pingon do his best and he could use any means to try and see if he could last longer under his fist. Qin Pingon was a little confused. He was at the bottleneck of the 6th realm of martial arts, but Li Er was at the 10th realm of martial arts. Even if he used any means, what was the point? Li Er smiled and said, "My fist this time will be measured and will only break the connection of many of your methods. Simply put, you only need to attack. You can treat it as a confrontation with a life and death enemy, and the enemy looks down on you because his realm is much higher than yours. At the same time, he does not know your current foundation, and only sees you as a pure martial artist with a good foundation. He only wants to exhaust your pure vital energy first, and then slowly torture you to death to vent his anger." Qin Pingon was even more puzzled. Could it be that he was saying that he could use any tricks, underhanded methods besides punching? Li Er did not explain further. "Don't be careless, or else if I feel that you dare to look down on your mortal enemy, my last punch will make you cough blood in bed on the Lion's Peak for half a year." Li Er turned and went to the ferry, leaving Qin Pingon at the door of the hut. Li Er held the bamboo wormwood and stood at the end of the small boat, and began to hold his breath and concentrate. After half an hour, Qin Pingon walked to the ferry. Li Er looked and could not help but laugh. The young man was barefooted and he rolled up his trousers but did not roll up his sleeves. He did not forget to carry the sword fairy from the Fu family in the old dragon city. Li Er nodded and said, "Get on the boat." In an instant, the bamboo shoot in Li Er's hand chopped down. Qin Pingon, who had already rolled up the mind talisman in his sleeve, had already disappeared into thin air. He stepped on the stone wall of the Immortal Cave's waterway and used the momentum to bounce away. After a few trips he was already far away from the boat, the man and the bamboo shoot. When Qin Pingon landed on the surface of the water he bent his waist and stepped on the water, sliding backward. One hand pressed against the water, creating a ripple. The other hand stopped abruptly. The two walls matchmaking talisman and the water-flowing talisman. The spiritual light of the talisman's gallbladder exploded with a bang. Qin Pingon slightly twisted his wrist. A short knife appeared in his right hand, engraved with the two characters Morning Dew. Together with the other knife that had not yet appeared, it was taken from the Deer Mountain assassin. The front end of the bamboo shoot seemed to have landed on the ground, but it did not really touch the ground. The Xianxia not only did not cut a gully on the ground, but also did not even raise a speck of dust. This was the fist intent of a great grandmaster who had reached the peak of martial arts. He had already reached the realm where he could do as he pleased. In front of the small boat, the water surface rose sharply and gravel flew everywhere. A man in a green robe, his figure as fast as lightning, rushed in a straight line, holding a knife in both hands. Li'er put away the bamboo shoot and turned his head to look. He laughed and said, "Fancy, but it's quite scary." Li'er casually poked the bamboo shoot, and the small boat under his feet slowly moved forward. Qin Pingon turned his head to avoid the bamboo shoot, his left sleeve twirling the mind talisman, and disappeared in a flash. Li'er loosened his grip on the bamboo shoot, then clenched it again. He did not turn around, nor did he turn his head, and the bamboo shoot stabbed backward. Qin Pingon, who had appeared behind him, was directly stabbed in the chest and crashed into the water with a bang. If not for the fact that Qin Pingon had turned his body slightly, and only his green robe was torn, revealing a trace of blood and white bones, Li'er, who said that he had underestimated the enemy, and had a sense of propriety, would have nailed the bamboo shoot directly into Qin Pingon's chest. The small boat under Li'er's feet continued to move forward slowly. There was no need to hold the bamboo shoot at all. A pure martial artist of the 10th level was what Li'er meant by full of spirit. Man is perfect. Once he took out his true qi, Li'er could casually fill the entire waterway with fist intent and Xianxia. Li'er smiled. "Alright, you brat, you have the advantage of the geographical location. You actually used dozens of water talismans at once, and if they all exploded at the same time, it could barely be considered as overturning rivers and seas." Li'er gently held the bamboo shoot tightly. It buzzed and vibrated with Xianxia. One man and one boat continued to move forward, neither fast nor slow. Not a drop of water came close to Li'er and the boat. Li'er stomped his feet and a muffled thunder sounded from the bottom of the water. Li'er was slightly surprised. He no longer cared about Qin Pingon underwater and went from the stern to the bow of the boat. He glanced at the wall in the distance and the small boat under his feet shot forward like an arrow, smashing towards the bamboo shoot. The Een spirit that had silently left his body and traveled far away had already hidden on the wall with the ghost axe palaces carrying tablet talisman. Everything that had happened before was just a smokescreen. He did not expect Li'er to see through it so easily. The Een spirit had no choice but to avoid the heavy bamboo shoot. With this move his true body was revealed. It was a young man in white with a folding fan at his waist. Even though he was running away in a sorry state, he still had a smile on his face. His figure was ethereal like an immortal on the mountain. When he left the stone wall, Qin Pingon's Een spirit made a sword sign with 2 fingers. A snow-white sword light swept out from between his eyebrows. It was the flying sword that had not been completely refined into a natal item. Although it was not a sword cultivator's natal flying sword, after being sharpened by the dragon beheading platform, it reappeared in the world with an imposing aura. Li'er's bamboo shoot still did not touch the stone wall. His arm bent slightly and withdrew the bamboo shoot. The flying sword vibrated non-stop and crashed into the stone wall. It was just an ordinary bamboo shoot with fist wool, so it was not damaged at all. Li'er smiled and said, "Again?" A swift and fierce flying sword that looked like a sword immortal stabbed towards Li'er's back from behind. Li'er did not care at all. His fist wool was like the protection of a deity. It was the most indestructible armor in the world. Li'er made a sound of surprise. Is it just an imitation sword made by the hateful Sword Mountain? Because the flying sword that was coming at him was casually bounced away by the fist will. The third flying sword with the fastest speed went straight to the back of Li Er's head. At the same time, the first flying sword that was like a white rainbow wanted to get close to him again. Li Er was also a little helpless. This is a little annoying. Li Er let go of the bamboo shoot and disappeared in a flash. The next moment he was holding 3 flying swords in his hand. Brilliant sparks splashed out from his palm. When Li Er returned to the small boat, the bamboo shoot seemed to be suspended in the air and did not fall at all. Li Er's return was really too fast. Li Er imprisoned the 3 flying swords with one hand and pressed the palm of his other hand against one end of the bamboo shoot. He pushed heavily and the small boat under his feet swayed slightly. The bamboo shoot flew out slightly at an angle and directly pierced Qin Pingan's abdomen, nailing him to the bottom of the water. The bamboo shoot's momentum was shocking. Not only did it knock Qin Pingan's entire back close to the bottom of the water, the bamboo shoot still pierced through his abdomen. Li Er's attack was ruthless. Qin Pingan's response was even more ferocious. He slapped the bottom of the water heavily with his palm, as if pulling himself out of the bamboo shoot. Using the mind talisman, he disappeared in an instant. Li Er smiled and did not beat up a drowning dog. He had already agreed to look down on him. One good thing about Qin Pingan was that he did not know pain. In other words, before he died, his attacks would be very steady. Some so-called martial arts geniuses fought bravely the more they were injured. However, it was inevitable that there would be some sequelae. It was not after a great battle but during a great battle. It was a type of battle where they exchanged their fist intent for battle strength. If both sides were at the same level, such people could certainly survive to the end. This was because a pure martial artist could not only have the courage of blood and vigor, but if one did not have the slightest bit of anger, one should not walk the path of martial arts. However, once the gap between the two sides was slightly widened, such actions had both advantages and disadvantages. Perhaps the best result would be to successfully exchange lives with a stronger opponent. The battle between martial artists seemed dull and tedious. They exchanged injuries in life and death. There were not many moves, but in fact there were mysteries everywhere. Every punch was interesting. Especially after entering the 10th level, the sky was wide and the ground was wide. There were many wonders and endless scenery. Song Jianqiang was ambitious and had a big picture. He could give up the country and the throne for the purity of martial arts. His obsession was far greater than that of a normal grandmaster. What he wanted with his fists was to make those immortals at the peak of the mountain walk down the mountain and kowtow to him, Song Jianqiang. Therefore he was full of vigor. Li Er admitted that in this level he had indeed lost to Song Jianqiang by a lot. After a pure martial artist reached the top, no matter how many types of fists one had and how many different types of martial courage one had, there were only 2 paths one could take. The first path was like opening up a blessed land. One's fists were vast and boundless and one's chi was respected. The second path was like opening up a cave for immortals. It was easier to return to the origin. If there was no path beneath one's feet, one would continue to fly up. It was not that Li Er did not want to walk more in the vigor realm. It was just that his temperament dictated it. His fist intent was pure enough. If he deliberately cultivated the vigor realm, the benefits would not be great. It was better to take advantage of the situation and directly enter the origin realm. Previously, when he was drinking and chatting with Qin Pingan, Li Er heard that there was a wonderful person called Zhou Xian in Luopa Mountain. His nickname was Martial Madman. When he fought, it was a matter of life and death. However, on normal days his temperament was as carefree as an immortal's. Qin Pingan thought a lot. He rarely spoke with certainty. When he mentioned Zhou Xian, he said that Zhou Xian was a pure martial artist who would not go crazy. Li Er felt that Zhou Xian must be a rare genius. A genius in the eyes of a 10th level martial artist. If there was a chance in the future, he would like to meet Zhou Xian. Li Er put away the bamboo wormwood and casually threw out 3 flying swords. He continued to push the boat forward slowly. The simple man felt a little guilty for using too much force. Later, when he was dealing with Qin Pingan, who came and went like a ghost, he intentionally held back his strength. One of his punches only sent Qin Pingan into the stone wall. However, he did not change the location of the bamboo wormwood and punch through his opponent's intestines. Not only that, the boat continued to move forward. He left behind the young man who could definitely continue to attack, allowing him to convert a breath of pure vital qi. Li Er had always felt that practicing martial arts did not have too many tricks. Diligently tempering one's body was nothing more than suffering. It was similar to the farmer taking care of the fields. However, whether the harvest was good or bad depended on the mood of the heavens. How far a martial artist could go in practicing martial arts depended entirely on himself. Li Er turned his head to look and saw a strange scene. Qin Pingon put on a golden robe and covered it with the black robe of the hundred-eyed Taotai. He did not stop there. Even the snowflower robe of the greasy city ghosts and the extremely fancy sparrow manor. He put on all the robes together. Fortunately, after the minor refinement of the worldly robe, it could change slightly according to the cultivator's wishes. However, with the addition of these 4 robes, how could he not look bloated? No matter how he looked at it, Li Er felt awkward. Especially the outermost robe that was worn by a girl. Wasn't Qin Pingon a little too much? However, this choice was not wrong. If he had put on the robe from the start with Qin Pingon's current martial artist realm, it would have delayed the flow of his fist intent. Perhaps if he had attacked a little slower, it would have been the difference between life and death. Now that he was heavily injured, it was a different story. After all, he could take 1 or 2 more punches. Li Er stopped the boat beside the water mirror. Holding the bamboo wormwood, he stepped onto the mirror at the center of the lake. Li Er looked towards the entrance of the karst cave. There was some movement. In the distance, Qin Pingon stood on the water surface with a sword on his back. He did not use the water-repelling divine ability or any immortal water techniques. His feet did not move and he continued to move forward slowly. Li Er looked at Qin Pingon's feet. After a while, Qin Pingon's figure suddenly rose. It turned out that he was stepping on a huge green creature. It was a flood dragon. This water dragon was worthy of being a cultivator's water technique. On the flood dragon's body, there was a snow-mud talisman as the foundation and more than 100 great river-flowing talismans as the dragon's bones. It seemed that a little bit was used as the talisman gallbladder of this strange but spectacular talisman. It was the immortal fire dragon who wanted Qin Pingon to ponder over the 2 superior Taoism formulas of refining objects. The incantation of refining the 3 mountains and the celestial incantation of the immortal praying for rain tablet of the Azure Palace should not only be used as a means of refining objects. Therefore, at this moment, the spine of the flood dragon was like 2 ropes intertwined with each other, becoming tighter and tougher. One was the mountain refining method and the other was the water refining method. With the gist of trueness of the great dragon fist as the finishing touch, the flood dragon under the young man's feet vaguely had the immortal aura of piling up soil into a mountain and rising wind and rain. Think more and think more about everything in the world. In the end, it was Qin Pingon who created this colossus. Qin Pingon habitually held the saber in his right hand. But in reality he was left-handed. The flood dragon under his feet crashed into Li Er in the water mirror. Wherever it went, huge waves splashed up. Li Er twitched the corner of his mouth and tapped the ground lightly with the end of the bamboo wormwood. Showy but useless. Li Er leaped up lightly, swung the bamboo wormwood and smashed it heavily on the ground. Even though the flood dragon was hundreds of feet away from the water mirror, it was still cut into 2 by the gang qi. It could only rely on inertia to continue forward. Li Er swept the bamboo wormwood horizontally. Qin Pingon, who appeared on the left side of Li Er in the mirror, suddenly lowered his head. His body seemed to be about to fall to the ground. As a result, he twisted his body and avoided the sweeping bamboo wormwood with the power of wind and thunder. Qin Pingon faced the bamboo wormwood that flashed and disappeared. He flipped his sleeves and 3 flying swords flew out from 3 different acupoints. He stepped on the ground hurriedly. The short saber in his right hand stabbed towards Li Er's heart. The second short saber slipped out from his left sleeve quietly. Li Er did not look at the 3 flying swords at all. He kicked Qin Pingon in the chest. The latter slid back hundreds of feet. His knees were slightly bent and his toes were on the ground. He increased his strength so that he would not let go of the short saber in his hands. His shoulders shook and he suddenly stood still. He forcibly pushed back the remnant of Li Er's fist aura on his chest. After all, he was a man wearing 4 robes. Li Er said, "I told you earlier. Martial arts with showy but impractical moves. Only those who want to kill the master with random punches. The master does not fight. It's just a move." Li Er casually threw the bamboo wormwood more than a foot into the mirror. That interesting flood dragon which had just reformed on the mirror, was poked by the bamboo wormwood. It fell apart and turned into water again. Many of the talisman that had already cracked were completely turned into fine powder. Qin Pingon began to move. Li Er changed his trajectory a little and still appeared in front of Qin Pingon. He knocked the latter into the air with his knee. Li Er seemed to be moving forward slowly, but when he came to Qin Pingon's side, he threw a punch. He hit Qin Pingon, whose genuine qi was stagnant and whose robes were cracking, and made him fall into the lake hundreds of feet away. Like a stone skipping on water, he slid on the surface of the lake for another 7 or 8 feet. Li Er began to run wildly. Every step he took shattered the spiritual qi in the lake. He rushed straight to the place where Qin Pingon fell into the water. His body suddenly moved horizontally. Li Er used his shoulder to hit Qin Pingon's chest, who had used a mind talisman. Qin Pingon felt as if his chest was hit by a hammer. His Yin spirit flew out of his body and used a natural and strange fist technique. It seemed to draw slow arcs, but the arcs were close to a circle. In fact, it was dazzling. It directly helped Qin Pingon to remove most of the fist aura. When Qin Pingon stabilized his body, his Yin spirit returned to his body. It was done in one breath. Li Er did not pursue. He nodded. This was right. Otherwise, if one practiced martial arts and cultivated Tao, it would only hinder one's progress in martial arts. The two would always be in conflict and it would cause harm to others. What Li Er wanted to do this time was to let Qin Pingon find the mysterious balance point. People who practiced martial arts could not be led by the fist stance and fist intent. Since he was already a qi cultivator, he could not feel that his fist intent was not pure because of this. People who practiced martial arts could only rely on their fists. However, it did not mean that they did not care about anything. A true grandmaster should have the great aura of having all the skills in his body and using his hands. The human body was a small world. I was the heavens. What could not be controlled? What could not be controlled? Since Qin Pingon had taken the first step in the right direction, Li Er was relaxed and punched. The punch was not heavy, but it was faster. I won't give you, Qin Pingon, the slightest chance to think about it. I am a martial artist. I am a martial artist. If you want to exchange blows with me, Li Er, to improve Tao, then you have to take out something that no other martial artist in the world has. Yes. Just take a few more punches. No. Just lie down and recuperate. On the other side of the ferry, Li Lu walked on the waterway and looked at the traces of fighting. As for the movement on the other side of the water mirror, she did not even need to look. He was very clear about it. In the long years of the past, Li Lu was not unfamiliar with pure martial artists. She had died in the hands of a 10th realm martial artist. She had also personally killed a 10th realm martial artist. She knew a lot about the ways of martial artists. It was hard to say how great Qin Pingon's endurance was in the vast history of the world. However, as a 6th realm martial artist, it was really rare to see him take so many punches. In the world, there were only a few martial artists at the peak of the 9th realm and the end of the 10th realm who did not accept direct disciples like Guyu. There were also many martial arts masters who wanted to learn from his father and train their disciples' physiques. However, it was a pity that the disciples had to be able to withstand it. Some people's physiques could not withstand it. Some people's temperament was not up to standard. Of course, most of them could not do either. They had seniors and masters who were willing to help or even drag them along, but they could not enter the room and could not cross the threshold no matter what. There were also some who seemed to have broken through, but in fact they were the ones who fed the punches. When the disciples passed the threshold, it was as if they had lost an arm or a leg. The heart mirror had a subtle flaw that could not be detected. Therefore, once they reached the 8th realm and the 9th realm, all kinds of hidden dangers would undoubtedly be revealed. Li Lu reached the end of the waterway in the karst cave and did not continue forward. She turned around and began to walk. Li Lu arrived at the ferry and looked at the distant scenery outside Lion Peak at the edge of the mountain restriction of this immortal's cave. Li Lu vaguely sensed a strange phenomenon. She raised her gaze and looked at the sky. The 72 Confucian temples of the Confucian school had been the most pitiful existence since ancient times. They were neither alive nor dead, and there were many rules. Year after year they watched the mortal world and were absolutely not allowed to interfere in the affairs of the world. Li Lu had landed in the northwest continent in his previous life. As the sect master of the Peak Immortal Realm, he had once chatted with a Confucian sage who was guarding the territory of the half-continent in the sky of the Liuxia continent. In the eyes of these sages who were silent and motionless like boats in the void, it was like mortals looking at the mountains and rivers under their feet at the top of a mountain. Even if they had limited eyesight, they would not be able to see the real scene. However, if they used the ancient magical power of watching the mountains and rivers, even if a man was wearing a jade pendant inscription or a woman's black hair was mixed with a strand of white hair, they would be able to see everything clearly. However, after watching the mortal world for thousands of years, there would be a day when they would get tired of watching. What's more, their duty was to monitor the cultivation grounds of those ascendant realm cultivators, as well as the cultivators of the upper 5 realms. They also had to have a plan in mind so as to prevent the cultivators from being unrestrained in their spells and harming the world. If those great cultivators in the Blessed Enclave left the small world, they would be like exceptionally eye-catching lights that could be seen by the mortal teachers at the top of the mountain. Naturally, the sages in the sky would immediately pay attention to them and keep an eye on them. If there were any violations of etiquette, the sages would take action to stop them. If everything followed the rules, there was no need for them to appear. At that time, the Confucian sage who had a few words with Li Lu said with a smile that his greatest pastime was to go to a certain country, a certain county, and a certain country every 10 years. He wanted to see the subtle changes on the stone tablet that people didn't care about after 10 years of being exposed to the wind, the sun, the rain, and the snow. Li Lu was speechless. The sages were lonely. The mortal world did not know. About 2 hours later, Li Lu, who had been wandering thousands of miles away, collected his thoughts and turned around with a smile. Someone was rowing a boat back. It was the somewhat miserable Chen Pingon. Li Er sat on the small boat and said, "You have to hold on until the martial arts fate arrives at Lion Peak. Otherwise you won't be able to do that thing." Chen Pingon nodded. Li Er asked, "You really don't regret it? Li Lu might know some strange methods that can keep you for a while." Chen Pingon shook his head and said, "No. The mountain quaking fist was created by Senior Gu Yu of the northern continent. During my travels he taught me 3 more moves. In the end, even if he died, he still wanted to give me the martial arts fate. So I don't regret it." Li Er did not say anything else. The two of them arrived at the ferry. Li Lu smiled and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Qin. You've broken through in both martial arts and cultivation." Qin Pingon grinned. He had deliberately suppressed his true qi and spirit qi. With this slight movement, it was immediately broken. His face was covered in blood again. Qin Pingon walked past the mountain and river restriction at the entrance of the cave abode. He clenched his fist and looked up. A golden sea of clouds suddenly condensed above the clear and boundless sky of Liu Peak. Then a sweet rain began to fall from the sky. Wisps of rain fell slowly, extremely slowly. Qin Pingon said softly, "First day, 15th day." 2 flying swords flew out and disappeared in a flash. They hovered in front of Qin Pingon like 2 steps. Wearing a green robe and carrying a divine sword, Qin Pingon started to run. He stepped on the 2 flying swords and ascended step by step. When he was a few hundred feet away from the sea of golden clouds and the rain of martial arts fate, he suddenly stopped. Qin Pingon's fist intent surged. He was like a god in the sky. He punched upwards with the cloud steaming swamp style. After the punch, the sea of martial arts fate and the rain of martial arts fate were pushed back and scattered in the northern continent. The exhausted Qin Pingon took a deep breath and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He bent over and panted. His vision was a little blurry. He turned his head and looked towards the south. He laughed softly and said, "Senior Gu, I didn't dare to tell you before. Someone in the bamboo house in my hometown said that our mountain quaking fist was full of the smell of dirt and that it was nothing special. It was only the fist intent that was considered passable. He was the one who taught me the punch just now. Senior Gu, don't worry. I was not convinced back then. When I return to my hometown this time, I will definitely argue with him. Now that I'm in the golden body realm, I can take 2 more punches and talk more." (562). Huang Kai, the leader of Lion Peak, was already standing beside Li Lu. She chuckled and said, "With Mr. Chen's punch, Lion Peak will become famous." It was rare for Li Lu to smile at Huang Kai. He said, "Huang Kai, you don't have to call him Mr. Chen. If you feel awkward, Mr. Chen will feel awkward too." Huang Kai knew her master's temper, so she nodded. In one life, Li Lu picked up a child by the roadside and made him kowtow 3 times. Then he accepted him as his only disciple. After that, the master and disciple established a sect at Lion Peak. After Li Lubing passed away, Huang Kai, who had just become a young golden core earth immortal, became the pillar of the sect. Lion Peak stood tall in the North Continent, where sword cultivators were as common as clouds. Back then, the child who was as thin as a bamboo pole and had a big head, which looked quite interesting, eventually became a famous and powerful nascent soul cultivator in the North Continent. Li Er suddenly said, "Of the 4 robes he has, other than the innermost one, the other 3 can't withstand the punch. They're quite damaged." Fortunately, before they returned to the ferry, they didn't forget to take off the cumbersome robes, especially the outermost robe of the Sparrow residence. Otherwise, if they were to fight so openly, half of the North Continent would soon hear that there was a pure martial artist in Lion Peak who liked to wear women's clothes. As for the far-reaching effects of Qin Pingan's punch that scattered the golden sea of clouds and left a strong martial arts fate in the North Continent, Li Er didn't deliberately tell Qin Pingan more about the inside story after he learned of Qin Pingan's decision. There was no need to. If he did, it might cause Qin Pingan's punch to have some impurities. Even the small group of 9th and 10th level martial artists at the peak of martial arts in Uttarakuru who had sensed this would feel a little happy. Regardless of the temperament of these grandmasters and the level of their martial virtues, they would have to show some respect to the young man at the peak of Lion Peak today. All the martial temples in the continent would be grateful to this person. Not to mention others, just the scholarly sage who was familiar with Huang Kai of Lion Peak had to think highly of Qin Pingan. He felt that Qin Pingan's temperament suited him. Li Lu recalled Qin Pingan's flashy attire. She held back her laughter and said softly, "I will help Mr. Qin repair his robe." Li Er chuckled. Li Lu said helplessly, "Father, what nonsense are you thinking?" Li Er said, "I'm not thinking too much. I'm just happy that I'll have wine to drink when I go down the mountain." Qin Pingan swayed and stepped on the flying swords again and again before finally landing on the ground. Li Er said, "Recuperate on the mountain for half a day first. When you have stabilized the Jinshan realm, I will help you to open up your muscles and bones and temper your soul. Every time you break through a realm, there will be many changes in the small world of the human body that even martial artists themselves cannot imagine. It is safer to strike while the iron is hot." Qin Pingan smiled bitterly. "Uncle Li will talk about it when the time comes. I'm feeling dizzy right now and I feel sleepy whenever I think about practicing. Let me take a break first." Li Er smiled and waved his hand. Qin Pingan cupped his fists to Huang Kai and said apologetically, "I haven't had the chance to thank Yellow Mountain Lord." Huang Kai shook her head and said, "You're welcome, young Master Qin. It's our Lion Peak that has benefited from your fame. Young Master Qin, just focus on recuperating." Qin Pingan had a strange expression on his face as he left. Li Er also rushed down the mountain. Li Lu stood in the same place and said, "Fame? Isn't that a derogatory term? Huang Kai, did I tell you to read more and only focus on cultivation? I heard that you have a good relationship with Zhou Mi, the Mountain Lord of Yufu Academy. Do you have a good chat?" Huang Kai was helpless. "Master, I've never liked to read books since I was young. Besides, I've never talked about essays or poems with Mountain Lord Zhou." Li Lu shook her head and said, "What a waste of your big brain when you were young." Huang Kai was stunned. She rubbed her head. Only then did she remember that when she was young there was such an incident. At that time she was sallow and emaciated. In the heavy snow she begged along the way. Then she met her master who was walking slowly in the heavy snow. Huang Kai would remember that scene clearly for the rest of her life. However, in the later years she didn't remember many things. Li Lu turned her head and looked at the old woman who was working hard to guard Lion Peak. Lion Peak was just one of the abodes she left behind. It wasn't even as important as the southern Xianxia Hall in the Dragon Palace cave. The reason why the family of 3 settled here was that Li Lu had taken a fancy to the peaceful town at the foot of the mountain. If her mother opened a shop in the market there, it wouldn't be too strange. In fact, it had almost nothing to do with Lion Peak and Huang Kai. However, for some reason, when she looked at the skinny monkey-like child who had suddenly turned into a white-haired old woman, Li Lu felt a little sad for the first time. Huang Kai's aptitude wasn't too good and she was too stubborn. On the path of cultivation she had killed too many people. Taking care of an ancestral hall in the North Continent wasn't an easy task. Huang Kai, who had hopes of reaching the pure jade state, had faced many sword cultivators and attacks in history. She had protected the Lion Peak Ancestral Hall from being destroyed and was unwilling to bow down. She had accumulated many side effects. Mending her chi abode after the war was of no help. She could only stay in the nascent soul state for the rest of her life. In fact, when Li Lu returned to the mountain for the first time, she didn't think much of this disciple. What was a dispensable Lion Peak Ancestral Hall? Even if it collapsed and became a ruin, so what if Huang Kai didn't rebuild it? She didn't spend so much effort to nurture her direct disciple and didn't spend so much effort and resources to help Lion Peak grow. Instead, she chose to cultivate on her own and focus on breaking through to the upper 5 states. She might even be rewarded by Li Lu with a great treasure. It wasn't that Li Lu didn't know Huang Kai's intentions. In fact, she knew very well, but Li Lu didn't care at all in the past. However, at this moment Li Lu felt a little sad. She looked at her master, who had never had such a gaze before. In her impression, her master used to be a different person. She was always high and mighty and silent, as if she was thinking about something important that Huang Kai could never understand. Huang Kai didn't dare to look at her master. She looked into the distance and seemed to be talking to herself. She said in a trembling voice, "I'm really happy to be able to reunite with my master in this life." Li Lu nodded. "I'm not as happy as you, but it's still okay." Master and disciple were silent for a long time. Li Lu said slowly, "In the future you don't have to care about the mountain and water restrictions in that cave. You're now the Lion Peak Mountain Lord, and the cave is no longer my place of cultivation. You don't have to worry about this. If there are any good seedlings in Lion Peak, when Mr. Chen leaves the mountain, you can let them in to cultivate. The 3 books I gave you in the early years, you can teach them according to your disciple's potential and temperament. You don't have to adhere to the rules. Moreover, I didn't forbid you to teach the 3 ancient water spells. If you weren't so rigid and pedantic, Lion Peak would have had a second nascent soul cultivator." Huang Kai patted her head. "It's just as Master said. I've wasted my big brain." Li Lu smiled. Huang Kai didn't say anything else. She was in a peaceful state of mind and looked happy. She accompanied her master, who she hadn't seen for a long time, and watched the mountains and rivers of the human world. Half a day later, Li Er ascended the mountain again. This time he wanted Qin Pingon to spar with him as a pure martial artist of the Golden Body realm. However, he was not allowed to use any fist stances or fist moves, not even leaving any traces behind. If Li Er discovered even the slightest clue, then he would have to eat a punch from the peak of the 9th realm. He wanted Qin Pingon to only punch quickly. If he was slow by even a little bit, then he would have let down the Golden Body realm that was hard to come by, and he would have to eat a punch. Finally, Li Er dragged Qin Pingon to the small boat. This time it was Li Er who returned to the ferry. He said that he was still lacking and that he would polish it again after half a day. Qin Pingon rarely rejected his kindness. He said that he really had to hurry on his way. Since Qi Jinglong had broken through and was about to face the first sword challenge, he had to hurry to the Tai Hui sword sect to take a look. Then he would go to Crouching Ground Peak to visit Venerable Fire Dragon and another good friend. He also had to go to the Dongxian Street in the capital of the Qinghao Nation to meet Li Shixing. After that, he would go south and return to the Skeleton Beach. Li Er did not make things difficult for Qin Pingon. At dawn, the 2 of them walked down the mountain quickly. Li Er asked curiously, "Since you are in such a hurry to go to the inverted hanging mountain, why don't you just go from the North Continent? You still have to go to the Aquarius Continent. Luopa Mountain does not have legs. There is also Zhou Lian and Wei Pai, one inside and one outside to help. Actually, you don't have to worry about anything. If you miss the Skeleton Beach and go to the Aquarius Continent, only the Old Dragon City has a cross-continent ferry. It is also a long journey. Don't you think it is troublesome?" Qin Pingon laughed. "If I don't go back home to take a look, I will not be at ease." Li Er did not say anything else. These days he helped Qin Pingon to punch. He had spoken too much and it was more tiring than punching. When they reached the cloth shop at the foot of the mountain, Li Lu helped in the shop. The business was slow. Qin Pingon wanted to say something but stopped. Finally, he could not help but ask, "Miss Li, do you know why your business is not good when you sell cloth in the shop?" Li Lu nodded. The women and young ladies in the small town were not happy to see her. Even if she was willing to be stubborn and praise her shop's cloth to the heavens, those ordinary ladies, as long as she stood in the shop, they would inevitably feel uncomfortable. So what if they bought cloth and added a bit of beauty? As long as they saw her, they would be discouraged. Li Lu liked to stay at the shop, but more so she wanted to spend more time with her mother. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "You can let one or two of the fairies on Lion Peak who are not so good-looking choose a time when the street is lively and buy silk and satin here twice. The first time they buy less and the second time they buy more. Remember to wear the clothes made of silk and satin that the shop bought here. In this way Miss Li won't have to worry about the shop's business, and she can chat with Aunt Lu in the backyard." Li Lu laughed. "We can follow Mr. Chen's plan and give it a try." Previously, when the woman saw Qin Pingon's complexion and served tea to the table, the first thing she said was, "Are you sick?" Qin Pingon quickly smiled and shook his head, saying, "No, it's just a little cold. Aunt Lu does not need to worry." The woman then told Qin Pingon some of the traditional healthcare methods in her hometown, and told him not to ignore it. That day there were 4 people at the table. When Aunt Lu heard that Qin Pingon had eaten and was leaving the small town today, she was a bit disappointed. At this moment, the woman was overjoyed when she heard that Qin Pingon was willing to write a letter for her and send it to the Great Sui Kingdom Academy. Li Lu turned to look at Li Er. Li Er just smiled and took a sip of wine, enjoying it. In Li Huai's room, Qin Pingon took out a pen, ink and paper. The woman sat at the side while Qin Pingon and the woman sat on a long bench. Li Lu sat opposite Qin Pingon's table. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Aunt Lu, you tell me and I'll write. Let's write more trivial family matters. Li Huai will feel more at ease when he sees it." The woman looked at the clean young man in green with a gentle smile on his face. For some reason she felt uncomfortable in her heart. She said softly, "Ping, and if only your parents were still here, how good would that be? Auntie Lu doesn't have much knowledge. She's a woman who only knows how to blabber, but she's still a mother. I dare say that no father or mother in the world would be unhappy to see a son like you." Qin Pingon lowered his gaze, his expression calm. Then he raised his head slightly and laughed softly. "Auntie Lu, I also wish that my parents were still around. However, I was still young at that time and couldn't do more. In fact, I've been suffering all these years." The woman felt very guilty for bringing up such a sad matter. She hurriedly said, "Ping, and Auntie is just speaking casually. If you can write it down, then write it down. If you can't write it down, then just skip it." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "There's a lot of paper. You can say more. If you write a longer letter, you can get a good omen." The woman was very heavy. She sighed heavily and then turned to stare at Li Lu. "Did you hear that? In the past, when I asked you to help me write a letter, 1 or 2 pieces of paper would be gone. Do you still have your brother in your heart? Do you still have me, your mother? I raised a heartless daughter like you for nothing." Qin Pingon smiled apologetically at Li Lu, who was sitting across the table. Li Lu nodded quietly and then put her hands in front of her. She begged the woman for mercy. "Mother, I know I was wrong." Then in the small room, there was only the woman's nagging and Qin Pingon's meticulous writing. The green-robed young man, who had traveled thousands of miles and read thousands of books, sat upright and still. His back was straight and his expression was serious. In the end, Qin Pingon left the shop with the bamboo box on his back and the mountain walking stick in his hand. The woman and the man stood at the door and watched Qin Pingon leave. The woman insisted that Li Lu send him off. Li Lu had a package in her hand. It was filled with items prepared by her mother. Most of them were the town's specialties. Of course, there were also 3 robes that she had personally repaired. The woman whispered, "Li Er, will our daughter be able to find such a good man in the future?" Li Er thought for a moment. Difficult. The woman stepped on the back of Li Er's foot and used her finger to poke Li Er's forehead again and again. "Then why didn't you put in more effort? You just stared and let Ping and leave? I don't see you drinking less, and you're not reliable at all. I have a man like you, Li Lu, and Li Huai have a father like you. Is it because the heavens don't open their eyes, or did the 3 of us not accumulate good karma in our previous lives?" Li Er did not say anything. Of course he did not dare to avoid it. The woman sighed and resentfully withdrew her hand. She couldn't poke anymore. Her man was originally a blockhead who didn't understand things. If he accidentally poked her head again, wouldn't she be the one to suffer? On the town's main street, the two of them walked side by side. Li Lu said softly, Mr. Chen, Huang Kai will bring you to the ferry. You can reach the eunuch ferry around the Tai Hui sword sect. Once you get off the boat, you will only be a few steps away from the Tai Hui sword sect. The first person to visit the Tai Hui sword sect is Fu Ping Sword Lake Si Kai. This kind of thing is an old rule in the North Continent. Mr. Chen, don't think too much about it. At this point, Li Lu smiled and said, I forgot that Mr. Chen values rules the most. Chen Pingon shook his head and said, but when it comes to reasonable rules, your understanding is still too shallow. You're far from knowing what real etiquette is. Li Lu did not comment on this. The main reason was that she did not want to criticize. Li Lu asked, Mr. Chen, don't you yearn for pure and absolute freedom? Chen Pingon smiled and said, actually, I envy that kind of freedom. But I've always felt that absolute freedom without enough knowledge to support it is not stable and is also a disaster. The two of them walked past the corner of the main street. Not far in front of them stood the old nascent soul mountain master of Lion Peak who had cast a camouflage spell. Li Lu took off the package in her hand. Chen Pingon had already taken off the bamboo box. Li Lu originally wanted to let him stand while she opened the bamboo box. Now Li Lu handed over the package and smiled. Mr. Chen, are you afraid that people will misunderstand? Actually, the neighbors have already misunderstood. Chen Pingon placed the package in the bamboo box and carried it on his back. He smiled and did not say anything. Finally, Li Lu said telepathically, there's a Xuandu temple in the green netherworld. It's the ancestral court of the Taoist sword immortals. The temple master is called Sun Huaizhong. He's magnanimous and has the aura of a pugilistic world. Chen Pingon answered, thank you for giving me such a reassuring pill, Miss Li. Accompanied by Huang Kai, Chen Pingon chatted with the Lion Peak mountain master along the way. After that, they bade each other farewell. Finally, they boarded a richly ornamented celestial ferry and headed towards the eunuch ferry. There were many people, many of whom were heading towards the Tai Hui sword sect. They were discussing animatedly on the ferry. It was very normal. Since the land dragon of the North Continent had come out of seclusion and broken through, 3 shocking sword immortal quizzes would follow. They were the female sword immortals Xiu Kai, Dong Zhu, and the number 1 sword immortal of the North, Bai Shang. Other than that, they would talk about the golden sea of clouds and martial arts reign on Lion Peak. They were all guessing whether the Lion Peak had deliberately hidden a pure martial artist or a passerby guest. Chen Pingon went to the house and opened the bamboo box. He was about to take out the 3 robes and keep them in his pocket. However, when he opened the package, he found that other than the various food and specialties prepared by Aunt Lu, there was also an exquisite jade token in emerald green. Li Lu had cast a mountain water restriction spell on it, so the spiritual energy was not obvious. Chen Pingon did not notice it in advance. Chen Pingon sighed. Not only did he freeload on food, drink, and martial arts, he even freeloaded on such a precious gift in return. How could he be a guest? The jade token was inscribed with the words, Old Dragon calms the disturbance. After keeping the jade token and the robes, Chen Pingon began to refine the spiritual energy in the 3 key acupuncture points. Nothing happened along the way. They arrived at the eunuch ferry that was less than 300 miles away from the Tai Hui sword sect. Chen Pingon found that it was overcrowded. As expected, they were all cultivators who had come to join in the fun. After the ferry entered the territory of the Tai Hui sword sect, Chen Pingon sent a message to Qi Jinglong with his flying sword. On the ferry, he did not see Qi Jinglong. Chen Pingon only saw the young man from the deer-reaping mountain, the white head. The white head dashed over and shuttled through the crowd like a fish. When he saw Chen Pingon, he grinned and gave him a thumbs up. Chen Pingon was puzzled. When did I make you so happy? The white head laughed and said, Chen, do you know a person called Su Xingjiu from the cloud above city? Chen Pingon laughed. Yes. The white head held his belly and laughed. Good fellow, the Lu guy is in the limelight now. He has to greet the guests who climb the mountain all day long. At first, I heard that Su Xingjiu sent an invitation to visit the mountain and claimed that he knew Mr. Chen. The Lu guy rejected many social engagements and went down the mountain to meet him. I followed him. Guess what? The guy also carried a big bamboo box like you. Then he said in a bad mood, The disciples of the ancestral hall receive money every 10 years. If you urgently need immortal money, of course you can also pay on credit, but I do not have this habit. I am too lazy to pay back the money that I borrowed from you, Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon turned his head and looked at the white head. Listen, is this what a master should say in front of his disciple? The white head wanted to add insult to injury, but he found that the Lu guy was looking at him with a smile. The white head swallowed his words back into his stomach. Damn it, when the time comes you can just leave. I still have to stay on this mountain and stare at the Lu guy every day. I must not be impulsive and talk too much. Because Lu Jinglong said before that when he came out he should talk about the rules of the Taihui sword sect in detail. Qin Pingon smiled at the white head. Go away, I have something to talk to your master. The white head refused to move and sneered. What two girls are whispering in the boudoir, can't I hear it? Qin Pingon crossed his fingers and said with a smile. White head, I suddenly found that you are a martial arts genius. It is a pity that you don't practice martial arts. Let me help you. The white head spat. I don't want to be a sword immortal. Why would I want to practice martial arts? But he still got up and wandered elsewhere. This mountain was named Piaran Peak. It was a treasured land that Qi cultivators dreamed of. It was located at the back between the main peak and the secondary peaks of the Taihui sword sect. Every spring and autumn, there would be two strange phenomena where spiritual energy would surge towards Piaran Peak like a tide. In particular, there were wisps of pure sword intent contained in it. Practitioners could lie down and enjoy life on the mountain. After the second master of the Taihui sword sect passed away, no cultivators were allowed to stay on this peak. In history, there was a sword cultivator of the pure jade realm who took the initiative to say that as long as the Pianran Peak was given to him for cultivation, he would be willing to serve as the master of the Taihui sword sect. But the sect still did not agree. The Lu guy did not know what was good for him and was unwilling to leave the ancestral mountain of the Taihui sword sect. He moved to the Pianran Peak saying that he was used to the old house there. When he became a nascent soul realm sword cultivator, he was urged by the ancestral hall to open the peak. In the end he built a shabby hut which could be considered as a mansion. At the beginning of spring this year the Lu guy was still in seclusion. Originally, all the disciples of the Taihui sword sect could come here every year to share the spiritual energy. But this year they did not dare to come. Whitehead went to the ancestral hall and told the words of the Lu guy to an amiable old ancestral master. The youth shuddered and hugged his shoulders with both hands. He grumbled, "Why are these two men so lovey-dovey? This is outrageous, outrageous." However, he felt that the one surnamed Qin was a little too much. It turned out that he had such experience and ability at such a low realm. He talked about the fists of a 10th realm martial artist as though they were drinking wine. Was he addicted? Was there a hole in his head or two holes? He could not afford to offend him. He had to be more polite when he spoke to him in the future. He had to be more sincere when he addressed him as a brother. When Qin Pingon became an Aurus Core Earth Immortal and a 9th realm or 10th realm martial artist grandmaster, he would be proud of himself. Qi Jinglong's words suddenly rang in the youth's ears. "What do you think after eavesdropping for so long? Do you want to drink?" The white-haired youth said seriously, "Why drink? You're so young. It'll hinder your cultivation." Qin Pingon clicked his tongue and said, as expected of Qi Jinglong's disciple, "You're not much worse than my first disciple." The white-head disciple was a little unconvinced. He could tolerate it if they said that he acted according to the wind. But if they said that his ability to act according to the wind was not as good as others, he really could not tolerate it. He turned his head and said loudly, "Surnamed Qin, what is your disciple's name? Help me pass a message to him. Tell him that I, the white-head disciple of the Pianran Peak, will meet him when I have time. Whether it's literary or martial arts, fists or swordsmanship, he can choose." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Literary combat is fine, but martial arts combat is out of the question. My first disciple is still studying in the school." The white-haired youth shook his head. "He's lucky." The youth strode away. The youth did not know how many beatings he would receive in the future because of these few unintentional words. So much so that the white-haired youth of the Pianran Peak would become the popular catchphrase, "Trouble comes from the mouth." Qin Pingon drank his wine, stood up and said, "I won't delay you any longer. Besides, I still have 3 fights to fight. I'll continue on my way." Qi Jinglong did not urge him to stay. He seemed to be prepared. He took out a book from his sleeve and said, "About the cultivation method of sword cultivation, I have some of my own experience. You can look through it when you're free." Qin Pingon kept it in his sleeve and asked, "Will there be any trouble if I travel on a talisman boat in your Taihui sword sect?" Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "You still know that you're in the Taihui sword sect?" Qin Pingon pretended to be surprised and said, "After becoming a sword immortal of the upper 5 realms, your words are tough. If I were in Luopa Mountain, I wouldn't dare to say such words." Qin Pingon drove the talisman boat back to Guanyu Ferry. He wanted to go to Lying Ground Peak to see Zhang Shanfeng. Before rising into the sky, he shouted to the white-haired youth who was strolling on the Pianran Peak, "Your master owes me a grain of grain rain money. Remind him from time to time." The white-haired youth was still thinking of following the rules when he was with Qin Pingon, but now he could not help but raise his middle finger. At the thatched cottage, Qi Jinglong nodded and looked a little like a disciple. On the many mountain peaks of the Taihui sword sect, female cultivators gathered in 2s and 3s, whispering and looking excited. Compared to the male cultivators, they were curious about the young man's cultivation realm and background. The content of the women's discussion was completely different. They were all talking about the distinguished guest who could make Martial Uncle Lu and Martial Granduncle personally come out to greet. After hearing that it was a man in a green robe who walked with a mountain staff and carried a large bamboo box, they could not help but ask about his appearance and demeanor. The woman who saw the two of them climbing the mountain from afar hesitated for a long time and said that it was passable. There were other women who were sad and felt that their martial uncle and martial granduncle had suffered a great grievance. On the Pianran Peak, of course, Qi Jinglong would never have thought that the juniors in the sect would have such messy thoughts. Even if he heard about it, he would definitely not understand. He reckoned that he would still have to ask Qin Pingon for advice before he could break through the confusion and be enlightened. The white-haired youth returned to the thatched cottage. "He left just like that. Lu, did he not treat you as a friend at all?" Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "When you have friends in the future, you will naturally know the answer." The white-haired youth said, "Qin Pingon and I are friends. No discord, no concord. We regret that we did not meet earlier. We drink and chat happily and call each other brothers." Qi Jinglong waved his hand. "Let's go to the ancestral hall." The white-haired youth immediately became sickly. "Can we go tomorrow?" Qi Jinglong did not speak. The white-haired youth was full of complaints but could only obediently follow Qi Jinglong to the ancestral hall of the main peak. Generally speaking, as long as Lu said something, perhaps the process would be very long-winded. Then, without saying another word, it would be the white-haired youth's turn to do things. Qin Pingon did not expect that Zhang Shanfeng had already followed his senior apprentice brother Yuan Ling down the mountain to travel. The person who received the guests was the peak master of the White Cloud lineage, an old immortal with a sage-like demeanor. He personally came to the mountain gate to apologize to Qin Pingon. When Qin Pingon found out that Venerable Fire Dragon was still sleeping, he said that he would not be climbing the mountain this time. He would visit again next time and ask for the old immortal's forgiveness. If he came to the North Continent in the future, he would definitely inform the old immortal in advance. The old immortal did not say much. He looked amiable and only said that Qin Pingon's saying of Wuxia was very interesting. Qin Pingon was a little embarrassed. He said that it was a saying from his hometown. The old immortal personally sent Qin Pingon all the way to the ferry before he bade farewell and returned to the mountain. Qin Pingon took a ferry to the Spring Dew Garden. He leaned on the railing and was in a daze. When he reached the Spring Dew Garden, he could directly go to the Skeleton Beach at the southernmost tip of the North Continent. However, during this period, Qin Pingon needed to disembark midway and make a trip to the Artemisia country. This was a small country and there was no immortal ferry. He needed to walk more than 1,000 miles. Li Shixing was now at the edge of a city. He lived at a place called Dongxian Street. Qin Pingon did not know that not long after he left the Taihui sword sect, a white-clothed young man with a mole between his eyebrows, holding a green bamboo walking stick, boarded a returning linen sect ferry to the Skeleton Beach. The teacher returned to the south and the student traveled to the north. The first thing that the youth did when he reached the Skeleton Beach was to tear open the sky of a small world in the Ghost Valley. He smashed a dazzling rain of magic weapons towards the top of Jingguan City. After he was done, he kept the magic weapons and ran away. For some reason, the spirit of Jingguan City, Gao Qing, did not chase after the white-robed youth. Gao Qing frowned as he sat on the white bone throne. Why was it that when he saw this person, his originally intermittent uneasiness became clearer? Not only did Gao Qing not rashly break open the sky again with his Dharma form, but he also felt an inexplicable restraint for the first time. In the city of murals at the foot of the Mui Mountain, that young man was in a shop. He wanted to buy a goddess painting. He looked pitiful as he bargained with a young girl, saying that he was young, that it was hard for him to travel and study, and that he was embarrassingly short of money. When he saw these goddess paintings, his heart was filled with joy and he would rather starve than to buy them. The young girl saw that his words were sincere and his eyes were sincere. She knew that if he continued to complain like this, he would probably cry. She had no choice but to make an exception and give him a low price. In the end, after the young man agreed on the price, his face showed gratitude. He waved his sleeve and said, "I'll buy all the goddess paintings in the shop at this fair price." The girl was stunned. The shameless white-robed youth turned his head. Zhu Quan, the leader of the linen sect, with a sword at his waist, stood not far away with a smile. "This little brother is very bold." Cui Dongshan blinked his eyes, hugging the green bamboo staff. "Of course, I am the proud disciple of my teacher." "This sister, where are you from?" Zhu Quan looked at the mountain staff with a strange expression. "Your teacher, is his surname Qin?" Cui Dongshan smiled brightly. "Sister is really a fairy, you can predict the future." Zhu Quan joked. "I have never heard him mention you." The next moment, Zhu Quan became more and more confused. Strange, this guy was just smashing magic weapons on top of Jingguan City's Gao Cheng's head. He looked very happy. But now, the handsome youth in front of him was wrinkling his face and crying. "563. Qin Pingon left the fairy midway and headed for the Artemisia Kingdom, which was located in a remote corner of the North Continent. Qin Pingon chose the mountain paths for the 1,000-li journey. He traveled day and night and his figure was as fast as lightning. He soon found the city. When he walked into the narrow Dongxian street, the door of a house opened. A slender man in a Confucian robe walked out and waved at him with a smile. Qin Pingon looked up and was a little dazed. He gathered his thoughts and walked quickly. Li Shixing walked down the steps. Qin Pingon bowed and said, "Greetings, Mr. Li." Li Shixing smiled and returned the greeting. The young Cui Ci stood at the door and looked at the two people who had been separated for a long time. Cui Ci was especially happy when he saw the smile on Li Shixing's face. After arriving at the North Continent, Li Shixing would always frown and think about things. Even if his brows were relaxed, there seemed to be many things waiting for him to think about. Unlike this moment, Li Shixing did not seem to be thinking about anything and was just happy. Li Shixing walked into the house with Qin Pingon. He turned around and said with a smile, "I almost couldn't recognize you." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "I guess I will feel the same when I see little treasure bottle in the academy next time." They arrived at Li Shixing's study. The room was not big and there were not many books. There were also no extra documents, calligraphy, paintings or antiques. Li Shixing let Cui Ci read by himself. Li Shixing moved the chair behind the desk and sat opposite Qin Pingon, who had just taken off his bamboo hat and bamboo box. Li Shixing nodded and said, "Very good, I feel more at ease." Qin Pingon scratched his head. Li Shixing smiled and said, "There are some things that were not suitable to talk about before. Now it's time to talk about them with you." Qin Pingon, who was already sitting upright, became even more well-behaved. "Please speak, Mr. Li," Li Shixing said. "I've always been unclear about myself." Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment and said, "That's true." Li Shixing smiled and shook his head. "It's very different." Li Shixing continued, "Do you remember when I wanted to give you a peach talisman?" Qin Pingon nodded slightly. Li Shixing said, "Before that I fought the sword cultivator Chao Jun in Mud Bottle Alley, right?" Qin Pingon laughed. "Sir, you made Chao Jun feel very helpless." Li Shixing said slowly, "In the Black Pearl Grotto Heaven, it is very difficult for Qi refinement warriors to cultivate. However, I am able to break through the realms very quickly. Ma Kushuan of the Apricot Blossom Alley will be nothing compared to me. Qin Pingon stopped talking and quietly waited for the rest of the story. Li Shixing revealed the secrets of heaven with a single sentence, not stopping until his words shocked everyone to death. I also repeatedly deduced the reason after the matter, and only then did I figure out the reason. The karmic luck that originally belonged to you, or rather the opportunity of the great Tao, fell on me. Like you, I have always felt that everything in the world is about balance. You gain something, I lose something. Every one, big or small, will definitely not disappear or increase out of thin air. Not even the slightest bit. Qin Pingon was just about to speak when Li Shixing waved his hand. Wait for me to finish first. Li Shixing said, the way you and I think about things is similar, and the way we do things is also similar. Knowing that, I have to do something to feel at ease. Although I didn't know that I had taken your karmic luck in advance, since my realm and chess skills gradually increased, I pushed them back step by step and deduced a clear result. Knowing that, of course, I can't accept it calmly. Although I still don't know the origin of that peach talisman and I can't deduce the result no matter how I try, I am very clear that to me the peach talisman must be very important. However, it is precisely because it is important that I wanted to give it to you. As a kind of exchange of state of mind, I will decrease your increase and both sides will return to balance. During this period of time, if it wasn't because my realm was slightly higher than yours, or because the peach talisman was very precious, then it wouldn't have been equal and I should have given you something else. It shouldn't have been like this. I have obtained your Great Tao Foundation, so I should return it to you with my own Great Tao Foundation. This is the true meaning of one for one. However, you were unwilling to accept it back then, so I could only take a step back. Therefore, I told Lion Peaksley Air that whether it is a peach talisman or a peach talisman for the bamboo house, if you come to see me out of gratitude, it will only add to our troubles and make things even messier. It is better not to see you. Qin Pingon's expression was calm as he nodded gently. Li Shixing smiled. As for the true alchemy works and some peach talismans, they are not part of this list. I am only thanking you as Li Baoping's big brother for protecting her along the way. Qin Pingon still nodded. Li Shixing's expression suddenly became a little desolate. He said softly, Qin Pingon, aren't you curious why my younger brother is called Li Baozhen, and Little Treasure Bottle's name also has the word Bao in it, but only I am different? The three children of the Li family from Fulu Street, Li Shixing, Li Baozhen and Li Baoping. Qin Pingon shook his head. I have never thought about this. Back then, the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket had nothing to hide from her youngest uncle. Qin Pingon heard that her mother seemed to be more biased towards Li Baozhen, and was not as close to the eldest son, Li Shixing. Qin Pingon was just like what he had said about Little Treasure Bottle's family matters. He would only hear about it and would not delve into it. Li Shixing stood up, walked to the window and looked into the distance. Every spring festival in the Li family, there was an unwritten family custom. The mother of the three siblings would let the maids and servants in the residence say some idioms and poems with the word Li in it. For example, peach and plum, which implied beauty, peach and plum, moved the heart, and peach and plum was very likable. Even if a child accidentally said the not-so-complimentary ordinary peach and common plum, their mother did not get angry and still gave them a New Year's money. Only when she heard the phrase return the peach and plum, did her smile lessen. Later on, when she heard the phrase peach and plum replace plum, the mother, who had always been amiable to the servants, could not hide her anger. At that time, Li Shixing was still a teenager. He happened to be standing at the corner of the handwriting corridor not far away. He saw the scene and heard the words. At that time, Li Shixing did not understand. He just buried his curiosity deep in his heart. At first he did not think it was a big deal, but he vaguely felt uneasy. Since ancient times, it seemed that peach and plum were always next to each other. Li Shixing turned his head and softly said, "There's a family surnamed Qin across the street. There's a Confucian disciple a few years older than Li Baozhen. His name is Qin Baozhou. If you see him, you'll understand why only I, Li Shixing, can take over your destiny." In truth, there was no need to see him. Li Shixing's words made Qin Pingon understand everything. Li Shixing suddenly smiled. I'm fine. North Continent's Dongxian Street, Qin Shixing. Aquarius Continent's Pearl Grotto Heaven, Li Baozhou. This was how it should be. This also explained why the Qin family's ancestral grave deep in the mountains would grow a tree that symbolized the birth of a sage. Because this Mr. Li was originally surnamed Qin. Li Shixing softly sighed. There are many things that I still don't understand. It's like the path of life, the mountains and rivers are filled with obstacles and obstacles. Only when one's cultivation is high enough can one step over them. Qin Pingon stood up and said, Mr. Li, you should be sad, but it seems that you don't have to be so sad. Li Shixing smiled. His eyes were clear and bright. These words are very comforting. Qin Pingon smiled as well. Then Li Shixing suggested that the two of them play chess. The two of them played chess casually and chatted casually. Qin Pingon played chess slowly. When it came to the ending stage, he would only say a few words after each move. Before I came to the North Continent, I was actually quite afraid. I heard that there were many sword cultivators here, and they were all fearless on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain. I wanted to come here to relax. Only then did I realize that as long as one's heart is not broken, one can travel freely with the wind and one's feet will be in the mud. I was also afraid that I would go from one extreme to another, so I took on the alias of Qin Hao. It's not something fun but a reminder. I came here to train, so I can't really be fearless and go with the flow. Perhaps deep in my heart, I've always secretly thought that it would be great if I could be a truly good person. Li Shixing was a man of few words. When he heard this, he said, I admit that I have selfish thoughts in my heart, but I can always do good. Qin Pingon, do you know what this is? Qin Pingon shook his head. Li Shixing picked up a chess piece and gently placed it on the chessboard. He said, this is what the sages of the Confucian school are always thinking about. Be careful of your actions, restrain yourself and return to etiquette. Qin Pingon shook his head. He didn't think so. Li Shixing didn't say much. He just looked at the chessboard. But it's really a lousy chess player. Qin Pingon said, when it comes to playing chess, I really don't have much talent. Li Shixing smiled and said, is that really so? Qin Pingon nodded and said, because I don't have a plan when I play chess. I can't bear to lose time and place. Li Shixing said, everyone in the world plays their own chess games. There are many smart people who use everything and everyone as chess pieces in their hands. There's no lack of Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon smiled and said, Mr. Li's words are very comforting. Li Shixing said, I'm speaking the truth. You're flattering me. It's obvious who's better. Qin Pingon shook his head and said, we of Luopa Mountain travel the Jianghu. Everyone has the word sincerity carved on their foreheads. Li Shixing smiled and cupped his fists. Nice to meet you. Qin Pingon's smile suddenly became forced. Li Shixing inwardly sighed. He was probably thinking of that bamboo house on Luopa Mountain. Life between heaven and earth is suddenly like a traveler from afar. When the ferry went from north to south, it passed through the Great Seal Dynasty, the Jinfu Kingdom, the Lanfang Kingdom, and finally arrived at the Talisman Water Crossing of the Spring Dew Garden. It was now autumn and Qin Pingon had missed another year's Spring Dew Garden banquet. The Talisman Water Crossing was much quieter than last time. The Spring Dew Garden was bustling with activity in spring. Qin Pingon walked down the ferry. Compared to last year's departure, his attire was not much different. However, instead of carrying the sword immortal, he was carrying a bamboo chest. He was still dressed in a green robe with a bamboo hat and a mountain staff. Qin Pingon went straight to Laohui Street. The street was even more bustling than the ferry and bustling with activity. When he saw the small shop with a signboard hanging from it, Qin Pingon smiled knowingly. The two words on the signboard were written well. He took off his bamboo hat and crossed the threshold. There were no customers in the shop for the time being. This made Qin Pingon somewhat worried. He saw the acting shopkeeper who had already raised his head and greeted him with a smile. The young cultivator from the Night Illumination Cottage realized that it was the new owner. His smile turned more sincere as he hurriedly went around the counter and bowed with cupped fists. Wang Tingfang greets the sword immortal owner. Regarding the greeting, Wang Tingfang had pondered over it for a long time. However, he did not expect that he would return so quickly with this young sword immortal surnamed Qin. After all, once the cultivators on the mountain traveled far away, they would easily disappear for decades. Qin Pingon returned the greeting with cupped fists. Shopkeeper Wang, thank you for your hard work. Wang Tingfang asked softly, Junior will go get the account books now. When a businessman talked about business, it was more practical than any small talk. Qin Pingon nodded and walked behind the counter together. Qin Pingon took off the bamboo box and placed his bamboo hat on top of his walking stick. Wang Tingfang took out 2 account books. When Qin Pingon saw this, his little worry vanished. If the business was really bad, how could there be 2 account books? Qin Pingon had already seen many of the items on the shelves of treasures in the shop. He understood in his heart and then began to check the accounts. When he saw one item, he said in surprise, "There's really someone who paid such a high price to buy that pair of magic treasure-ranked golden crowns?" Looking at the date of delivery, Qin Pingon had a strange expression. He asked, "Is it a young woman with a Wuling accent? And a retainer with a sword on her back?" Wang Tingfang was shocked. "Boss, you can even calculate this?" Qin Pingon was a little helpless. He did not reveal the identity of Sui Jingqing and Rong Chong, the nascent soul sword cultivator of floating duckweed sword lake. He shook his head and sighed. She really doesn't care about money. She still sold it at a low price. Wang Tingfang was a little frightened. Qin Pingon leaned on the counter and slowly flipped through the account books. He smiled. Shopkeeper Wang has already done the best for this transaction. I am just familiar with the other party, so I said it casually. There is no need to be so close. If I were to personally sell the goods in the shop, I would definitely not be able to sell them at shopkeeper Wang's price. As he carefully flipped through the account books, he chatted with Wang Tingfang about the recent situation of Spring Dew Garden and the business of Shining Night Cottage. Wang Tingfang smiled. It was just a coincidence. Relying on boss's great face, I was able to sell the treasures of the shop, the golden crowns. Last year's business appeared beautiful in the account books. It has nothing to do with me. Junior boldly begs Master not to tell the truth in front of my master. Otherwise, Junior will definitely pack up and leave by Anne's shop. My master is very concerned about Senior's shop's business. Every quarter's profit and loss, he will personally check it and summon Junior to inquire. Qin Pingon nodded. This time I brought some little profound wall tea cakes from Sparrow Manor. I will personally visit Immortal Master Tang to express my gratitude. The shop's business is much better than I imagined. If shopkeeper Wang is not worried that I will add to Immortal Master Tang's business, I will definitely put in a good word for shopkeeper Wang. Wang Tingfang took 2 steps back and bowed. Sword Immortal Boss's kindness is as heavy as a mountain. I can only continue to work hard and help buy and shop earn more money. Qin Pingon closed the account book and did not flip through the second one. Since Wang Tingfang said that Shining Night Cottage would review it, Qin Pingon returned the favor. If he continued to read it, he would be slapping Wang Tingfang and Shining Night Cottage's faces. Gently pushing the 2 account books to Wang Tingfang, Qin Pingon smiled. There are no mistakes in the account books. They are recorded clearly. I have nothing to worry about. Also, shopkeeper Wang, when you do business in the future, you just need to make a steady profit. You don't need to be too strict about the shop's annual profit. The account books look good. After I leave Spring Dew Garden this time, I will probably be a hands-off shopkeeper for many years. I will have to trouble shopkeeper Wang. Wang Tingfang smiled and agreed. She kept the account books and carefully locked them in the drawer. Qin Pingon turned around and took out 2 items from the bamboo box. One of them was the jade bangle with the fire in the water phenomenon. It was engraved with a palindromic poem. The other item was an ancient bronze mirror. Without a doubt, it was the evil warding mirror. It was engraved with the most valuable 4 words, Gong family creation. Together with the tree gall pot and the vegetarian tablet, these 4 items were all given to him by the martial artist Huang Shi. Afterwards, when he thought back to the trip to the mountain to search for treasures, to be able to part ways with Huang Shi, it was definitely not a pleasant reunion but a pleasant parting. The tree gall pot itself was not of a high grade. However, after the old Jinren Huan Yun examined it, he clearly said that this old item could help Qi cultivators to absorb the aura of wood-type spiritual treasures. To Qin Pingon, who was refining his 3rd wood-type natal item, it was something that could not be bought with money. When Qin Pingon was on his way to the south, he refined the tree gall pot into an auxiliary treasure for the key acupoint of the wooden house with the help of the fire dragon Jinren's art of refining the 3 mountains. He placed it in the wooden house. As for the fasting tablet, Qin Pingon also intended to refine it in the wooden house. However, refining it would take too much time. Qin Pingon was already very diligent in his cultivation to be able to refine the tree gall pot after spending 12 hours refining the water fate of the green bricks every day. During the few times he took the ferry, Qin Pingon spent almost all of his free time refining the items. Qin Pingon placed the jade bangle and the ancient mirror on the table. He briefly explained the origins of the two items and smiled. Since the two golden crowns have been sold, the buy and shop no longer has a stabilizing treasure. Shopkeeper Wang, you can take these two items to make up the numbers. However, if you don't sell them, you can ask for a sky-high price. Anyway, they are only placed in the shop to attract Earth Immortal customers. Although the shop is small, there are many high-quality goods. Wang Tingfang smiled and nodded in agreement. She carefully put away the two items and said, "Then I will buy 2 matching wooden boxes with the best quality from the Spring Dew Garden. Otherwise, it would be a waste of these 2 treasures." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Shopkeeper Wang, you don't have to talk to me about this kind of expenses in the future. I trust the Night Illumination Cottage's business acumen, and I also trust Shopkeeper Wang's character." Wang Tingfang bowed again to express her gratitude. Qin Pingon left Bai An's shop and went to see the young worker who helped to carve the 48 jade cliff pebbles. The worker was so grateful that he shed tears. Qin Pingon didn't say much and just chatted with him for a while with a smile. Then he went to see the old pagoda tree and stood there for a long time. After that, he rowed the talisman boat that Huan Yun gave him and went to the Night Illumination Cottage and the old woman, the master of the Spring Dew Garden's fairy housekeeper Song Lanxiao. The gifts he brought for his visit were the small Xian walls that Wu Jiong, the patriarch of the Sparrow Manor's discipline, gave him later. The old woman was especially happy. Her disciple Song Lanxiao's status in the Spring Dew Garden had risen because of this young foreign sword immortal. Moreover, the young man took the initiative to visit her twice and gave her enough face. The old woman didn't return his gifts the first time and she still didn't return his gifts this time. It wasn't that the old woman was stingy, but the young sword immortal who always regarded himself as a junior said, "Don't do things more than 3 times and put them together," which made the old woman very happy. She personally sent him all the way to the foot of the mountain and went back to the mountain. The old woman, who had a high position in the Patriarch's Hall of Spring Dew Garden, thought for a while and decided to go back and visit the Night Illumination Cottage more often. She also told her disciple Song Lanxiao to take care of the business of Bai An's shop in the future. There was no need to hide any traces and be at a disadvantage. In the future, he could just make it clear that it was his master's request. Who would dare to say that the master and disciple and the two of them had Jindan realm cultivators? At the Taihui Sword Sect's Pianran Peak, he should have sent a small jar of Xuanbi to fulfill his promise. However, Qin Pingon didn't dare to add fuel to the fire at that time. Su Xingjiu's sincere visit earlier made Qi Jinglong drink to his heart's content. In the end, after drinking, he drank tea. Qin Pingon felt guilty and decided to send it to Qi Jinglong at the Spring Dew Garden. He would have to accept it even if he didn't want to. Previously, when he visited the Night Illumination Cottage, Tang Qingqing, the first daughter of Immortal Master Tang, wasn't on the mountain. She had gone to the Great Guan Dynasty's Iron Mantis Manor to meet her lover. From the tone of Immortal Master Tang, the two of them were about to tie the knot and become a pair of Dao companions on the mountain. After that, Spring Dew Garden's Night Illumination Cottage and Iron Mantis Manor would become in-laws. Immortal Master Tang invited Qin Pingon to the wedding banquet, but Qin Pingon found an excuse to decline. Immortal Master Tang didn't force him. Qin Pingon really didn't like Iron Mantis Manor. In fact, Qin Pingon had formed a grudge with them. On the ferry, he had personally killed the Golden Body Realm warrior surnamed Liao, who had come from the battlefield. However, the Iron Mantis Manor's Wei family didn't pursue the matter. Instead, they were very respectful. Qin Pingon understood their forbearance. Therefore, both sides tried their best to stay out of each other's business. As for the saying, "Friendship grows from discord," and "enmity vanishes with a smile," forget it. He drank several times with Lu Jimao, the Calligraphy Lake's river-intercepting perfected lord. They even became temporary allies and did business together. As for Qin Pingon, he had to get used to it even if he wasn't used to it. Qin Pingon reunited with He Xiaoyang on the shore of the West Sea of the North Continent. During their seemingly casual conversation, Qin Pingon said that if the mountain-moving ape of Xingyang Mountain had asked him to kowtow, Lu Xianyang would have been able to escape the calamity. On the other hand, he, Qin Pingon, would have kowtowed until a flower bloomed, let alone kowtowing. This was also true. It wasn't a joke. However, after Lu Jimao broke through to the upper 5 realms, Luopa Mountain still didn't congratulate him. On the road of life there were 2 types of bowing to others. One was to live under someone else's roof and be forced by the situation. The other was to pursue the greatest benefits tirelessly. The former would make people depressed and speechless, while the latter would make people happy. Qin Pingon took a talisman boat and went to the Jade Cliff where Lu Jiqing brewed tea in the Golden Crow Palace. Now it was his territory just like the Taowu shop. Qin Pingon found a familiar person standing in the pavilion at the Jade Cliff. It was the owner of the Spring Dew Garden, the nascent Seoul patriarch. Tanling. Qin Pingon kept the talisman boat and walked quickly to the pavilion. Tanling walked down the steps of the pavilion and said with a smile, "I heard that Sword Immortal Chen was coming to the Spring Dew Garden. I happened to be free so I came uninvited." Qin Pingon and Tanling walked into the pavilion together and sat opposite each other. He smiled and said, "Mrs. Tan, you're too courteous." Tanling smiled and handed over a newly published book from the Spring Dew Garden at the end of last winter. He said, "This is the most recent book, Winter Dew Spring." After that, the sect received feedback. This article about Sword Immortal Qin and Sword Immortal Lu on Jade Cliff was the most popular. Qin Pingon took the book and flipped to his article. The wording was beautiful and the content was appropriate. He planned to show it to his first disciple when he returned. Qin Pingon kept the book in his sleeve and looked at the white jade cliff and deep stream. He said softly, "It's a pity that I missed the farewell spring banquet twice. After this farewell, I wonder when I can return to the Spring Dew Garden." Tanling was actually a little puzzled. Why did this young sword immortal see the Spring Dew Garden in a different light? During their previous meeting, Tanling could only be said to be polite, but also a little distant. This was because Tanling and the Spring Dew Garden did not need to do any additional business. They just needed to be stable. However, not long after this young sword immortal in green left the Spring Dew Garden, in the Fufu Kingdom not too far to the north, there was the magnificent feat of the Taihui sword sects Lu Jinglong and another sword immortal performing a sword sacrifice together on a mountain peak. It was a golden sword beam that pierced the clouds and broke through the night. Tanling had some guesses when he connected it to the incident of the Golden Crow Palace's golden beam splitting the thunderclouds. Tanling could meet and chat with a sword immortal who was acquainted with the uncle master of the Golden Crow Palace, Lu Jiqing. However, apart from having a close relationship with the Golden Core sword immortal Lu Jiqing, he was qualified to travel and perform a sword sacrifice together with the Taihui sword sects Lu Jinglong, who was already a sword immortal in the unpolished Jade realm. If Tanling did not care about his reputation, he should have personally waited outside the buy and store on Laohui Street. It was not that Tanling did not want to lose face, but he was worried that his change in attitude after appearing twice would be too stiff. It would instead cause the young sword immortal to despise him and belittle the entire Spring Dew Garden. In the pavilion, both parties were still chatting politely. However, the young sword immortal's words made Tanling feel that this trip was not in vain. Tanling and Qin Pingon exchanged pleasantries for a while before getting up to leave. Qin Pingon walked her to the bottom of the steps of the pavilion and watched the nascent soul female cultivator leave on the wind. Qin Pingon wrote 3 secret letters and went to the Spring Dew Garden sword room. He sent them to the Taihui sword sect, City Above Clouds and the Golden Crow Palace. Apart from sending a letter to Qi Jinglong, he also sent the small profound wall. The letter talked about the hateful Sword Mountain's imitation sword and the purchase of treasures at Sanlang Temple. He asked Qi Jinglong to do as he saw fit after accepting 3 sword quizzes. He guaranteed to buy a sword immortal imitation sword and a treasure armor at Sanlang Temple. If it was not enough, Qi Jinglong would have to pay for it first. If there was a surplus, he could buy another hateful Sword Mountain's imitation sword. He would also try his best to pick some random treasures at Sanlang Temple. The letter was not ambiguous at all. It asked Qi Jinglong to show some of the demeanor of a sword immortal in the upper 5 realms and help him bargain. If the other party did not agree, he might as well be thick-skinned and say, Tai Hui Sword Sect, Lu Jinglong a few more times. At the end of the letter he wished Qi Jinglong to successfully accept the 3 sword quizzes from Li Kai, Dongzhu and Bai Shang. The letter sent to Su Xingjiu in City Above Clouds said that he had already met Mr. Lu. The last time he drank he did not have a good time. It was mainly because the 3 battles were imminent and he had to cultivate his mind. However, Mr. Lu recognized Su Xingjiu's drinking skills. Therefore, when Mr. Lu succeeded in the 3 sword quizzes, Su Xingjiu could go to the Tai Hui Sword Sect again. This time Mr. Lu might be able to drink to his heart's content. At the same time help him pass a message to the young man named Bai Shou. When Bai Shou left the mountain in the future he could go to Luopa Mountain in the Aquarius continent. At the end of the letter he told Su Xingjiu that if she had a reply, she could send it to the Hamba sect in the Skeleton Beach. The recipient was Pang Lanxi, the direct disciple of the ancestral master hall of the Muyi Mountain, and asked her to pass it to Chen Shaolang. The last letter was sent to the molten cast peak of the Golden Crow Palace. The recipient was, of course, the former owner of the Jade Cliff, Lu Jiqing. There were only 2 sentences in the letter. It is not easy to cultivate one's mind. You and I should work together. When I return to the Skeleton Beach I will definitely ask Elder Pang for a set of the goddess portrait. After returning to the Jade Cliff, Qin Pingon sat alone in the pavilion and pondered for a long time. The ferry between the Spring Dew Garden and the Skeleton Beach would only arrive at the Talisman Water crossing in 2 days. It seemed that he had a lot of things to do but also that he had nothing to do. Qin Pingon left the pavilion, rolled up his sleeves and trousers, and went to the stream under the deep pool to search for stones. The Spring Dew Garden's golden core cultivator Song Lanxiao was a little uneasy. It was because a terrifying passenger had arrived on the ferry that set off from the Skeleton Beach. It was a young man in white who was going to the Spring Dew Garden. Previously, at the junction of the Skeleton Beach and the Ghost Valley, Song Lanxiao did not witness the earth-shattering commotion with his own eyes because it happened so suddenly and ended so quickly. However, the cultivators with a bit of status on the mountain were best at collecting all kinds of information and looking for clues. After the handsome young man with a green bamboo cane boarded the ferry, the first thing Song Lanxiao did was to send a message to the Spring Dew Garden's ancestral hall, telling them to be careful. This person had a strange temperament. The first thing he did when he arrived at the Skeleton Beach was to tear apart the sky of the Ghost Valley and smash a magic weapon on the head of the pure jade realm Gao Qing in the Jingguan city. Gao Qing, who was guarding the Jingguan city, was equivalent to the immortal realm. However, he did not chase after this young man, who came to cause trouble. Once the Spring Dew Garden suffered an unexpected calamity, what else could they do? While the ferry was heading to the Spring Dew Garden, the young man in white sneaked off the ferry and went to the mountains and rivers at the foot of the Songyun Lake. However, he quickly caught up with the ferry and returned to the ferry late at night like a dog paddling in the water. If not for the restless Song Lanxiao who had been staring at his ferry for the past few days, he would not have imagined that this person was so resourceful that he could enter and leave the Spring Dew Garden's secret restrictions as if there was no one there. Song Lanxiao was even more frightened. And that young man seemed to be very free. He often left the house and wandered around the ferry deck every day. After approaching the Spring Dew Garden, the handsome young man with the red mole between his eyebrows became a little impatient, as if he disliked the ferry for being too slow. However, for some reason he stubbornly stayed on the ferry and did not leave with the wind. On this day the young man took the initiative to find Song Lanxiao. He knocked on the door and asked directly, "How's the business of the buy and shop on Laohuai Street?" Song Lanxiao, who did not notice the young man's visit, asked carefully, "Senior, are you friends with that sword immortal Qin?" The young man widened his eyes and said angrily, "Bullsh *T, how can we be friends?" Song Lanxiao's expression changed slightly and his heart was in turmoil. Is this person an enemy of that young sword immortal? Has the Spring Dew Garden been implicated? What should I do? The young man sneered. Why do you know him? Song Lanxiao was in a dilemma. In the end he gritted his teeth and said bitterly, "I do know Sword Immortal Qin and we're quite familiar with each other. The first time Sword Immortal Qin went to the Spring Dew Garden he took my ferry. Unexpectedly, the young man slapped the old golden core cultivator's shoulder heavily and said with a bright smile, "Good boy, you've broadened your path." Song Lanqiao staggered from the slap. The old golden core cultivator was stunned for a moment. The young man's smile did not fade as he invited Song Lanqiao to sit down and drink tea. Song Lanqiao was uneasy. After sitting down, he took the teacup, feeling a little fearful. Unknowingly, Song Lanqiao had forgotten that this was his territory. The young man did not drink tea himself. Instead, he placed the green bamboo mountain staff on the table and placed his hands on the table. He smiled and said, "Since you're an acquaintance of my master, then you're a friend of mine, Cui Dongshan." Song Lanqiao was even more confused. There were only a few cultivators in the upper 5 realms in the Aquarius continent. Among the cultivators of the upper 5 realms, there was no one named Cui Dongshan. However, there was one with the surname Cui. He was the state preceptor of Great Li Cui Shi. He was a very famous name among the cultivators of the peak of the North Continent. As for the young man in front of him, how did he become that young sword immortal's student? It was not that Song Lanqiao looked down on that young man, but it was just that it did not make sense. Cui Dongshan smiled. My master is a sentimental person. Before returning to Mui Mountain, he will definitely visit your spring dew garden. It was mainly because of the old locust tree there. That was why Cui Dongshan was so certain. Song Lanqiao could not help but ask, "Sword Immortal Qin is your master?" Cui Dongshan glanced at him. "Jealous? Do you have the right to be jealous? My master only accepts disciples from thousands of people. None of them are like that." Song Lanqiao was about to break down. What the hell was going on? That young sword immortal who had some ties with Spring Dew Garden along the way treated people and chatted casually. It could be said that he was polite and well-mannered. Thinking back on it, it was as if he was bathing in the spring breeze. How could there be such a strange student? Cui Dongshan suddenly smiled. "Lanqiao, do you not believe that I'm your master's disciple? Or do you not believe that your master has a disciple like me?" Song Lanqiao's hair stood on end. The two statements seemed to have similar meanings, but they were actually very mysterious. He had to be very careful with his reply. In fact, he did not have many choices. There were only two. He could say good things about the person in front of him, or he could go crazy and say good things about the young sword immortal. It was inevitable that he would belittle this eccentric person who was bold, had many dharma treasures and had a high cultivation level. Song Lanqiao quickly weighed the pros and cons. He felt that it was better to be honest and seek safety. He said slowly, "I really can't believe that the young sword immortal Qin has a student like you." Cui Dongshan shook his head and said, "What a pity. You've narrowed the path again." Song Lanqiao cursed in his heart. "Seeing such an eccentric senior like you, I'll have to offer incense to my ancestors when we reach the Spring Dew Garden." Cui Dongshan chuckled. "When we return to the Spring Dew Garden, it's time to offer incense to your ancestors." Song Lanqiao's heart tightened. Cui Dongshan smiled. "A clear conscience is not afraid of ghosts knocking on the door. I'm not a ghost and you're not guilty either. What are you afraid of?" Song Lanqiao said bitterly, "Senior, you must be joking." Cui Dongshan nodded. "I'm talking to you with a smile. So Lanqiao, your words have a double meaning. You're very knowledgeable. Have you studied before?" Song Lanqiao was speechless. Cui Dongshan picked up his mountain traveling staff and stood up. "Then I'll take my leave first. I'll try my luck and see if he's already at the Spring Dew Garden. Lanqiao, you won't have to worry so much." Song Lanqiao felt that there was nothing he could say, so he shut his mouth and silently sent the senior off. The handsome youth in white robes and green bamboo cane crossed the threshold and strode down the corridor. He raised his hand and waved. "There's no need to send me off." Song Lanqiao stood rooted to the ground in a daze. He was sweating profusely and was oblivious to it. Cui Dongshan walked to the bow of the ferry and rose. The entire ferry plummeted hundreds of feet. That person transformed into a streak of light and left. A snow-white figure with a thunderous momentum. Qin Pingon was bending over to pick up pebbles by the stream. He placed them in the pocket of his green robes and shielded them with one hand. Suddenly he stood up and looked over. He saw Cui Dongshan. Qin Pingon was stunned for a long while before asking, "Senior Cui has left?" Cui Dongshan acknowledged and lowered his head. Qin Pingon said, "I'm fine. Are you okay?" Cui Dongshan raised his head. Teacher, not so good. Qin Pingon let the pebbles fall into the stream and walked to the shore. Unknowingly, the teacher was half a head taller than the student. Qin Pingon reached out and pressed on Cui Dongshan's shoulder. Then let's go home together. "564. The atmosphere in the Spring Dew Gardens ancestral hall was a little strange. Some people were in a heavy mood. They were the elders of the Spring Dew Garden who lived in seclusion. There were also some who cultivated in the Spring Dew Garden. Some people were watching the show and were in a good mood. For example, Tang Shi, the owner of the last seat of the Nightshine Cottage, was the teacher of Song Lanqiao. This old woman and Tang Shi, who used to be indifferent, looked at each other and nodded slightly. There was a hidden smile in their eyes. Some people were in a complicated mood, such as Tan Ling, who was sitting on the main seat. This was because Song Lanqiao had sent 2 messages to the Hall of Patriarchs. The first secret message was about a foreign cultivator with an unfathomable cultivation base. He was dressed in white and looked like an immortal. After he arrived at the Skeleton Beach on the Zhuang Sex cross-continent ferry, he threw a storm of magic weapons at the Jingguan city. Gao Qing and the Ghost Valley did not take any action, as if they were quite afraid of this person. The second secret letter said that this person claimed to be the young Sword Immortal's student. He kept calling the young man Chen Mr. His temperament was strange and unpredictable. Song Lanqiao admitted that he would not be able to fight back if he fought with him. Tan Ling passed the 2 secret letters to everyone. When the letters returned to his hand, he gently put them in his sleeve and said, I have personally sent a message to the Zhuang Sex Mui Mountain to ask about this person's background. There is no reply yet. Everyone, do you have any good ideas about how we should deal with this? We can't place all our hopes on the Zhuang sect, because this person obviously has a good relationship with Mui Mountain. Also, I guess that Mr. Qin is the sword cultivator who worshipped the sword with Sword Immortal Lu of the Taihui sword sect in the territory of Fuchu last year. The ancestral hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Spring Dew Garden was considered the top mountain among the second-rate immortal forces in the North Continent. It was similar to the Baby Mountain, the Thunder God Residence, and the Lion Peak. It was well known, had a wide range of friends, and had a deep foundation. It was only one step away from becoming a great cultivator in the pure Jade realm. The awkward situation of the Spring Dew Garden was that Tan Ling could not break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm. He was destined to have no hope of reaching the 5 realms. Now he was very flustered when facing the student and Mr. Chen. Tan Ling asked again, Tang Shi, what do you think of that? Mr. Chen's temperament? This form of address caused Tan Ling's expression to become somewhat unnatural. Tang Shi, who was sitting closest to the door of the Ancestral Master Hall, reached out his hand and gently stroked the armrest of his chair. He carefully considered his words and said slowly, I can't tell his cultivation level and his background is shrouded in fog. But when it comes to doing business, Mr. Qin is very particular about fairness. Today was the first time that Tan Ling had seriously asked Tang Shi for his opinion in the Spring Dew Gardens Hall of Ancestral Masters. The old woman smiled and said, Young Master Qin is a very polite and well-behaved young man. Perhaps you haven't interacted with him before, so you don't know. In any case, I like him very much. Young Master Qin took the initiative to visit me twice, and I received a spirit tool and a small profound wall tea cake for free. Now I'm worried about what gift I should return the next time young Master Chen climbs the mountain. We can't possibly let him go up the mountain 3 times and return empty-handed. Young Master Chen himself said, Don't do things more than 3 times, save it all together. It's a pity that my family is poor. When the time comes, I don't know if I'll implicate the Spring Dew Garden. If I return the gift with a shabby one, it'll only be a joke. The old woman's words were full of mysteries. Tan Ling smiled a little more. Junior Sister Lin, you don't have to worry about this. Junior Sister Lin can choose a decent gift from the Spring Dew Gardens Hall of Ancestral Masters today. The old woman said with a fake smile, Senior Sister Tan, won't this make our Spring Dew Garden spend a lot of money? That's not very appropriate, right? In fact, I can sell everything I have and borrow some immortal money from that useless disciple Song Lanqiao and gather a magic weapon. Tan Ling's expression was normal as he smiled and said, There's no need to trouble Song Lanqiao. Song Lanqiao has been cautious and conscientious for so many years. It's already not easy for him to manage the fairy business for the Spring Dew Garden. The old woman pretended to be enlightened and said, Senior Sister Tan is a nascent soul great cultivator after all. Your memory is better than a useless golden core junior sister like me. This old woman almost forgot that I have a golden core disciple like Song Lanqiao who is always running around outside. The old foxes in the Hall of Ancestral Masters became more and more alert. Judging from her tone, this old woman wanted to pull her disciple into the Hall of Ancestral Masters? This was no small matter. Let's not talk about that disciple of mine who works hard. This child was born without a good life. Unexpectedly, the old woman quickly changed the topic and didn't mention the addition of seats in the Hall of Ancestral Masters. The old woman just turned to look at Xianxia and said slowly, Our consecrator Tang has it even harder than Song Lanqiao. Not only does he work hard but he also has a lot of merit. How can he still sit in the seat closest to the door? Half of the Spring Dew Garden's business is from Yi Yi Cottage. If I remember correctly, the chairs in the Hall of Ancestral Masters were built by Yi Yi Cottage. We old people who live a stable life have to have a little conscience. In my opinion, why don't I exchange seats with Xianxia? I'll move to the door and sit there so that Senior Sister Tan and everyone else won't be in a difficult position. Xianxia immediately stood up, cupped his hands and bowed. He said in a deep voice, Absolutely not. I'm a businessman. My cultivation aptitude is very poor. Although the business I have is not small, it can only be done by relying on the Spring Dew Garden. I've always been aware of my own abilities. To be able to discuss matters with everyone in the Hall of Ancestral Masters is already taking credit for myself. I wouldn't dare to have any improper thoughts. The old woman grumbled, Xianxia, you only have one daughter and she's about to get married. Don't the Great Guan Dynasty's Iron Mystic Manor's in-laws, Madame Wei, and His Majesty the Emperor think that you're not a gatekeeper in the Hall of Ancestral Masters? Xianxia, you're magnanimous and can take all the gossip. Even I, an outsider, feel uncomfortable listening to it. I don't have any congratulatory gifts, so I can only exchange seats with Xianxia. Take it as my humble effort. The Spring Dew Garden actually had an old patriarch in charge of finances, but Xianxia was publicly recognized as the Spring Dew Garden's god of wealth. Compared to the former's reputation, Xianxia was clearly more respected inside and outside the Spring Dew Garden. The old woman kept calling him Xianxia. This wasn't disrespect but a clear show of closeness. An old man who was in charge of the Hall of Ancestral Masters was livid. He sneered, Aren't we discussing a countermeasure? Why are we talking about Xianxia's daughter's marriage? If we can step on watermelons and slide wherever we want in this strictly regulated Ancestral Masters Hall, then should we talk about the Skeleton Beach's dark tea and see if it tastes good? Do you want to prepare a few caddies of tea in the Ancestral Hall? Next time we can chat about trivial matters for 14 to 14 hours while drinking tea? The old woman smiled. To Senior Brother Gao, the marriage of Xianxia's only daughter and the friendship between the Spring Dew Garden and the Great Guan Dynasty's emperor are of course trivial matters. The old patriarch of the Spring Dew Garden, who was in charge of finances, pressed down heavily on the chair handle and said angrily, Lin, stop trying to confuse us. Your little abacus is so loud that it can shake the heavens. Do you really think that all of us here are blind and deaf? The old woman exclaimed and mocked, Oh, so you're not. Xianxia smiled bitterly and started to hold his breath. This new ally of his was still a little impatient. If he added fuel to the fire now, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. It was better to wait and see. Tan Ling waved his hand lightly. These are naturally not trivial matters. After we solve this urgent matter we will talk about it and it will be today. First, we will try to confirm the date of their departure. Second, we will think about how to smoothly solve this troublesome matter during this period. As for whether we can make use of this incense, whether it's Tan Ling or the Spring Dew Garden, we won't have extravagant hopes or demands. Finally, we will discuss who will come forward and choose a candidate. Can be Song Lanqiao or anyone else. I will also say the ugly words first. No matter what the final result is, good or bad, the Spring Dew Garden should record this person's achievement. If the result doesn't meet expectations, if anyone dares to make irresponsible remarks, bring up old scores and make sarcastic remarks, then don't blame me for using the ancestral rules. Speaking up to this point, Tan Ling smiled. If you feel that you need me to go personally, as long as it's the result of the discussion in the Ancestral Masters Hall, I will not shirk my responsibility. If I don't do it well, if you have any complaints, even if you criticize me in front of the Ancestral Masters Hall in the future, I, Tan Ling, will accept as the Mountain Master. After half an hour, Tangxi took the lead and left the Ancestral Masters Hall. The rest of the people in the Ancestral Masters Hall quietly waited for news. The old woman smiled and said, "It's clear who's doing the work and who's retreating." These words, Tan Ling frowned. The old man was furious. "Lin Suo, say that again?" The old woman asked in return, "Hard of hearing?" Tan Ling said in a low voice, "Gao Song Lin Suo, shut up." The old man and the old woman were angry and smiled, but in the end they stopped talking. Tan Ling sighed in his heart. The two of them had almost become immortal Taoist companions in the past, but the grudges between them could not be resolved clearly. They could not be severed, and it was even more chaotic. A guest elder of the Spring Dew Garden suddenly said, "Mountain Master Tan, should we use the mountain river observation magic to check for signs on the Jade Cliff? If Tangxi makes a fool of himself, we can prepare in advance." The old woman smiled. "There's a hard of hearing and now there's a blind one." Tan Ling and the guest elder turned a deaf ear to Lin Suo's sarcasm. Tan Ling shook his head. "This is not appropriate. The other party is at least an old nascent soul cultivator, most likely a senior in the Jade Roar realm. If it's a nascent soul cultivator, it's fine, but if it's a Jade Roar realm cultivator, no matter how careful I am, this person will be able to detect traces. Then Tangxi's trip to the Jade Cliff will be very dangerous." The old woman said sarcastically, "Hasn't Tangxi always been an outsider of the Spring Dew Garden? There are many people coveting his family business in the Ancestral Masters Hall. Tangxi died in vain, and we can use Tangxi's business to solve the problem. We can settle the displeasure of young Master Qin and his student. Maybe the Spring Dew Garden will make a profit." The guest elder smiled bitterly. Tan Ling was extremely angry. He stood up and glared at the old woman whose words today were as sharp as knives. "Lin Suo, do you still want to help Song Lanqiao have a place in the Ancestral Masters Hall?" The old woman chuckled. "Let's not talk about it. In the past I didn't have the right to speak. Today the sun is rising from the west, so I can't help but speak a little more. As long as my disciple can enter the Ancestral Masters Hall, even if Song Lanqiao can only lean against the door with a small stool and be a gatekeeper, I, Lin Suo, can guarantee that I will still be a mute in the future." After the old woman finished speaking, she looked outside the gate of the Ancestral Masters Hall. Tan Ling originally wanted to reprimand Lin Suo to prevent him from going overboard in the future. However, when he saw the old woman's withered face, he couldn't bear it. Moreover, there should be a few people who were willing to work in the Spring Dew Garden's Ancestral Masters Hall. Tangxi from the Shining Night Cottage, Song Lanqiao who had been in charge of the ferry for many years, and Lin Suo who had made a promise today. The three of them formed an alliance. Tan Ling felt that the appearance of this small mountain in the Spring Dew Garden wasn't entirely a bad thing. Tangxi didn't travel with the wind. Instead, he rode a Spring Dew Garden talisman boat and arrived at the Jade Cliff. Before putting away the talisman boat, Tangxi saw a young sword fairy in a green robe from afar. He was actually touching stones in the stream with the young man in white. They were really leisurely and elegant. My disciple and I will soon take Senior Song's ferry to the Skeleton Beach. The two of us will not cause trouble for Spring Dew Garden. Otherwise we'll be biting the hand that feeds us. From this Jade Cliff to the shop on Laohui Street, to Immortal Master Tang and Senior Lin, we owe too much to Spring Dew Garden. When we arrive at Lin and Sek's Moi Mountain, I'll try to put in a good word for Spring Dew Garden with the people I know there. I also hope that Lin and Sect and Spring Dew Garden, who are already friends, can improve our relationship. However, my words carry little weight. I can't guarantee that my words will be of any use. If these beautiful words of mine were to be wasted on the other side of the Mui Mountain, I hope that I can visit the Spring Dew Garden in the future. Don't close the door of Immortal Master Tang's Illumination Cottage. At least let me have a cup of tea." Tangxi was relieved and sincerely grateful. He bowed again and said, Mr. Qin, I'll remember your kindness. Qin Pingon smiled and said, Shopkeeper Wang Tingfang is taking good care of the shop. Immortal Master Tang, you don't have to worry too much about it. Otherwise, I'll feel guilty and Shopkeeper Wang will be nervous. Tang Shi nodded and said, Since Mr. Qin has spoken, I'll let Wang Tingfang do it himself. However, Mr. Qin, don't worry. Spring Dew Garden is big, but it's also small. If there's anything wrong, I'll give Wang Tingfang a warning. If he dares to slack off when he's making money so easily, it means that he has a problem with his conscience. It's my Night Illumination Cottage's fault for not teaching him well and failing to live up to Mr. Chen's kindness. If that's the case, the next time Mr. Chen comes to my Night Illumination Cottage for tea, I, Tang Shi, will drink first and punish myself by drinking 3 cups before I dare to drink tea with Mr. Chen. Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. Tang Shi did things quickly and decisively. He said his goodbyes and left, saying that he had to report back to the ancestral hall. This time he didn't take the slow talisman boat. Instead he rode the wind and left. From beginning to end, Cui Dongshan didn't say a word. Qin Pingon turned to look at Cui Dongshan and said, With you here, it's rare for me to use someone else's power. Cui Dongshan said seriously, It's natural for a teacher to scold a student. Qin Pingon laughed angrily and said, What are you talking about? The two of them came to the pavilion. Qin Pingon sat on the steps while Cui Dongshan sat beside him. Intentionally or unintentionally, they were 1 step lower. The two of them had already piled up the cobblestones that they couldn't afford to take. Cui Dongshan's elbows were on the steps behind him. He leaned back and looked at the mountains and rivers in the distance. It was autumn and it was still lush and green. However, the colors between people wouldn't be like this, evergreen all year round. Qin Pingon rolled up his sleeves and trousers. He was barefoot. His shoes were at the pavilion behind him and the tips of his boots were facing the bench. Cui Dongshan's mountain walking stick was leaning against the pavilion pillar. Qin Pingon smiled and said, When I was an apprentice of the dragon kiln, I looked at the soil everywhere I went and wondered if it was suitable to make porcelain. After I became a bag shop, I thought about earning money everywhere I went and whether I could save up. Qin Pingon sighed. Rubbing the purple gold soil is a big deal. The matter of burning porcelain to open a new room was even more important. No matter how beautiful the previous foundation and glaze looked, if they were burned incorrectly later on, it wouldn't be of any use. As long as there was a slight mistake, all their efforts would go to waste. Dozens of people and at least half a year's worth of hard work would all go to waste. Therefore, the matter of opening a new room had always been personally supervised by Old Man Yao. Even a proud disciple like Lu Xianyang wouldn't allow it. Old Man Yao would sit on the bench and personally watch over the kiln fire. However, Old Man Yao often said that once the porcelain was put into the kiln, whether it succeeded or not, whether it was good or bad, whether it was good or better, and whether it was good or bad, whether it was good or bad, whether it was good or better, and whether it was good or bad, whether it was good or not, 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 whether it was good or not. In fact, most of them have become fragments of the porcelain mountain. At that time I heard that because it was the emperor's personal item, it was better to have it than to have it substandard. If it was a little lacking, it would be smashed into pieces. At that time I felt that the old people in my hometown said that the emperor was far away from the high heavens. It was really touching. Qin Pingon smiled. But at that time I felt that the top of the old locust tree was very high. The pointy head of the old porcelain mountain was also very high. As for whether it was far or not, it was probably far enough to go to the mountains to chop firewood and burn charcoal. At least it was much farther than when I was young. I went up the mountains to pick herbs. Cui Dongshan was in a daze. Hearing this, Cui Dongshan said softly, When I was young, I was locked up in the attic to study. I didn't feel anything about the height. I could only look into the distance through the small window. At that time I hated books the most. I had a good memory and could remember everything. At that time I swore that if I wanted to learn from a teacher, I would find a teacher who was shallow in knowledge, who had a small collection of books and who didn't care about others. Later on, I found an old scholar who was starving in a shabby alley. At first I didn't think that the old scholar was very knowledgeable. Later on, I realized that the teacher I randomly found was actually quite knowledgeable. Later on, he was taken by an old elementary scholar who had yet to make a name for himself and traveled around the world. He was refused entry many times, but he also met many true scholars. The older we get, the more we can't see it. For Pei Qian, the bamboo house in Desolation Mountain was the bottom of her heart. Senior Cui was able to take her through the bottom of the Nanyuan kingdom. If Senior Cui was gone, she would never be able to cross the new bottom of her heart in this life. But I feel that there are some bottomless pits that stay in the heart for a lifetime. If it's unfair, we can only secretly go around it. There's nothing wrong with that. Qin Pingon finally said, I'm most afraid that I'll feel that I have a clear conscience. I'll feel that my conscience is better. I'll take it for granted. What do you think? Cui Dongshan turned his head. Teacher was no longer speaking. He closed his eyes and seemed to have fallen asleep. Cui Dongshan also closed his eyes and his thoughts drifted away. Only the murmuring of the water could be heard. The mountain was high and dangerous, but no words could be heard. Cui Dongshan felt somewhat at ease and fell asleep leisurely. After an unknown period of time, Cui Dongshan suddenly said, Teacher, how sad are you to see little treasure bottle and Pei Qian grow up? How gratified will Qi Jingchun be to see her grow up? Qin Pingon didn't speak. He seemed to be still sleeping. Cui Dongshan didn't speak anymore. After a long silence, he couldn't help but ask, Teacher? Qin Pingon said softly, Yes. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.